A society where there is no law and order is a chaotic one. Now, Africa, we are not known to be a chaotic people. We believe in doing things the right way. And one of the things that make us unique is the fact that everything we do is based on laid down rules and regulations, laid down procedures. And that's how I'd like to say welcome to yet another amazing episode of Flipside on Independent Television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. Now, for starters, Flipside is a unique show that tends to pinpoint certain pressing issues in the society, and of course try to put a different perspective to them. All right, which is why it's called Flipside, a different perspective to popular issues. My name is Harry Agboje, and of course it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now today we're going to be having a really interesting conversation, and it's something that has to do with morals in our society. Now, like I said earlier, Africa is not just any other society. Okay, in Africa we have laid down rules and regulations. We have laid down procedures of doing things. Okay, and one of the things that Africa is known for is its moral standards. Okay, so today we're taking a look at upholding moral values in the liberal society. All right, Nigeria is actually one of the biggest, or should I say the most populous nations in Africa. All right, it is the most populous nation in Africa and one of the most populous nations in the world. But you see, one of the things that I believe we are grappling with at the moment is, a dilemma between upholding our African values and, of course, dealing with the incursion of Western values in our society. So how do we balance both? How do we remain an African society, while managing the influence of the West? Well, that's basically what we're going to be trying to make sense of today. And to do this with me are two of my guests. But before I introduce my guests, we have to go on this very important break. Please stay tuned. All right, welcome back. And just like I said before we went on that break, today we're taking a look at upholding moral values in a liberal society. And of course, to do this with me, to try to unravel this subject with me, are two amazing people. Of course, the two of them have actually been scarce. They've been away for quite a while, and it's good to have them back on the show. To my far left is someone who happens to be an educationist and, of course, a public affairs analyst. He goes by the name of Mr. Oladele Ogundele. It's good to have you on the show, sir.
Thank you for having me once again. Good afternoon, viewers.
All right, welcome on board. And of course, seated next to him, and of course, blessed is she amongst men. She goes by the name of Abigail Ayobahi. Abigail is actually a teen coach, a marriage counselor, and of course, a public affairs analyst. Welcome on board, Abigail.
Thank you. Good afternoon, viewers.
Good afternoon. All right, so let's set the ball rolling. Quite a lot to talk about. Let's begin. A liberal society. How would you define the liberal society? Because I guess the opposite of liberal is conservative, okay? And Africa is supposed to be a conservative society, but it seems like there is a huge influence of the West on us as Africans. So how would you define a liberal society? Let me begin with you, Mr. Dele.
Okay, thank you very much. When we say a society is liberal, we're talking about a society where there's so much freedom of speech, freedom of expression, freedom of opinions, and just as the word goes, just giving people the opportunity or the freedom to do whatever they want to do. And over here, I think we can say, but we can't say like the Western world that Nigeria is a liberal society. To me, there is the advantage and there is disadvantage.
Okay.
Yes, because where there's so much constraint, you bottleneck people's opinion and ideas. And when you do that, you can have anarchy. Because when people are not, especially in a society where there is so much autocracy and authoritarian leadership from home, cut across, so there is need for liberality. However, there is still need for constraint or conservative of some level of those opportunity, because you can have a situation where there's no moderation, there's no constraint, there's no control, and people just go wild and become detrimental to the general well-being of the society. Of course, yes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dele. That was a good start to the conversation. Now, Abigail, a conservative society is what Africa is known to be, or was known to be prior to civilization, would you still consider, first of all, what's your idea of a liberal society, and would you still consider Africa a conservative society?
Okay. Africa as a continent,
Yes.
not just Nigeria.
No, not just Nigeria.
Okay.
Of course, you know that anything that gets to Nigeria is like, Nigeria is the
Yeah, Nigeria is Africa, Nigeria. Almost so
absolutely.
Africa is Nigeria, Nigeria is Africa.
populous black nation.
Absolutely.
As
Yes,
Nigeria.
yes.
Okay. First of all, looking at the term liberalism, when you say liberalism, it has to do with freedom, embracing individual rights, diversity, and tolerance, being free to express yourself, your views, your opinions. Now, I would say that Nigeria is not, though Nigeria is not a fully liberal society. But we have over the years, we have tilted towards liberalism because times are changing and a whole lot. Even if some people don't want to agree, there's a whole lot of changes that some people don't even know. Maybe as a result of modernization, the influence of social media, like even amongst our young ones, there are some things that we, maybe the millennials and maybe other generations before us, they might not really be aware of. But if you look at the Gen Zs, the younger generation, they are more aware, they are more in tune with what is happening globally. So I would say a lot of changes has occurred, and Nigeria is no longer, or Africa as a continent is no longer
fully
as conservative as it used to be.
Okay.
There are some moral values that we used to uphold as a society, yes, that are kind of gradually going away. You know, okay, I think recently one of my friend was telling me that, okay, she's a teacher abroad. She said that she realized that you don't greet people. You just look at you just see somebody that is older than you and you just greet the person, good morning, sir. Like, it's not a normal thing over there. I
think it was the legendary Bright Chimeze that once sang about it, that in Africa we don't just say good morning and walk away.
Yes.
That we take our time to, inquire about the person's well-being, the family, and the rest of them.
Yes. So she said that she realized that even the students, the teachers are the ones that greet them first. That there are some teachers that will just walk into the class, they will greet the student first. But she said she made it a kind of a point of duty that whenever she sees, because over here in Africa, we think it's the younger ones that should be the first to greet. So she said she started greeting the children. Then over time, when they see her, they will greet her first. That she realized that they don't greet others like that, the way they greet her, because it's not something that they emphasize on over there.
I guess she taught them by example. By
example. So because she wanted that, she had to kind of teach by emulation. That's teach by example. So I would say that liberalism, like Mr. Dele said, it has its advantage and it has its own disadvantage, because we are coming from a kind of a society that used to be very conservative. Like, there are some things that people might be doing those things in the time past, but they don't say it publicly out of shame. But you realize that in today's society, people
are
just
expressive about things.
Their dirty linen outside, and nobody frown. In fact, it's not becoming like there are some things that are now normalized. So like nobody frown at it.
Would you consider that an advantage or a disadvantage?
To some, depends on the type of value.
It depends on the individual.
Yes, it depends on that particular behavior. To some, it might be an advantage, but to some, it might be a disadvantage. But I would say that liberalism is an advantage because it allows individuals to exercise their rights, gives them freedom to be who they want to be, as long as whatever they are doing is not infringing on the right of another person. They are not causing harm to another person. But the problem is that too much emphasis on individual freedom can weaken shared moral values.
Okay, pretty interesting. Now, every time the issue of morality comes up, people tend to want to argue that morality is relative, that morality is what you define it to be, that in certain societies, what you call morals are probably considered not to be a big deal. For example, you just mentioned that in Africa it is normal and natural for, a young person to, greet an elderly person. Here it is considered a mark of respect, right? But in the West, it's a different ballgame entirely. Another example is, the way we address people here in, Africa. You don't address an elder by their name.
Yes.
But I think it's a norm in the West, you know, to address an elder by their name, and they don't see it as a big deal. Okay. Now, I would like you to define morals in the light of what I've just said. How would you define morals if you were asked to define morals, Mr. Daly?
Okay. Morality or moral values are those values that first respect the opinions of others, respect others, also of great value to society, that contribute positively to society.
Okay.
Now, there is a way that moralism gets to, that it becomes immoral.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So morality can become immoral?
Yes.
Interesting.
You know, we talked about freedom of opinion, freedom of
expression.
I'm free. And you're free. You see, we are human. And we need constraint. We need some level of discipline and restrictions.
Okay.
We all need it. Now, when that restriction is self-determined, we call it self-discipline.
Okay.
When it is now from external, we just call it maybe discipline from authority or from our parents.
All right, hold that thoughts, Mr. Daly, because I can see that you have a whole lot to say in that regard. Well, in case you just joined us, it's still Flipside on Independent Television, and we're taking a look at upholding moral values in a liberal society. The program continues right after this break. Please stay tuned. Yes, it's great to have you back. It's still Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Mr. Daly, before we went on that break, you were attempting a definition of morality.
Thank you very much. Like I was saying, it's when you self-discipline yourself or self-constrain yourself from this, because we are human, and there is possibility of losing. There's possibility of, it's my life. This is what I want to do.
Yeah.
It's not your life. It's there. So, as such, when you self-impose on principle to curtail those things because of yourself, your future, and if possible, there's somebody that believes in eternity, God of eternity, or also because of the society, call it self-discipline. But when this, you get losing up, that those things coming from you becomes disadvantage or infringing in the rights of others, causing societal issue, then the authority, could be parent, could be authority of government, we have to now impose some kind of what we call
agents of discipline.
Yes, of discipline. Right. And as such, you can't say you can't say this is wrong, because you are so for the fact that we are all human, and as a social being there is this possibility of this, we have to ensure that morality is curtailed, so that the liberal freedom we have, opinion, whatever, it will be curtailed. Another thing I want to say, like I mentioned before, that morality can become immoral. You know, we have places where people tell us that it's my life, and because it's my life, it's even my body. I can use it to do whatever. Yeah. Today we get to a stage where people can plant camera and say, it's my body, and expose it as, it's mine. And because you are in a place where there is liberality, there is you have you are making the liberality, the opinion, the self what do they call it, rights to whatever. Yeah. You are making it becoming immoral. So as such, if we talk about morality, it has some level of things that will curtail it, that will discipline, either from yourself or from others. The last thing I will submit is this. Now, if you discover that when you are exhibiting this character of opinion, of rights, of freedom, if you see that it's affecting others, in fact, the Bible told us that even when it is right, because it's affecting the minds of others.
Okay.
You can be cause of others. That's where considering the society, considering your neighbor about, because of others, you see that it's affecting them.
In other words, we must have a communal mindset.
Yes, the mindset of the concern of the generality of the community, your family, your children. There are some things I can't do even if it's my right because my children, because people are youth.
It will be beneficial.
Even it will be beneficial and it's also right.
Okay.
It's even my right.
You're right. Okay.
You understand? That's what Bible says. So if you look at it, you will now discover that this brother you are saying, it's not really. It has a point where it should be contained.
Okay.
It should be guided so that it produces positive effects on others.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Mr. Dele. Now, Abigail, do you think a society can truly be free without shared moral standards?
Okay, if a society can truly be free
without shared moral standards.
First, I would like to say morality is very important in a society because, you know, when there are no moral standard in a society, like you said during the introduction of this topic, the society, it can lead to chaos. In fact, moral values are needed so that the society will not disintegrate.
Okay, to keep the society together.
To keep the society sane. To make, when we talk about moral values are the principles and the beliefs that guide our behaviors as individuals, helping us to distinguish between what is right from what is wrong. So when you have that at the back of your mind that, okay, at any point in time you are about to do something and you realize that, okay, this thing is beneficial to me, but what about those around me? Will it in any way put them in harm, in kind of hurt them or endanger their life in the process?
That's what scripture means, what the Holy Book means by, as long, it could be lawful, but is it expedient?
Yes.
Okay.
You know, because this society currently, when we are looking at liberalism, is a kind of a society that favors individualism, you know? Back in the time, we had more of communal living, collectivism, where people in the society, they do things together. Everyone spoke with one voice. If we are going to be doing this particular thing, everybody will agree that this is the standard. But a liberal society kind of favors everyone to do what you like. Yes. Be yourself, as long as...
Some have also argued in your favor by saying that there was a time, or there used to be a time when it was everybody's responsibility to chastise or to discipline the child.
Yes, it was like that.
But nowadays, if you discipline somebody else...
they will tell you... It's really funny because some people will even begin to scold you for that as an adult. Why will you correct my child? So some people will just like, even when they see a child misbehaving, they will just leave the child to himself, let the parents correct the child. But before, it takes a village to raise a child. So, like I was saying, society now places more emphasis on individualism. But the thing is that a society cannot truly be free when there are no shared moral values. Like the philosopher Thomas Hobbes said, he said, in the state of nature, life was solitary, nasty, brutish and poor. So if, for instance, there are no kind of rules and regulations, there are no boundaries, there are no restrictions, society will disintegrate into chaos. People will just do whatever they like, and it will lead to lawlessness. So when there's too much freedom, it will lead to lawlessness. Then secondly, I also believe that freedom does not exist in vacuum. Yes, freedom doesn't exist in vacuum, in as much as the modern society, a liberal society, favors freedom. But for freedom to survive, it needs rules and regulations in order to kind of protect individuals' rights. So in as much as you know that this is my right, but you also know that it is your responsibility to ensure that as you are carrying out or you are exercising your rights,
you are not even endangering yourself.
Endangering yourself and endangering others. So that's your responsibility. Then lastly, I would like to say that a society cannot totally be free without shared values, because freedom needs boundaries. Freedom, when people talk about freedom, a society that is free is not just a society where everyone agrees or everybody agrees, there's a generally agreement on something, but I think there's a general agreement on the core basics. So we must all not all have the same view
Mindset,
or opinion, but there should be a general consensus on certain things that this particular thing, in fact, if somebody do it, that person should be kind of, there should be penalty for that particular thing.
Okay.
People might be doing it, but everyone should agree that if somebody do this particular thing, then it is totally wrong. It is unacceptable. So there should be agreement on the core basics.
All right, thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Mr. Dilly, what role do you think family plays in the preservation of moral values?
Oh, family. The family is the beginning of society.
Okay.
Family is the bedrock. Family is the foundation. When family play uphold moral values such as accountability, integrity, what you will see outside is the effect.
The outcome.
Yes, the outcome. Like what we used to say, that train up the child, the Bible said, in the way it should go. When he's old, he will not depart from it. All of us are product of families. Even the people we see on the screen that are kidnapping, killing, not
Going
minding the other person.
things, yeah.
Someone raised them. Someone gave birth to them. Someone bettered them, and today we have them.
So what do you think could have happened on the family level? Could it be a breakdown of
yes, good value. Like she said something just now, that freedom doesn't exist in vacuum. Let me tell you one of the things that I've observed that happened, especially when in the course of this thing to the north, because we're trying to check something about children in the north. We discovered that they were not given at the basic level. They were not given basic education. They were not given basic moral values teaching from home. This thing. Now, what happened is something had to fill that vacuum, and that is where they got these lectures of where they tell them that you can indoctrinated them and put them in all these and today the outcome is very clear. It's a serious family value. All of us came from a family or from one family or the other, and as such, now family, as we as parents, we have responsibility to now put moral values as principle of consciousness, respect for one another, integrity, accountability, honor elders, honor leaders in the family. When these are part of we do not just say them, we practice them. I speak to my wife, we instill them. If I speak to my wife the way I expect, I mean, the moral way, with respect. Yeah. She speaks to me with respect. We are indirectly teaching our children how to. When the children do something, you scold them, you let them. So, family is the bedrock of moral values teaching.
Amazing. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Abigail, you want to build on that?
Okay, I would say, like Mr. Dele mentioned, the family is the smallest unit in the society, but
and the primary unit of socialization,
but it's still the most important unit in terms of moral upbringing of a child. And the thing is that when the family fails, if you fail as a parent or at the family level, there is a great likelihood that that child will fail. Because now look at it, in the life of a child, the child that is growing, there are so many influence over that child. At the foundation, you have the family, because the family serve as the first point of contact. They teach the children the difference between what is right and what is wrong. Like that, when a child is growing, there are some certain things that child will do. You'll be the one to correct the child. No, this thing is wrong. You don't take somebody's eraser, or you don't take what doesn't belong to you. That child will now realize, okay, it's not good. It is actually wrong for me, because at birth, a child is a clean slate. Okay. Whatever that child becomes as a result of what is printed or what that child learns. So I don't think that there's any child that is born bad. No. I think most times as a result of our environment or things that they pick up from others.
All right.
So one thing is that when parents kind of they practice good moral values before their children are more likely to adopt such moral values too. Then secondly...
Hold on, before we get to the second one, because, I mean, there's a whole lot to learn from what you're saying. Well, it's still Flipside on Independent Television. It's time for another break. The program continues afterwards. Stay tuned. Thanks again for joining us on your program Flipside on Independent Television. Now, Abigail, before we went on that break, you were talking about the family being the first point of contact, for the child.
Yes. So like I was saying, I said, aside from the fact that parents are the first contact for a child in learning the difference between what is right and what is wrong, parents also serve, like they kind of help their children understand the consequences of their actions. I'm talking about...
Just like Mr. Dele said about accountability a moment ago.
I'm talking about in a home or in a family, because when we look at the family is not just talking about the mother and family, father, it's broad, including the extended family. Because, some people they will tell you, a good name is better than riches. There are times maybe an individual wants to get married, and the person will mention a particular family name. Sometimes when some people will hear that family name, they will even conclude that everybody from that family
is good. Do you think people still live by that adage, that a good name is better than riches?
Some people still live
in today's Nigeria.
Riches is not much better. Alright. So sometimes there are some names that family names some people will, because of maybe what stories they've heard about all the good deeds of people from that family, they will just assume that everyone, because if that family can produce or can have people like this, people of kind of good character like this, that means that there's something that they are doing right in raising their children. So there are also some family names that somebody will mention, I want to marry into this family. They will just tell you abort mission. It will be, some fathers will even tell you, over my dead body, I will never allow you marry from this particular family. So parents also have a duty in kind of teaching their children to understand the consequences of their actions. Sometimes, there are some individuals that want to do how they deem fit, or they want to live their life the way they like, even if they have been raised right. So you will let that child or that person know that, I know I have raised you well, but whatever decision you choose to take, these are some of the things that you will encounter if you go this way.
Possible consequences.
Yes, consequences of whatever actions you want to take. Then lastly, I will say that the family acts as a link between one generation to the next generation, because they help in kind of passing down traditions, beliefs,
values,
and principles that will kind of help in moral character development.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Mr. Dele, you are in the educational sector, okay? Do you think schools can effectively teach morality without imposing beliefs? Now, we are trying to strike a balance between morality, liberalism and conservationism. Now, do you think it's possible for schools, because beyond the family, I think after the family, the second stage of socialization should be the school, right? Do you think it's possible for schools to actually, teach morality without imposing beliefs on the children?
Very, very possible. Very possible. Very possible. In fact, the wrong in our educational system is that I've not seen a child that is taken to court for scoring F9 in mathematics.
Okay.
I've not seen a child taken to court for scoring F9 in English language. But I've seen children that grew up, or persons that grew up, and lack of moral and bad character takes them to prison. That sends a signal to us. A child comes home with poor results by our assessment, as in academically, but that child has moral value, has good character and behavior, good conduct, and everybody concentrate on the academic. Meanwhile, education is supposed to be the building of the total human being for the societal advantage. Education is luminous. I keep saying this. The passion I have for education is second to none. I can do other things, but that is mine. Now, as such, because go and find out. Look for, we have seen intelligent people, when I say education, get it clear. We're talking about moral, operating moral value. Yeah. I'm talking about the purpose of education originally. Is the development of the human mind to understand and explore the world for the benefit of the world.
Does that also entail character development?
Yes, that is it. Character development for the benefit of the world, for the benefit of the society, for the benefit of the country. Now, Today, you now see that when that education is not mixed with building of moral values, you now start having intelligent scholars but are criminal because morality has not been inculcated.
And some might even apply the intelligence into crime and criminality.
That's the next thing I want to now, you now see someone that lacks moral value, that lacks respect for one another, accountability to people, living a better life, meaning that I find it joyful that when you are happy, not I find it joyful when you are in pain.
And you are crying.
And you are crying.
When I'm happy at your own expense or at your own detriment.
But by the time I had value to the land, value to the society, that the education, that is what it's supposed to be for.
Okay.
But because we now concentrate it on only this,
education, learning,
only academic, we have what we have today. So school, after the family, school is the next to inculcate moral values. What is like, you get to school and you have school policies or rules that respect one another. You won't see bullying.
Okay.
You see schools where, you respect for one another's property. You won't see stealing. When you find it, either you give to the owner or you go and return, you give to the school management to get to. You now see value. So really, we really need to school have that responsibility to imbude that moral values added to the curriculum activities. Because
is that really realistic?
It is, sir. It is, sir.
Asking because you are an expert in that field.
Yeah, for example, it is. There was a time we're talking about there's so-called national value in school. It's a subject.
Okay.
There's so-called this subject civic education. You get me? When you go inside, it teaches you how to respect public properties, how to respect people in the society, how to behave, how to is it not lack of moral value that will make somebody to see this is government property and destroy it? Not know that government property is our property.
Our property, yeah.
And it is our property, this is our property. That was we have the sense of this. So that is lack of morality. So school really is very, very possible. Right. So if those subjects are inculcated, look at it. There was a time they have to bring in entrepreneurship into university because they saw a need.
Yes.
Are you following me now? Now morality is going. There is the need for it. It can be inculcated, and the best place to put it is in that from the basic. By the time the children grow, they will have both the academic excellence and moral value added. So school really have that responsibility, and it's something that is doable. It's very doable.
Now, Abigail, let's talk about culture. How do cultural differences shape moral expectations? Because, like I said, morality in certain circles is considered to be a relative thing. What you consider to be moral is probably immoral to me, okay? For example, I understand, of course, I don't know if it's myth or something, but there's actually should I say it's an allegation that in certain cultures, some men offer their wives to guests for entertainment.
So that's when they come around.
We don't know how true that is, okay? Yeah. Now, to some of us, that is an immoral practice. It's something that we'll frown at. So how do you think cultural differences, influence moral expectations?
Okay. Like you said, morality is different. People can give different definition. Like what you deem morally okay or something that you see as acceptable is acceptable to you. Yeah. Somebody else might also consider that thing unacceptable. But I think to bring a balance.
Is there a common denominator? Is there a dividing line?
No, I would say that fine. Culture is dynamic and different cultures across the world, they have what they believe in. Their beliefs, their way of doing things is quite different. So you as an individual that believe in, you have a certain belief. You can't impose your own personal belief on the other person because this is kind of a way, or they are used to that particular way of doing things from time immemorial. They don't even know where they land, but they just realize that
certain practices as common as basic as, you know, eating dog
certain
meat.
food.
You understand? It's considered offensive to some people, while some others see it as a norm.
Yes. So that's where tolerance comes in.
Okay.
Because you cannot just try something that somebody has learned over the years. It is not part of who they are, because you might be claiming right that, okay, you even give your reasons why you feel this thing is actually bad, and the person will also argue from their own point of view why this thing is okay. And even you that you are looking at that person, okay, this thing is not morally right, this thing is wrong. There are also some certain things that you do that person also see as morally wrong. So how do we now balance both of them? Because there are some things that you will do, they consider it immoral. There are some things that they do that you also consider immoral. So I think at that point it's just tolerance, because we are diverse in our beliefs.
Just the same way we should also be religiously tolerant, right?
Yes, tolerate people's view. That doesn't mean that you cannot advise. You cannot try to see if you want to change their belief or their perception, but you do it in a way that it does not, you don't impose your own personal beliefs on them.
Okay, now before we go on this break, I'm going to ask you this question, and of course, when we return, Mr. Dele, you'll respond to the question. Some persons, you know, have recommended that the dividing line should be consideration for how our actions affect each other. So, what the definition of morality should be how it affects, you know, the next person. If what I'm doing is not harmful to you, or is not offensive to you in any way, then it should be considered moral. Do you subscribe to that school of thought? But that will be right after we return from this very break. Please stay tuned. All right, beautiful people, it's Flipside on Independent Television, and this right here is the final lap of the program. Now, I asked you a question before we went on that break, Mr. Dele. Because of cultural differences, right? It's hard to tell what's morality and what's not. Okay, now some persons, like I said, believe that the common denominator should be consideration for how our actions affect each other. For example, if what I'm doing is, you know, is going to be detrimental to you in any way, then I should have a rethink. Do you subscribe to that thought?
Yes, I do. There is a bit of relativity in morality. Yes, there is. I agree to that, because sometimes if just as you said, if what I'm doing is not of harm to you, and you are in consent,
okay, then it should be respected, like Abigail
yes, yes. However, each family, group, organization, nation, society have leaders. There's one thing I always tell leaders and fathers, when I say leaders in any way, look at the long effect of that practice.
The long-term effect.
The long-term effect of it. Yes. Some things might start not bad. Okay, is allowed.
How far-reaching effect?
Yes, how far-reaching effect can it be in the long run? Okay. It's very important. I think we must, and as such, we must learn to now be this. That's why I said it just now, that there are some things I can't do because, not because it's bad, but because of long-term effects. That's when you use your head. You think.
Count the cost.
Yes, you count it. Let's be sincere. Some of these things that we mentioned, some of this liberality, some of this expression, they may start with a good intention that, oh wow, in this group, in this society, I want all of us to be free and to have liberality in this society. Let us check before and today of some of those things. Some of the laws have been passed in the US that today we have seen the outcome. But at the beginning it was what do you call it, a fundamental human right day. Yes. But today, you don't see that it becomes something else that is now immoral.
True.
So we check that.
And you know, the African society could also take a cue from that.
Yeah, a cue from that. Check that and see, because of the long-term effect.
All right.
Yes, of it.
Thank you, Abigail. What do you have to say to that?
Okay, I would say that Mr. Dele is actually right, because when you look at morality, it is subjective, because the fact that something is acceptable to you, it doesn't mean it is acceptable to me. Then there was a particular point that he mentioned, like, that has to do with family or authority aids. Like, I would say, if, for instance, you look at the family, when we talk about value, sometimes our values, there are things that we learned over the years. It might be from our family. Let's say, let me use the church as an example. You attend a particular denomination, and that denomination, they frown against certain outfits. Let's say for ladies, women are prohibited from wearing trousers. Yeah. So you know that you are a member of this denomination and you have your reservation. So as long as you are there, you should respect that rule.
Okay.
Except if you are no longer a member, even if you have your reservations about it, you have 1001.
So this is the point where the conversation moves from morality to ethics.
Yes. Even if you have 1001 explanations to give that they are wrong, but as long as you are there, that's the way they want their things done. So you abide by it. So when you are no longer there, you can decide, okay, I have freedom to do whatever I want to do. So I think being tolerant of each other's our diverse view is what kind of brings about kind of balance this issue of morality and freedom. It kind of brings balance.
Okay, now as we wrap up now, okay, because we actually do not have much time left, okay, so let me hear your thoughts on this particular final lap of the conversation. What's your advice for, parents, leaders out there who probably have lost control of their wards, or people that are under their care? For example, there are churches where people are allowed to do whatever they like because the pastors do not, should I say, apply strict, strict disciplinary measures. Same thing applies to some homes. What's your advice for, leaders like that? Okay.
Firstly, what I would like to say as it concerns moral values, I would say that moral values, it should be kind of rooted in a way that it tries to prevent harm rather than control. So it should lay more, in fact, if your value is not rooted in kind of harm control, then I don't think you should uphold such values. So it should be more of harm reduction rather than controlling an individual. So it should not just be like, I'm upholding this value as a tool or as a means to control another person, because sometimes even when there are too many restrictions or regulations in place, sometimes it can lead to kind of resentment or fear rather than that genuine moral character building that you are looking for. I would like to use parenting as an example. For example, there are some parents that kind of impose strict rules in the home. Fine. Rules are very important because they kind of put us in check. They kind of promote orderliness in the society. But the thing is that when there are no room for contrary opinion or contrary views, you realize that your children, most times, they become secretive or they even become rebellious. So like you said in your question, in a home, or let's say in an organization or in a church, where let's say the leaders, they kind of, because of, as a result of too much liberalism, they've lost a grip. I think they should come back to the drawing board. There's a saying that change is the only constant thing. If you are on a journey and you realize that you have been traveling the wrong path, you are not
heading anywhere.
Will you continue with that journey that you just keep on traveling aimlessly? You will retrace your step and come back. Okay, this is the point where I missed it. Let me correct it. And there's no crime in saying, okay, this is the way we used to do it. But right now, I want us to begin to. In fact, even if we talk about religion, there are some denominations that used to uphold or that have certain doctrines
that they've changed.
They've changed it over time. And if you don't accept it, you leave. So I think people can retrace their step and tell their followers or their children, this is how I want it to be done. With time, they will pick up.
Thank you very much, Abigail. Now, Mr. Dele, in less than a minute, what's your advice for leaders who have lost control over their followers generally?
Uphold moral values. However, in upholding these moral values, ensure that you put it such that it's being honed by everybody. Yes, spell out the reason. It should not be selfish. It should not be to direct to yourself. the reason. If we do this, we will avoid this, we will get this result.
All right.
By that, it will be generally accepted.
Thank you.
It will thrive.
Thank you very much, gentleman and lady, for your amazing analysis. I must say a very big thank you to you for taking our time to be with me on the show. It's been a very interesting conversation. We've been taking a look at upholding moral values in a liberal society, and I've had with me Mr. Oladele Gundele, an educationist, and of course State Secretary AFED. I actually left that part out before.
And the state controller. We just had an election.
Yeah. Oh, are you?
I'm not doing follow-up. The news was here.
I didn't know that. Congratulations
I just
again.
came
Of course, we have to
from the
drink to that.
States for the inauguration.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for being on the show. And of course,
you.
Abigail Iwabahi, a teen coach, a marriage counselor, and a public affairs analyst. Well, thank you very much for being on the show with me. All right, I want to say a big thank you to you out there for being a part of the show. It's been a very interesting conversation. And, I hope that you've learned so much from today's episode of the show. My name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful day ahead. Bye for now.
Great.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin aqua seed. Ayo or aqua game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Aqua game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbinedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dio Bona zima dio Obala zima dio marawe ma ari o Esama dio na mi ma do pon mi sama mi ma do gbe ken sama e ma dio wa re na Esama ma gbe ken ne o sa bo obuyo bi to na ba no ge to ni maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma ato o e ma agbo o oro pa ewu dori e ma dia wo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me we need just to know me afa
in Esama, in our father's house, in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosagari Igbinedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbinedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbinedion, Peter Osawori Igbinedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbinedion, Barrister Mike Osayene Igbinedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Wunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbinedion, Ukponwa Igbinedion, Osawe Igbinedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Certainly the best.
Hello everyone, welcome to This Morning on ITV, right here on Independent Television. I am Anuluwapo Stevens. It's the second day in the month of July. Need I say happy new month? We have a lot of things to talk about today on the show. And also I have my colleague right here on this table with me, Harry. Good morning, Harry.
Good morning, Nanu. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Happy New Month.
Yeah, Happy New Month. It's actually the first time I'm seeing you this month, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Anyway, joining from Lagos, Nigeria, I have Patricia Gabriel. Good morning, Patricia. How are you?
Good morning, Anu, and Happy New Month to you and Harry.
Happy New Month to you. Now, so much to talk about today on the show, but let's quickly begin with an information we got yesterday from INEC chairman, where he said that the era of snatching ballot boxes or rewriting results manually is gone. Now, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Joash Amopita, has declared that the era of ballot box snatching and manual manipulation of election results is gone, assuring Nigerians that the current technological safeguards are robust enough to protect every vote cast in the 2027 general election. Now, he made the declaration yesterday in Abuja when he received the Director General of the National Orientation Agency, Malam Lanre, on a courtesy visit to INEC headquarters. So both institutions used the occasion to deepen collaboration on voter education ahead of the 2027 polls. Now, the INEC chairman, who recalled that a presidential election is held on January 16th and governorship polls on February 6, 2027, said the commission must begin intensive civic engagement immediately, while warning that voter apathy and disinformation remains dangerous threats to the integrity of the electoral process. Well, so much right here in this information. But Harry, what do you make out of everything he's saying? Do you think it's just pure rhetorics?
Well, you know me too well, especially when it comes to matters affecting Nigeria. Optimism is my watchword, okay? But I think we've seen way too many events play out in the past, and as much as I would like to be optimistic, as a matter of fact, this on the surface looks like the clamor for electoral reforms by Nigerians is beginning to yield results, okay? Right. So, I mean, this is supposed to be laudable, all right? But I just hope that this is not about the voter apathy that we're seeing, in a lot of Nigerians nowadays, because it's no news that most Nigerians have lost faith, have lost confidence in the electoral process. So perhaps this is just a way to boost the courage and boost the optimism of Nigerians. But as far as I'm concerned, it's way beyond just talking. All right, talking is one thing, but putting the right modalities in place to ensure that history doesn't repeat itself in 2027, is another thing. So for me, they should go beyond just talking. Joash Amopita seems to be, optimistic, seems to be serious about changing the narrative. All right, but the question is, what signs are we seeing right now?
Right.
What measures have been put in place to actually give Nigerians the impression that 2027 is going to be a different ball game, and that we're not going to be witnessing the repeat of history? So these are questions begging for answers. For me, it has come to the point where we really need to start doing things differently. Okay, and if we are really going to witness positive change, then we have to start taking real actions. And part of taking real actions is, I think this is a good one, because it's a way of encouraging young people out there. It's a way of encouraging lots of Nigerians who have lost confidence in the system that, you know what, this is not going to be business as usual.
Right.
But there has to be some other ways, to win the confidence and trust of Nigerians. Else, it's just going to be business as usual.
Absolutely. Well, I also love to note at this point that we would have Abuja Studio joining on the conversation. Now, moving back to Lagos, Patricia, one of the things that Harry mentioned, he talked about optimism, and of course we are currently in the administration of the Renewed Hope agenda. And he also highlighted voter confidence. Do you think Nigerians at this point are really, really confident enough in the electoral process and also the electoral empire called INEC?
Well, I know if you ask me, I don't think Nigeria has enough confidence on INEC. If you ask me, Nigerians are going to say it's always talk, 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 and no action. And just like Harry said, there's nothing in place to show that all what Amebiton has said will come to play come 2027 elections. So the confidence for Nigerians, conversations we have with Nigerians shows that, it's just going to play out like it has always played out. I don't think Nigerians have enough confidence for the INEC chairman, because there's no sign to show that there's going to be a difference come 2027.
Now, moving back to Harry, if we all agree that Nigerians have little or no confidence in this current, INEC umpire, what then can Joash Amopitan and every other person involved, all of the stakeholders, do to build and regain the trust of Nigerians towards the 2027 election? And let's not also forget we have Osun governorship election coming up on August 15th this year.
I'm actually glad you made mention of that. That right there is one of the major steps that the INEC chairman and of course the key stakeholders in the system can do to prove to Nigerians that this is going to be a different case entirely. Because you see, talk is cheap, like they say, all right? And it's not just enough to say, come out. It's not going to be like before, you understand? There's no room for voter apathy anymore. There's no room for electoral irregularities anymore. Let's see what happens in the coming election. Let's say if the dividends of democracy, let's say if the will of the people will prevail. Let's say if there will be no vote buying. Let's say if there will be no, those same irregularities that have trailed, past elections.
Right.
So that's in itself. I'm sure Nigerians are watching. I don't really think, I think there's this misconception about Nigerians. A lot of people think Nigerians are not observing what's going on in the political space, but that's a wrong narrative, because a lot of Nigerians are watching and they are paying attention to what's happening in these other states where elections are taking place. So if the election ends up free and fair, you don't even need to do much. I think that in itself will just, encourage Nigerians to go out in the field on the day of election. I'm talking about the 2027 presidential election,
right,
and do the needful.
Now, speaking about going out on the field, I would love to end on this note with you, Patricia. A lot of the times we've seen some politicians highlight the fact that elections are not held on social media. And it's interesting to see how Nigerian population is actually huge with the young persons from 18 and more. So how can we advocate for Nigerians to shift the attention and all of the energy that we get to pour every single time on social media down to the ballots?
Well, I know you remember the last general elections where, the youths on the social media were actually talking. And then we heard some people say, you are just making noise, about 3 people in a room trying to tweet and make noise on the social media. But we also what played out during the elections, that youth came out to actually vote. But I'm looking towards 2027, or looking forward towards 2077. I'm seeing Nigerians coming out to vote in mass. But the problem right now, Nigerians are complaining that they are not being given the opportunity to register. And when they go there, sometimes they don't find their names. We saw an old woman during the last governorship election in Ekiti State who said she had been going consistently for the past 2 days and her name was not found on the list. So things like that plays out. But if you look at the body movements of the Nigerian youths and Nigerians generally, you will know that come 2027, they all want to come out to vote. We just want INEC to allow them to, register and then come out to cast their votes.
We're looking forward to all of the outcomes for the 2027 election, especially with the one coming in closely next month, August 15th, right there in Osun State. Now, Patricia, what are we getting in from your end this morning on the show?
Okay, I know we will be looking at the phobic attacks in South Africa. Nigerians are being attacked, not just Nigerians, every other African countries are asked to leave their country. As we speak, as at yesterday and some days back, there was a massive protest in South Africa where the people of South Africa came out to protest, saying that foreigners should leave their country. So we're going to be looking at that this morning because we also heard that the federal government is seeking compensation for fleeing Nigerians from South Africa. So we'll take a look at that to know if that will work, if South African government is going to compensate Nigerians who are going to be leaving their businesses behind, or some of them already had properties in South Africa, those who leave the property.
Right, well, with what is going on currently in South Africa, it's really a sad and tragic situation, and of course we'll continue to talk about it until the right thing actually has been done. Apparently South Africans want, other African countries to return back to their home, and it's really a sad situation that we've seen happen so far. Well, right here in our Benin studio, we are going to focus our attention today on the week that was and talking about the youth. Statistics has it the Nigerian population is actually, more of the youth currently in the country, and we're going to look at the Olodo uprising. Now, the big question is the Nigerian youth, or are the Nigerian youth losing interest in education right here in Nigeria? We'll look at that, and we'll also look at a recent comment from the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, where he said that the federal government perhaps might actually scrap the JSS and the SS scheme that we have over time right here in Nigeria. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to all of this and more. Please stay with us. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. If you're just joining, you're on to This Morning on ITV. Now let's look at a couple of national dailies this morning. We'll start off with the Daily Independent newspaper. And the Daily Independent newspaper is leading with the major headline that says, Unified FX Regime Stabilizing Public Finances. Federal government claims, says it is helping state unlock, deploy resources. Other major headline this morning, Supreme Court launches digital case management system on page 6. DSS arrests former Minister Uche Nnaji on page 7. Court grants Daisiani's plea to present UK acquittal verdicts in EFCC case, was still on page 7 of the Daily Independent newspaper. Tinubu asks Justice, Youth Ministries to begin NYSC Act Amendment on page 29. Article calls for probe into past sector intervention spending, are still on page 29 of the Daily Independent newspaper. Away from that, CBN cracked down on 46 microfinance banks, strongest move in years. Experts say action clear warning to financial sector. NDIC moves to liquidate failed lenders. And finally, on the front page of the Daily Independent this morning, Obi promises a roadmap to curb government abuse, economic decline on page 6 of the Daily Independent newspaper. Harry.
All right, let's move over to one of the oldest newspapers in Nigeria. I'm talking about the Daily Times. The Daily Times is leading with this screamer that says, 2027, my vision for productive, prosperous Nigeria. And that's coming from, Peter Obi, the candidate of the NDC. He says, I'll unite Nigeria for robust human capital development. I'll unite Nigeria for robust human capital development. And of course, above the masthead there, CBN revokes licenses of 46 microfinance banks. CBN revokes licenses of 46 microfinance banks. And still above the masthead, how Nigeria's oil shortfall puts 2026 budget under pressure. Naira stability. And that's still on the Daily Times newspaper. And this other one says, ex-Minister Uche Nnaji arrested at Abuja airport over alleged certificate forgery. It's quite serious. Ex-Minister Uche Nnaji arrested at Abuja airport over alleged certificate forgery. And then still on the Daily Times newspaper, I think this is the very last one, Showore released on bail, launches 2027 presidential campaign. That's pretty interesting. I mean,
he got released, and yesterday he launches.
It's just so
He's
funny.
quite a troublemaker. Interestingly, I saw him on the sister station yesterday evening granting an interview, and I'm like, I thought this man was just, released a couple of hours ago. But anyway,
I guess he's the Nelson Mandela of Nigeria.
Oh my goodness. Well, we'll move over to the Daily Trust newspaper, and it's leading with Phantom Council. Presidency clears Gbajabiamila amid concerns. Well, you get details of that story on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper today. 10 killed on fresh attack on Benue community on page 5. Okay, we've talked about the CBN revoking licenses of Merchant Microfinance Bank, 45 others. Now, 2027, why APC replaced candidate. You want to find out what that is all about, pick up a copy of the Daily Trust newspaper this morning. That's all we have today for that.
Okay, and then on the Nation newspaper, INEC 93 million voter register contains names of deceased. Names of deceased.
How?
Of all the names in the world. INEC 93 million voter register contains names of deceased. Okay, and then we passed FCT Ekiti poll test, says Amopiton. We passed FCT Ekiti poll test, says Amopiton. The question is, can a judge be a case? Can a judge a case? How does that go again? Can a judge adjudicate over his own case? And I think that's pretty much what Amopiton is doing here. I think it's up to Nigerians to decide,
right,
if he actually did well in those places. But it's okay. I guess that's for Nigerians to respond to. And of course, above the masthead on the Nation newspaper, Tinubu's exit benefits scheme new pact with workers. Tinubu's exit benefits scheme new pact with workers. And you can find that on page 20 of the Nation newspaper. DSS arraigns 5 for concealing Silva's whereabouts. DSS arraigns 5 for concealing Silva's whereabouts, and that's on page 2 of the Nation newspaper. And finally, on the headline above the masthead, petrol price, NMDPRA puts marketers under close watch, and that's on page 3 of the Nation newspaper. Now, this one says, government slashes customs levies on imported vehicles. Government slashes customs levies on imported vehicles. And that's all we've got on the Nation newspaper this morning.
The Nigerian Tribune is up next. It's leading with the presidency opens up on scandal rocking PEAC/Gbajabiamila's office on page 2. INEC to introduce downloadable PVCs, full online voter registration on page 3. Genco's revelation exposes Tinubu's part debt deception. He was speaking at Tiku on page 4. Extend tax filing deadline. LCCI urges NRS on page 7. Well, away from that, ASU threatens strike in Kebbi. 5 other states on page 15. Court grants Alison Madueke's request to present UK court judgment acquitting her on page 3. Some causes of civil war still with us. Well, who was speaking? The former president of Nigeria, Olusegun Obasanjo, on page 16. Now, away from that, ICPC detains Nnaji over alleged certificate forgery. We saw that happen yesterday at the Enugu airport on page 4. Details of that story. Alleged coup, DSS arraigned 5 silver associates over his whereabouts on page 4. And I think that's all the Nigerian Tribune have for us this morning.
Okay, let's now see what Vanguard has to say this morning. Vanguard is leading with a headline that says, why APC ditched SUSWAM, 25 NAS candidates. Why APC ditched SUSWAM, 25 NAS candidates. The writer there says, SUSWAM was sacrificed to please Akume. That's credited to sources. Another writer there says, party moves to resolve tickets crisis. And you can find both of those the headlines on page 5 of the Vanguard newspaper. And above the masthead, seized assets. Court okays Desani's request to tender evidence of acquittal in UK, and that's on page 7 of the Vanguard newspaper. Discourse, an expose on Herbert Macaulay, the first Nigerian nationalist, and that's credited to Bode George, and that's on page 14 of Vanguard newspaper. Nigeria must not witness another civil war, and who's speaking? That's the one and only Olusegun Obasanjo. All right, still in the Vanguard newspaper, my presidency will unite Nigeria for human capital development. Peter Obi is the one speaking right there, and you can find that on page 9 of the Vanguard newspaper. NYSC, deployment to security challenged states will be guided by risk assessment. And that is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria talking. President Bola Tinubu, page 8 is where you find that. And then finally on the Vanguard newspaper this morning, state police, mechanisms to stop governors' abuse underway. I know we talked about this just last week. Yeah, Senate, as governors promise speedy approval. Of course, there's a tendency for some governors, and not just governors, some powerful individuals to abuse the process, but we actually do hope that it doesn't get to that point.
Absolutely, that has been the fear regarding state policing for a very, very long time. Absolutely. Because the issue of state policing didn't just start from this administration, it has been on. And well, thumbs up to President Bola Tinubu for this swift move. Let's see how it's going to benefit Nigerians in the long run. Anyway, that's how we get to wrap up this segment on the show. Thank you so much for staying with us up until now. We'll quickly take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to the first part of the conversation regarding the Olodo uprising. Nigerian youth losing interest in education after this break. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, the week debate is still currently on all of the social media platforms and is now shaping a national discourse. Well, today we are asking a question. Heated conversation. The Olodo of Nigerian youth losing interest in education. The term Olodo was the playful insult week has taken on digital culture. Creation and the celebration of health, regardless of educational background, many are beginning to wonder if formal education is now losing values in the eyes of young Nigerians. From increasing school dropouts rate to the growing attraction of quick success through entertainment, betting, cybercrime, and social media influence, the debate is becoming more urgent. Yet many young people still believe education remains the surest path to sustainable success and national development. So the question is, what really is happening? Are Nigerian youth genuinely abandoning education, or are they simply redefining what learning and success looks like in the 21st century? Now, before I bring my guest on board in the studio and also join in virtually, let's listen to the viral video of rapper YC, where he talked about how the educational system in Nigeria has completely gone, is completely deteriorating, and the Olodo uprising and also the Pela culture. Anyway, take a listen to him.
This Olodo uprising that we even have right now.
Olodo uprising?
Yeah, bro. It's terrible. I promise you. It's like we're trying so much to accommodate unintelligent people and ignorant people because we don't want them to feel bad and all these things. So now they're now like the majority. There's a massive attack on the educational system in Nigeria, bro. Aside from like the kidnapping and the Boko Haram, which is like, bro, those guys are literally going at that nerve center. Other factors, you know, leadership not prioritizing things that are important, the society not celebrating academic excellence. People don't even want to go to school anymore. Like, it's just like, why?
It's Yahoo culture.
It's not even just Yahoo culture. Now we have Pella culture. You know, so if we keep rewarding all these guys, like, oh, people see that, oh, you just have to just do dumb, crazy shit, just go online, you know, maybe do some obscene, whatever, and you get clicks, you get numbers, like that's what moves the needle in Nigeria. Then what are you telling, you know, the rest of the impressionable young people out there? No shade to Pella. I have nothing against dude personally. Like, bro, get your coins by any means. But, you know, at the end of the day, that thing is only going to be sustainable for a period of time.
Now, it was at that moment that the conversation regarding the Olodo uprising, the Olodo culture emanated from all over social media platform and also shaping a national discourse. But there are those who would say that with the issue of Olodo, it didn't just start from this generation. So why are you blaming just the Gen Zs? Now, let's take a listen to Dele Farotimi and hear what he has to say.
In the week that was, I don't know when the young man gave the interview that has provoked a debate. He tagged it, he identified what he called the Olodo uprising. In the week that was, at least that was when I saw it for the first time. And I laughed, not because I found anything funny, but because the young man, and I think my gray hairs qualify me to call him a young man, the young man was identifying something in his time, but he was seeing the latter stage of something that had started in my own generation when I was probably his age. And what was this thing? I spoke about weaponized ignorance for the first time in 1994 when I wrote a piece for what was then the AM newspaper. I identified weaponized ignorance, which has battered weaponized poverty, being promoted by the Nigerian state, then under General Abacha, against the Nigerian people. It is not person-based. It is a systemic decision to impoverish the people, but they started it with weaponized ignorance. The young man is identifying the same phenomenon, but what he's seeing, the byproduct, which is the elevation of idiocy at a mass level, which has led to the stupefaction of an entire state. Nigerians are painfully ignorant. And the painful thing about the ignorance is the willfulness of the ignorance, because when you present these persons with facts, verifiable facts, they dismiss these facts because it could not pass through the filter of their ethnic, religious, or partisan biases. It almost as if their refusal to accept the truth invalidates the truth. And then we are all harvesting the product of this Olodo uprising. But Olodo uprising was fathered by weaponized ignorance, which is a tool deployed against the Nigerian by the Nigerian state itself.
Dele Farotimi, their amazing conversation and contribution, and his line of thought really beautiful. It's good to see how he also linked the Nigerian government to the Olodo uprising. Now we'll take a short break. When we return, my guests will be here for you. The Olodo uprising is shaping our conversation this morning on the show, and I have my guest right here in the studio. At this point, I'd love to introduce Benson Ikwaria, a policy strategist. Thank you so much for gracing our studio today.
Good morning.
And I also have Emmanuel Chinedu, PhD, public affairs analyst, mental health coach. Thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Now, let me start with you, Benson. What comes to your mind when you hear the term Olodo uprising?
Well, it's a term that anybody can create, but at the end of the day, it doesn't apply to the reality that we face in society, because if you look at our historical background or globally, there's tendency of people behaving in a certain way. But this one is tag entertainment and creativity. And if you want to look at Africa, Nigeria stands as one of the fastest growing in content creation, which is in line with creativity. So being tagged as Olodo in the sense that it was put, or the perspective, it is really not right. Because there are so many areas you can look at the youth in terms of how they are showing interest for education and every other thing that follows. I think when you say Olodo is being praised or is rising by the day, it doesn't really follow with what we experience, because youths in Nigeria, they are very intelligent, they are hardworking, and you can see that reflected in other areas. But sometimes we are always sensitive to tag the negatives. I don't think, because Pella was tagged in that discussion.
Right,
You
Pella
understand?
culture.
Yes, and I don't think, if you look at what Pella is doing, Pella is not committing any crime. He's doing something that gives him some form of living, any livelihood for himself. But if you are talking about the boys who are involved in Yahoo, and we are criticizing them, yes, I can say that has a very negative impact. What Pella or the others, they are doing in content creation is creating a niche for themselves, because the government have lacked in that area providing employment for the average youth. So if a youth is smart enough to create something that will give him some form of income to take care of his responsibility, I think he should be applauded, because streaming is an industry of its own globally. And you can see it's not putting Nigerian youth in a negative space in the global environment. Rather, it's something that is creative and should be respected, it should be encouraged. But I think what needs to be looked at is how has government failed in the part that enables this youth.
Right. Okay. Before we even get to the part of government, I love that you have a different perspective, right? But I love to break it down and, actually for context reason, and what Rapper YC was saying is the fact that a lot of Nigerians, a lot of young people, they're not looking at educational content anymore. Educational content is not thriving, as we have the other kind of Pella content that we have every single where on social media. And currently, Pella has over 15 million followers across different social media platforms, and this has actually summed up the need for the Olodo uprising. Now let me see if you have a different thought to this, Chinedu.
Okay, I think from that perspective, I think a lot of youth, just like he said, wants to carve a niche for themselves. But then looking at the content they are creating, it becomes a problem to the society, because a lot of us are actually looking at where people will follow them. They're looking at, they're looking out for followership, and then at the end of the day, they are not, trying to find out, the message they are passing. What they are after is the money attached to it, and then the follower that they will get. So I think that in the area of creating content, people who create content based on education, health, and all that will bring more sense to what he's saying, that there is Olodo uprising in that sense. But looking at the other part of it, where the youth are trying to make sure that they fill the gap in trying to have something for themselves, I think Nigerian youth are trying in that regard.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Benson, I would like to ask you this. I think we might be losing focus on the bone of contention here. I think what YC was actually trying to imply is the fact that there seems to be a shift as far as priority is concerned. He made mention of the fact that the government is not paying attention to the right things. the things that are important or prioritizing the things that are important. So in this context, what do you think is important to us as a people? Now, you talked about the fact that the government has failed to provide the enabling environments for the average Nigerian youth, and so they are trying to make a way for themselves. Of course, if the government has failed them, they can't afford to fail themselves. Okay, but the question here is, the content that these other guys are creating, what overall impact will it have on the average Nigerians? Because if a Pella who is not so educated is making so much money and making so much clout from his content, and then there are guys out there, especially on YouTube and other platforms, doing amazing things, creating educational content, and they're not having as much clout as people like Pella. What impact do you think that will have on the educational system?
The impact is negative, but there's something you need to understand first. Look at the kind of education we have. Does it enable skill sets in young people? The answer is no. You don't have a graduate who studied engineering 5 years, and when it comes to the practical aspect of engineering, he really can't do anything much. So does he have the skill set as an engineer? No. So now what you see is people are looking for what will give them instant income in terms of money. And the kind of educational system we have, you are streamlined, that if you don't get a job, you really can't do anything for yourself. That's the kind of education we have. That's the reality. So the first thing you need to understand, our educational system in itself is miseducating us.
The educational system is miseducating us?
Yes. Oh, so if you look at the global environment, especially if you go to Europe, what is important for them is your skill set. And if you look at Nigeria being educated in the aspect of skill set, we are at the top bottom. But when you talk about just education by literacy or in terms of qualification, we are there, we are doing very well. But the skill set, we don't have it. So what you see is, because there's a very strong vacuum in the employment aspect of our economy, people tend to look at means they can employ to gain employment or get income for themselves.
So in all of this, it's all about the income.
Yes, it's the income in the sense that why do people go to school? The system has made you in a way that when you go to school, you can't do anything outside looking for a job. And if you don't have that job, you become useless. But in reality, education is supposed to enable you in skill sets and character and some other things. So if you have the skill set, let's say I go to school and I know how to make furnitures. I don't think the content I will do will be anything outside of furniture.
Right.
You understand what I'm trying to say? But you don't have the kind of education that enables our skill sets. And whether you like it or not, how come when you see people coming out of the higher institution, it's always an increase? It adds up to the people that are not being fully employed because they can't create jobs on their own. But meanwhile, you can bring somebody from a remote village, teach the person how to repair cars, and in less than 3-4 years, same period you spend in university, the person is capable of fending for himself and he can engage other people to work on that. But you can't do that with most, I would say 80% of the kind of qualification we have in your institution. You can't do that with it. So another thing you need to understand, like we are streamlining this whole thing in another context, but this actually is entertainment that is referencing to. And if I want to take the character of YC, if you look at that video very well, it's not well dressed, it's sagging in a live program. And that speaks volume too to the youth that is coming up. You are looking at somebody who is trying to make sense, but how is he dressed? How does it look? You understand? See, I think, let's be very real. Like, I'm a father, I have kids, I have the ones who are teenagers. We are not serious-minded people. We do things for the crews and just for the props. If we want to be very serious-minded, let's go back, look at our education. Our education is totally messed up.
Right.
It's messed up. I can tell you for a fact that most people go to school after their youth service. Within a space of 2-3 years, if they are not being fully employed, some of them go depressed. Some can't mix with people anymore.
Okay, now let me move over to you, Dr. Chinedu. Now the question is, do you think Nigerian youth are beginning or already have lost interest in education in Nigeria, or do you just feel it's an unfair conversation?
It is an unfair conversation.
Really?
Yes, Nigerian youth have not lost interest in education.
But still from the same youth, we get to hear school as scam conversation out of it. So how do you marry that?
I think the problem is the kind of interest, the kind of awareness, the kind of view people have in education. Education, so to say, is not all about having money, but having the knowledge. Yes, Nigerian educational system is actually certificate-based. Now, there's also what we call transfer of learning. So no matter what you study, you can have transfer of learning to whatever you want to become in life. Now, people are trying to make sure that they earn a living. But then, this syndrome of getting rich quick is also one aspect of it, because a lot of people celebrate people who have money, and those who went to school, who have certificates, can't even boast of a fair living in Nigeria. So what do you expect them to do? So a lot of them try as much as possible to see that they make both ends meet. But I think we should be able to celebrate academics in Nigeria. It's not necessarily about qualification, but what someone can do with the degree he or she has.
Okay, I would like to ask you this, Dr. Emmanuel, right? You just made mention of the get-rich-quick syndrome, and I think that's a canker one that seems to be eating into the very fabrics of our existence as a people. Now, what would you attribute that to? What do you think is responsible for that mindset? Because that is the very core of this conversation.
Okay, let me start with school as scam. It means the kind of perspective people are having about school.
Okay.
Okay, so if education is actually carved in such a way that people will realize that education has some needs to solve in the society, people will begin to try as much as possible to be educated. Not just educated, but solving problems. Okay, let me take an example for ITV is organizing debate.
Yeah, cohesion.
Okay. You will find out that you may not get a lot of supporters when it comes to things like that. But when it comes to pageantry and some other social, events, you will see a lot of sponsors coming in. So these are, information we are passing to the youth.
Right.
So we should make sure, as a country, that we are giving education that, that rightful place.
Okay.
That it should have.
Absolutely. Now, let's take this conversation now to the UK or the USA. Joining virtually this morning, we have Michael James. He is the MD Thames Valley Media right there in the USA. Good morning, Michael. Thank you so much for joining the show today. Regain connectivity with Michael. Let me take this conversation down to you, Mr. Benson. Now, for a lot of Nigerians, and I also feel this is where the conversation is also tilting towards too, what's the point of going to school, going to acquire all of those degrees if an average person who hasn't been to the 4 walls of the university or to school can, just gather some certain followership by doing interesting, stupid stuff online and have amazing followership and also make money out of it. So what's the point of me going to school then?
There's reasons you need to go to school. Apart from the fact that it's a very good platform to network, because you need people as you grow in life. And school is one of the places you can get long-time friends who you can network in business and social life and every other thing. Again, it builds confidence, because you are in a place where you have peers who will challenge you and they will champion you to do greater things. So it gives you confidence. Then you can as well say it's required for your mental health. Right. You can't live in isolation. It's a place where you learn from others, not just what you learn in school, but from your peers as well. There are a lot of reasons why we should go to school. And let me correct this impression. School is not scam. But if it's not set in the right direction, it becomes a challenge. I think the challenge is what we should deal with. And I say it over and over again, skill set.
Okay.
The school is the best thing that can happen to you. And I don't know, we keep saying people are not interested in going to school, but you fail to realize that they don't really have the enabling environment. insecurity is affecting them in the north. So many schools are closed. You understand? Now, if you look at the statistics, there are 8,000 public schools, primary schools, public in Nigeria. But for the secondary education or junior secondary, you have 15,000. So where do you absorb the 80,000 public schools? There are a lot of things that empirical data don't lie. There are a lot of things that you need to look at. And again, look at the literary and the digital literacy space. You get, it's a space that has come to stay, it's quite recent, and it's a place that a lot of people are learning very fast. You cannot quantify it as of now, but that space is open for great things. People are learning at the comfort of their homes. And most times you don't quantify that aspect. People go online and get certification in different fields. So it's building fast. And nowadays you have younger people. We have incidents in JAM where you are saying people are too young to write JAM. So it shows that let's encourage and reinforce the positive things that are going on in that aspect, not just the negative.
Okay, now let's see if we've regained connectivity now with Michael James. Michael, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on the show. We'd love to get your own input in regards to the Olodo uprising. The question is, the Nigerian youth, have we really lost interest in education? What have you been observing right there at your end? Michael, please go ahead.
I didn't hear the question. How are you?
Michael, how are you? Now, the Olodo uprising, when you hear that term, what comes to your mind? What have you observed so far so good right here in Nigeria and also in the USA?
Please, can you come back again with that question? Because, I'm not getting you very clear.
Okay, the Olodo uprising, I would love to get your thoughts regarding the whole conversation generally, if you've been listening to us.
I've not been. Yes, I've not been. All the same, I don't know. What is it? What can you just tell me the topic so that I can follow up?
Okay, so we have been talking about the fact that it seems a lot of Nigerian youth have a lost interest in education, and also trying to link it up with a recent conversation from a rapper YC where he talked about the Olodo uprising. So what do you make out of all of it?
As a matter of fact, our youth these days are, becoming very lazy. I don't know why, because everything they want to put the blame on the government. But for me, I don't think that is the issue. These days they want to get a shortcut, and it doesn't work that way. And that is the reason why education is very, very important. Education is key. It's key for our parents to see how they can, talk to their children or try to lure their children to school at the earlier stage. Because these days, the youth of these days, they just want quick money. Quick money syndrome is what is happening, and that is not good for us. And like I said just now, people want to blame government. Oh, government did not do this. That is why people are going to this and that. But that's not true. The basic thing in life is education, and that is the best legacy any parent can give to their children. So when a child is educated, this idea of not wanting to be serious or wanting to do certain things will not occur. So that's my take on that.
To ask, do you think young people still see education as the best and possible means to success?
Yes, I think yes. I think some youths do, but unfortunately, maybe their background, where they come from, they are not having that capacity to educate themselves in terms of monetary. There are some people, like recently I was back home in Nigeria, and I run an NGO personally, something I don't talk about, and the purpose for that is to help people who are who cannot pay their fee. People who cannot pay their school fees. I try to help them to pay some of their fee and also pay their WAEC fee. But I don't make noise about that anyway. So there are a lot of people who really want to do something. Unfortunately, they cannot afford it. So yes, some youths really want to go to school, but just the financial aspect of it is what is making it difficult. But why some who already have been, who already have that mindset of, getting quick money through this Yahoo thing, and the rest of them don't even think about education.
Okay.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. Now, I'd like to ask you, Dr. Emmanuel, one of the things that he just said, which I pretty much believe stands out, is the fact that we shouldn't blame the government too much, that the youth have this penchant of, heaping the entire blames on the government, that it's not entirely the government's fault. It's not entirely up to the government to create an enabling environment, that the average youth just seems to have this, get-rich-quick syndrome and the tendency to want to cut corners and make it real fast. What do you make of that?
I agree with you that everything shouldn't be on the government.
Okay.
And Nigerians should try as much as possible to make sure they learn. But then, before learning takes place, the child must be present.
Okay.
And there should be an enabling environment for the child to thrive in terms of learning. So if youth are given a good platform to study, I think they will study. And a lot of the youth are ready to study. Okay, so I wouldn't say that the youth are trying, are doing a lot in terms of education.
Okay.
Of course, even in the schools, those in the school, they also try to get rich. They want to ride the best cars. They want to flow with things. But they wouldn't, shift government from the conversation. Governments must play their part.
Okay.
They must play their part. When they play their part, then the institutions, the parents, everyone will ensure that these youth, get involved in education, and then they will be serious with their academics.
All right, Mr. Benson.
Yeah.
There is a recent report that the government is planning to scrap the junior and secondary stage of education in Nigeria. Now, what do you think that would portend for the educational system? Do you think that will have any negative effect on the system?
For me, it depends. First, what is the reason for doing that? What is the goal? You need to understand the objective of what the government wants to do.
Okay.
I understand that probably they are looking at the rates of people dropping out of school. But if you are scrapping the current structure, redesigning it at the expense of not providing a enabling environment, like, you can't run away from serious conversations. In the north, there's insecurity. Most schools are closed.
Okay.
So if you are redesigning your system and people don't have the school to go, you are still going back to square one. And if you are going to school, there is no skill set. You are coming out of the school. Fine, you say the government should not be responsible, but you are not giving me the skill set to be gainful on my own. So we are still going back to the same problem. It's not about the design of the system or the structure as it stands. It's about the content of what is given, and the direction that it can enable the young man to go in his life and journey. And there's something we also need to look at. Who really is a youth?
Okay.
If you look at the United Nations, they are saying a youth is somebody from the age of 15 to 25. In some other contexts, like in Africa, they say from ages 15 to 35. So are those ages from 15 to 25, who should be responsible for that young man, especially at the teens aspects? Yeah. You understand? So parents have their role to play, because you can clearly see there is poor parenting. You get, it's something that is all over us. Every day we see it. And parents want to do everything for their children, up to even getting them to write exams in special centers, if it's possible, get jobs for them, rent houses for them. They want to do everything. But there's something that has led to that behavior. And that behavior you see is showing fear. And the fear comes from failure of the system. And what you see that is manifesting currently is reflected from leadership. They say our attitude reflects leadership.
So it all boils down to leadership?
We are connected. I'm connected, you are connected. Ask yourself, what are you doing on a personal level to change the problem we have in Nigeria? On a personal level. It's either you are supporting what is going on, or you are working against it. If you can't clearly define where you stand, it's even a problem on its own. So it's a complicated issue altogether. And when we talk things like this, sometimes I get very personal about it, because this is the future we are discussing here. The youth, they are the future. And you can't tell me that I'm not responsible for my children. I don't know if you understand. Yeah. You can't say I'm not responsible for my child the way he's growing up. If a serious-minded parent should take responsibility for his children.
Okay. Well, let's quickly take a short break. When we return, we'll move over to the concluding part of the show. Stay with us. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're on to This Morning on ITV, and we have been looking basically at the Olodo uprising, the youth, education, and everything in particular as regards this. I still have my guest in the studio and also joining virtually. Now let me move back to Michael James, if you are still there. Now let's talk about or basically highlight the role celebrities, influencers also play in shaping the younger generation, the young people's priority in the average day Nigerian system.
Okay, thank you very much for that. A lot of our celebrities these days, some of them are role model, while some, I don't know how to put it right now. Yeah, the ones I call role model, let me use Davido, for example. He's somebody who is very a unique person. You know, you want to see people grow together. You want to see you doing things. But why some celebrities just, you know, they just focus on making money and not even caring about what is going on. Take, for example, what is happening now in South Africa, what do you call it, xenophobia that is going on right there. We have a lot of celebrities who are from South Africa who would have spoken about what is going on or talk about it. They don't give a shit. They don't care about it. You know, I think, you know, a celebrity have a very big role to play, you know, with our youth. Because the youth look up to them, you know, as role models. So they have a very big role to play by, you know, trying to see how they can, you know, groom this youth to become very responsible in the society.
You, Dr. Chinedu. Do you think the kind of person you follow actually determines who you are and reveals a lot about who you are? Because when we talk about the Pella culture, we see that Pella has over 50 million Nigerians following him, cut across age grades and different personalities. What does that even say about the Nigerian people and the younger generation?
Okay, to your question, who you're following, does he reflect who you are? To an extent, yes. Because it's psychological. The more you listen to the person, the more you assimilate what the person is saying, the more you follow him, the more he follows the person's thoughts. Unless the individual have the capacity to, you know, filter some of the information whoever he's following. Apart from that, I think Nigerian youth should focus more on academic things that will give them light in life. When you talk about following someone, it reveals actually your interest, where your interest lies. Whoever I will follow determines what I want to be in life, the kind of niche I want to carve for myself. That will determine who I will follow. And so, you know, comparing who you're following and what you want to be in life, it determines your goal, your aim, and what you want to achieve in life.
All right, quite interesting. Now, talking about that, Mr. Benson, right? He just said that the people you follow actually speak about your interest. So where your interest lies will determine who you will follow. Now, Rice said somewhere in that conversation that, you know, the problem is not necessarily Pella himself, though I think at some point he said that. He said the problem is those that consume his content. And I've seen a lot of persons share that thought as well, that, you know, it doesn't really matter what anybody chooses to. After all, it's a free-for-all. Everyone is trying to survive. So he said that the problem, you know, is those consuming the content. So imagine, for instance, that I, you know, who is supposed to be an educated person, you know, I'd rather follow a Pella than follow someone else who is, you know, creating positive, let me not say positive now, positive is relative, educational content, right? So who really is the problem? Is it Pella or the followers?
No, it's not Pella. And on what my brother said here, that who you follow definitely influence you. Yes, but there are certain things that comes before that. Now I would say, if you look at Pella, the startup, it's love related. And love is a subject that is open to everybody. So there's no restriction when it comes to love. You can easily identify with issues that have to do with love at every stages in life. But having said that, come back to the elementary, the basics. In science, there's what they call feeder, your first 7 years. Everything that you learn at that stage in life, they go directly into your subconsciousness. And your subconsciousness gives like 85% of how you act, you know, and your life and choices and certain things you do. You know, that is science. It's something you can check about feeder. So the primary aspect of your life as a child in your first 7 years defines clearly where you go, where your interest lies and all that. So if you are interested in medicine or engineering or let's say some other fields, what you start looking for is people who are doing things that are related to your field. Now in our situation, at the first 7 years of most children, you ask yourself, what are the interests? What are we exposing them to? And that will also determine tomorrow what you see playing out. You understand? And now, there's something you need to understand. Look at the Yahoo boys. The ones you see doing Yahoo, it wasn't now that they started with that mindset. They were looking at the people who started it in the early 90s. Then it was
the ones they call 419.
419. They're looking at those people. And that was where the interest started developing. When they see them driving the Razor, Pathfinder, and Sardine. You know, so it starts from that premise. So that's why what is important for us and what I want us to take from this conversation is to go back to the children at the elementary stage. And that is what is done in Japan and China. At that early stage, they teach them how to create things, how to build things. So they are growing with the mindset that if I build this, I'll get this in return. If you look at the richest man in the world, Tesla, his children don't go to conventional schools. They are home tutors, and they learn practical things. You can find out for yourself. So if we look at that aspect, I think nobody can influence a child that you have, you know, given the needed guidance at that early stage.
Absolutely. We really need to leave the conversation here at this point. We've been talking about the whole issue regarding the Olodo uprising debate, and we have been speaking to Benson Ikwaria, policy strategist. Thank you so much for coming. And also Emmanuel Chinedu, PhD, mental health coach, and also joined virtually Michael James, MD, Thames Valley Media USA. Thank you so much for your time today. Well, that's our bit right here this morning in Benin. We take a short break, and when we return, we'll move over to Abuja for more in the show.
This is Abuja Network Studio, and it's still this morning on ITV. I am Charity Tanko. We are taking the conversation up from here, looking at the annual outlook as put out there by NISA.
Yes, Nigeria, the federal government have been doing their best over the years, and NISA, also Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, year in, year out, have been trying to improve their forecast. And in a few years ago, about 6-7 years ago, the forecast of NISA was based on states, which is a little bit difficult for NEMA to be able to work, because if you say this state will be flooded, which part of the states? Then a few years ago, NISA improved to local government based. But recently, from last year, NISA have gotten to community-based, ward level, community-based. So we can say, okay, and these states will be flooded, this local government will be flooded. In that local government, these communities, this ward will be flooded. And apart from that also, I think NISA also have gone further to be able to make their forecast impact-based. not only forecasting that it is the community that will be flooded, they have also gone further to talk about the hospitals that will be flooded, the roads that will be impacted, the prison yards that will be impacted, farmland, schools, and so on and so forth like that. So that's make it more precise for any proactive actions from the government and the populace.
Now, talking about proactive actions, Nigeria has been known for reactive actions and whenever things like this happen. And people out there are saying that it is expected that every plan by federal government and state government should start even before the rainy season. But still, they keep wondering, why does it have to be after the incident?
Yeah, that has changed. There has been a change in the past. If you're following, in the past 3 years, there have been a change because the subnationals, I mean the states governments are buying into this now more and more. People have come in to realize that flooding is an issue that affects all, especially the federal government also have been proactive, about this, because the president have made it clear that that is part of ideological activities, part of the Renewed Hope agenda, simply because flood impacted over 190 million Nigerians every year. And you can imagine that's almost about 85% of the population. And year in, year out, their houses are lost, lives are lost, farmland are lost, and things like that. They are, tumult, crying, So one of the major cardinal points of Renewed Hope agenda is to be able to fix, to do something about this flooding. And it's also translated to food security. If you also look at the multiplying effect. So tackling this headlong, it's also a way of renewing the hope of so many millions of Nigerians to be able to be sure that our loved one will be saved, our farmlands will be saved, food security will be guaranteed. So, and to this effect, the federal government have been doing a lot, giving money to subnationals and to be able to combat this.
Information management, I understand, is part of the issues here, how Nigerians get to know, like you said earlier, that now it is precise, areas where these floods are likely to affect when they come. Because from time to time, government will announce, if you are staying at this particular point, you should move. Move to where? How about the vulnerable persons, vulnerable in the sense that they are not capable of, moving from where they are to where they need to be, per se. What more can government do, apart from informing Nigerians to move from lower lands to higher ones where the flood will not meet up with them?
Yes. The issue of flooding, like I said, is a national, issue, everybody's business, and even the present government have designated it as a national security, issue. So it involves everybody, both at the federal level, the executive, the legislators, the judiciaries, the subnational, the state government, the local government, the communities themselves and everything, because they are the ones that are impacted. So it's all hands are on deck. So for NISA, Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, and NIMET, Nigeria Meteorological Authority, and NEMA, National Emergency Management Agency. These three agencies have a robust collaboration. At least for the past 3 years down the line now, the collaboration between these agencies have been so robust to be able to tackle the issue of flooding. So they synergize together and they work together, and that's why we have seen improvement over the years, in the past 3 years precisely, in our flood management. Now, NISA roll out their annual flood outlook after NIMET have brought out their seasonal, climate prediction. NIMET bring out their annual flood outlook, And that annual flood that document is not only a document, a working document for NEMA, for emergency preparation. You know, they pick it up and down scale it to the SEMA, the state emergency, even to the local emergency management, and to the communities. Even NISA also is not sleeping. They also go on sensitization to those particular communities to be able to let them be aware of what is happening. And in the NISA documents, as it was before, it's not like that anymore. They just bring a forecast. But now, in that document, there's also preventive measures also in the document, and also those island and safe places, safe corridors are also mapped out, and also in those documents also. So it's getting more and more robust and more easier for people. And also the partner with a National Orientation Agency, which has roots in all the local governments in Nigeria, and then scale this into different languages, Nigerian languages. So for data management, for information management, for me, I believe it is maybe around that kind 75% for now, which is far better than
for an upscale of the information being disseminated to the
yes,
populace. Yeah?
From the view of Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency, NISA, and they have dashboard, and they're also working on how on your phones, how you can easily get this alert and things like that. And apart from that, there are predictions not only for just representing it, they also have weekly flood forecast, seasonal flood forecast. They also dish it out, apart from national alert by the DG anytime it is necessary. So we are getting there more than ever before.
Okay, you seem to have it covered at the federal level. At the federal level, there's sensitization awareness, there's campaigns. You even mentioned National Orientation Agency, which for me, I would say it's not doing enough, because I've not even seen any promotional jingle anywhere. At least none has been brought to the station. So I'm not even talking about that one. Now, at the federal level, it looks as if everything has been put in place. Create awareness, roll out the blueprints, roll out the paper for everybody to work with. But would you say the state governments are actually implementing this, looking at what just happened in Lagos?
Yes.
And it's been a recurring this month. Even in FCT.
We have 36 states, and less than 1/3 of the subnationals are bought into this.
Less than one.
Yes, that's the problem we have. I mean, less than 12 states. Less than 12 states. So, NISA.
For this year alone, we're looking at 33 states.
Yes, for Lagos State, Rivers State, Bayelsa, Delta, Jigawa, they have taken it. They have owned it, and they take it so serious and everything like that. So NISA, I believe what they are trying to do now is to make sure that the state governments buy into this more and more, because it happens in their domain and it's closer to them. So that's one of the major problems in combating flood in Nigeria. Let all the states buy into it, because no state is exempted. If it's not high risk, it'll be medium risk. Almost every state of the nation.
One of the major problems is the blockage of the waterways, drainage systems. And then we understand that most governments, I don't think they have this strategy in terms of evacuating waste from homes. And then, for example, in Abuja, I have witnessed those of them that pick up waste from households. Have we ever asked where they dump these refuse? Have we ever asked? Because I've seen, because they believe that where it is most appropriate to dump them on the water channels, believing that water will come, take them to wherever they want. They don't know that it may be part of the problems. So what can government actually do in this regard, at least to monitor the activities of these persons, and then ensure that they have a workable system in terms of disposing waste from people's homes and other places?
Yes, thank you very much for that. You see, as we are discussing, you have been hearing government, and that's what I want to disabuse. Flood management is not left alone for governments. So as far as I'm concerned, as a professional, I know that the government have done their parts, and they have done it very well up to this level. But it remains for the people. Like I said, everybody have their own parts. I gave a kind of a blueprint some times ago when I was asked on the NTA that federal government have their parts, especially in the policy formation and things like that, and also execution of it. The legislators, we have constituency projects. Yes. Why can't every legislators, especially those who are in that flood-prone areas, communities, make their constituency projects to be flood management? These are small things like building of dike, evacuation of drainages, and things like that, and piling of sandbags. They are not so costly. So it can be a constituency project that even the community can also direct labor, can do that. And they also have a sense of belonging. So imagine if all the legislators make their own constituency project to be flood mitigation projects. That's fine. That's their own part. Governments, federal government allocate funds for flood mitigation, which they have done, at least about a year or so, was given to each subnationals and everything like that. So I don't know how many states what the money for, but nevertheless, then individuals have their own part to play. Is your life, is your community, and is the flood ravaging that community? Make sure two major things are very, very important. But one, don't build and don't stay in flood plain. So simple. Number one. Number two, drainages. It's in front of your house. Make sure you clear your own in front of your own house. Everybody does that, then it will be easy. And like flood and the dumping of refuge, yes, we have them all over. Bambola, this kind of a thing, yes. Our dumping of refuge, of course, we don't have incinerators in most of our states, and even maybe FCT here, we don't have where you can.
FCT has a place.
Yes, but yes, incinerator.
I don't know if it's still functional.
I doubt. Yes, we have one around that. Yes, yes, but that was a long time ago. I had about 17 years ago, but I don't know whether it's working. But most of the places, so I understand that they dump it there and things like that, and it blocks the drainage. But mostly in FCT, it has to do with flood-prone areas.
This flood-prone area you just mentioned now, individuals should be on the lookout for flood-prone areas before they even build their houses or even purchase a land or something. But somebody is actually responsible for this, because an ordinary Nigerian would not know what a floodplain area is, what a flood-prone area is. There are officers who are in charge of this. When somebody wants to purchase a land or want to register for land, there is a place they go to. Now, would you say that when it comes to checkmating these people that give out land to people indiscriminately, are you saying government is doing enough?
Yeah, that's the part of the urban development and planners, and I believe they are doing their job. But even as an individual, when you go to buy a land, even physically, you can identify. Like I told some people, of course, I know there's some estate agents and land people, they take people during dry season to.
Exactly. When you're buying it,
so
how will you know?
I understand that, but I've told people personally, I keep on saying it, check this land during raining season. Even there are signs of swampy areas. Some people you even know near the streams and this, they will still want to buy. Look at in FCT here, we have our own flood-prone areas, but right now, I thank God there have been a big canal, by the government that they have done there, and we don't have much of it again like as used to be in the past. So these are simple measures, and yet they can save lives. They can also they are infrastructural control measures for flood, mitigation. So they don't blunt. You refuse to, then there's going to be a problem.
They will tell you in this economy, move to where?
Exactly. That's the rationale. Some people even in some places in Abuja here, they know it's floodplain. When it's rainy season like this, they move. They come to other places to stay for 2 or 3 months. Then they come back again.
But some pray that the rains don't get that, become that more intense, yeah, or the flooding does not get that intense, so that they still, maintain where they are staying. And then when it now comes heavily, people tend to pay for it dearly. A lot of losses.
Yes, that is it. But like I said, these are personal, steps that individual can take, especially in the urban cities. And it's simple things, and it's not so much costly. But like I said, some subnationals, states have owned it, and they are doing very much. They have gone very far, like the states have mentioned, they have done very well and to reduce the effect of flooding in their states. But at the same time also, we cannot rule out the effect of climate change. Like the NIMET now, NIMET have predicted that, okay, this is the amount of rain we have per this time and this season and this state, and this month. But sometimes, because of nature and because of vulnerability of the weather, we can have rain more than expected and more than predicted or forecasted. So things like that don't happen once in a while. So we cannot. That does not mean that those states are not doing well, or the agencies concerned have not done their job.
So these other states that have not keyed into this, is there nothing that can be done?
Yes, that's the work of Nigeria Hydrological Services Agency, and as far as I know, they are doing their best and trying to, because every year before the annual flood outlook is rolled out, every governors, they were invited for the presentation, and apart from that, there is a follow-up. Each copy of this document is sent to the governors of each state. That's also done. And also NISA follow up with a follow-up of sensitization. And anytime they go to the communities in any states, they also visit the state governor. But like I said, looking at the 9 states that have queued in and have owned it, NISA is trying to improve that to also key in into this. And if they do, the better for Nigerians.
Where do we move from here now that we are already in the rainy season? What's the best approach as it is? We've talked about announcements being made over time to tell people, do this, do that, and these are areas where this will come. What should people do? Because there are people who are, I don't know what I would say they are kind of stubborn, or they just want to see it happen before they make a move. And here what's for this set of persons, and then perhaps what government should also do.
Yes, we're in July now, but as far back as 3.5 months ago, NIMET, NISA have rolled out their predictions, and they are following it up. NEMA have picked up the documents and have done sensitizations and things like that all over. So, and then like I mentioned, for Rivers State, Bayelsa, and Lagos and Jigawa, they are already, on the move, clearing of drainages, statewide, not even community, statewide.
What about FCT?
Yeah, FCT here.
Because FCT is also included.
Yes, yes. But the State Emergency Management, the NEMA, I think DG for FCT is also working. I'm aware of that. He's my personal friend, and I've seen them, going on sensitization and trying to organize what they call stakeholders meetings and things like that. If you watch the flooding in FCT, It's not as how it was about 4 years ago.
Agreed.
So actually, there have been enough work by this present government. We cannot take it away from this present government, because as a professional and in the water sector, flood forecasting and mitigation and droughts for almost 2 decades, I found that this government, present government, have practically and proactively put the issue of flood mitigation at the front burner, and they have done much.
You know, as we speak, Nigerians are watching, and they will be like, well, some of the things you are saying now, some of the things that you're talking about, to them it may come as music to their ears. Some are taking it with a pinch of salt. Why? Because they have not seen it happening. And Nigerians are used to all these promises. And also we have the issue of, there are people who are saying that all these things would amount to grammar, because government is used to being reactive, in the sense that they wait. When it happens, they just go to that area, they roll out mattresses, noodles, and all of that, which we know does not take care of the problem at all. So what will you be telling Nigerians now, since you are so optimistic that government is doing its best?
Yes, you know, in a society, you will still find some, even if the government is doing their very best.
Majority of Nigerians.
No. Like you have said also, if you followed the trend in the past 3 years, I keep on mentioning it because I'm emphatic about that, you find that the flood mitigation measures have been put in place. There is a paradigm shift to preventive proactiveness. I didn't tell you, all over Nigeria, NISA has a monitoring stations which they are monitoring. You see, before we do had about LAGDO, 7 years, 6 years, 5 years, 4 years ago. Do you hear anything about LAGDO? Yes.
Yeah, I think they don't release, water from that dam
You
on
see,
a yearly basis.
You see,
all right.
Yes. What I'm trying to say is nothing just happened like that. There's somebody behind it. The government is the one behind it. They are working. And everybody is seeing it. Like now, we have early warning alerts in some major places in the country. We have siren in case the water and river level rises up to flood level. There is a trigger of alarm in some places and communities. All these things are put in place. These are not rhetorics. They are not rhetorics. Sensitization is not rhetorics. But clearing of drainages, government cannot come to be clearing your drainage for you. Dumping of refuse, government cannot come and do that and say stop doing this. They have announced it, they have said it. It is your own personal responsibility to do.
Should be there to enforce it.
It's as simple as that.
Yes, enforcement. When we are talking about enforcement, you talk about, let me tell you another aspect of an issue to this. Maybe I will say political aspect or whatever to flood mitigation. Do you know that people sabotage an effort of governments simply because they want this thing to occur?
As much as I would like us to continue this conversation, we are short of time. But one thing I guarantee is that you will definitely be back here for us to continue. Thank you very much for coming over and for this enlightenment. And I'm sure that Nigerians must have learned one or two things from what we have discussed here. Thank you very much for being part of the program.
Thank you for having me.
What have we been discussing? The 2026 flood outlook, the effects and preventive measures with our guest, Pastor Femi Bejide, who is a former Director Operational Hydrology in NISA. You've heard it all. It is not just the responsibility of the government to prevent flooding. Individually, we should do our part. we should stop indiscriminate disposal of waste. Make sure your environment is clean. When your environment is clean enough, then you can now point accusing fingers at the authorities. This is where we'll leave off while we hand you over to Lagos for the continuation of the program.
Good morning and welcome to the continuation of This Morning on ITV from our Lagos Talk studio. I am Aisha Uremu Gabriels. It's good to have you this morning, and then thank God Lagos is a bit sunny today, and we hope that the government is working on the flooded areas. Anyway, this morning we'll be looking at xenophobic attacks in South Africa. We are taking every journey from Lagos or from Nigeria back to South Africa to see what is going on in South Africa, and you know, how federal government is been evacuating Nigerians from South Africa, and also federal government seeks compensation for fleeing Nigerians. A lot of Nigerians had left their businesses. Very recently we saw a video where a Nigerian man who had a shop was shot dead in front of his shop. So a lot has been going on in South Africa pertaining Nigerians and of course all our other African countries. So we'll be looking at that this morning, and to see how this will work out if federal government actually will be able to get compensation for failing Nigerians from South Africa. I'm not in the studio alone to do this. I have with me, unfortunately, Dr. Victor Hai is not going to be with us this morning because he had to attend to official duty outside. So, but I have with me Dr. Sam Wasinda. Dr. Sam Wasinda is a public affairs analyst, and also via Zoom virtually we'll be having a returnee from South Africa who is going to be sharing with us his experience. He is Johnson Afolabi. But meanwhile, let me welcome Dr. Sam Wasinda. You're welcome to the program.
Thank you very much.
You look different. You look handsome this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't know if Johnson Afolabi is ready for us. Johnson Afolabi is joining us via Zoom. Okay, let's go on while we're waiting for him. Wasinda, you see what is going on in South Africa. Let's come down to just Nigeria. All the Africa countries would actually attend to themselves. Let's talk about our own citizens who have been attacked in South Africa and asked to leave South Africa. Very recently, I don't know if you saw that video, a young man was shot in front of his shop in South Africa. How would you describe the current wave attacks affecting Nigerians in South Africa?
All right. It's sad, and it's heartbreaking, you know, to see what is actually going on between Africans. You know, that's what even make it saddening, because it's like brothers, you know, getting to this point with each other. For me, I don't know if there's anything behind this whole thing, because, you know, this is not the first time that this issue had been. It's not the first, not the second, it's not the third. And I'm worried because I heard that the government of South Africa would have done all they could to be able to curtail this, for this not to repeat itself. But unfortunately, here are we, and in fact, this one took a different toll altogether, because it's like they were more determined and desperate.
We saw them demonstrating.
And then giving deadlines, you know, like that. And before even the deadline, we started having issue killing quietly, you know, here and there. So it's very sad, and not really better. But again, that is explaining the average black man's mindset when it comes concerning their fellow black men. You know, I remember one time I went to one of these shopping malls to buy a set, and they were attending to me, tested it, and then they were to pack it, when some Lebanese, 3 of them came and wanted to buy the same type of television. In fact, smaller. Mine is even bigger and more expensive. You need to see how this Nigerian just forgot about me. and just concentrated on these Lebanese who are
Is it the skin color?
Who are buying what was not as expensive as what I was buying. And then I just kept my cool and said, let me see where this thing is going. So they attended to them, tested for them. When they got to the point of receipt, of course, that's the point I was. So they issued them the receipt, and then they wanted to pay. I said, guys, what are you guys doing? They said, no, I should just be patient. I said, no. I said, I just kept my cool because I wanted to see where this is going to. I said, no, you can't do this until you package my thing, put it in my car. You can't attend to these people. And it sounded strange to them. And in fact, I think the manager or supervisor, when he came and he asked, he was almost like telling me that I should come so that they can. I said, no, it's not going to happen here. So that's how we blacks think and feel about this.
About ourselves.
And then when you see what happened in South Africa, how many whites did you really see harassed? This is just it. They have whites who are foreigners. Did you see them harass them? Now, that's because they also know that the gods of Africa are the same. Try that with an American, you know what would have happened. But they know that the government of Africans are going to talk, particularly Nigerians. This is going to be a still news. After 2, 3, 4, 5 days, another issue is gone. So they understand how this thing works because we are all Africans. So they know how this thing works. So that's the saddest part of the whole thing.
Okay, Wasinda, talking about that, are you saying the government of South Africa didn't handle it correctly or quite the way it should be handled? Do you think they went to sleep with this whole issues?
Well, I wouldn't really say if they handled it well or not, but the outcome is actually telling us, what it is, particularly few days to the deadline that they gave. You saw how intensive and how aggressive it became. Even though I know at some point the president had a meeting with some of the leaders, I think 24 hours before the 30 days. But what was the outcome of it? They still go ahead and carried out that. In fact, the sad part of it is that the end result of it is that there was looting. They started looting, people's shops and stuff like businesses. So if it was properly handled, they should have known that after 30, there's going to be looting. So measure would have been put in place. So for me, I'm a bit worried the way African leaders think, and then we blacks think about ourselves. That's just where we are now. Otherwise, I don't think that this thing they are saying, okay, you are claiming that the foreigners are taking your jobs, and so now that the foreigners are left, have you gotten the job? Are they going to get the jobs? Are they going to get it? Is it the first time they've asked foreigners to leave? Did they got the job? This is not about the foreigners' problem. It's about your leaders and the policy. But you are just taking vengeance on your fellow person where you're supposed to join forces and mount pressures on your leaders. So this is the sad part, honestly.
It is actually very sad. I don't know if we have Mr. Johnson Afolabi on now. Okay. While we're still waiting for him, I guess it's the network issues. While we're still waiting for him, I still have Dr. Sam Wasinda in the house. Okay, Sam, we heard that the government, federal government, seeks compensation for fleeing Nigerians. And on that ground, what legal or diplomatic basis can Nigerians seek compensation?
Again, that I don't know how that is going to really fly. Because with the way the government of South Africa, that's my opinion anyway, handles this, I don't know how the push for compensation will actually fly, because I see it for a situation where they may have some challenges, because if the documentations of their businesses, particularly Nigerians, are not properly documented. So how do you actually estimate and then call for compensation? Because you know how we Nigerians too, sometimes we do our things. We have a way we cut corners, on some things. And I think that the South African government may likely, stand from that point to see how they could resist. But however, I think it's a good move for Nigerians government to actually push for compensation of Nigerians who have actually, lost their, because they have to start from somewhere, coupled with the fact that they were evicted, forced out of their country and their businesses. So I feel that the government should push harder on the compensation. Is the right direction to go. And I think the diplomatic meeting should be as urgent as possible before it will now become one of the still news. Because after a while, you can be rest assured that if they don't push it, before you know it, we are talking about something else in Nigeria.
Okay, so some Nigerians are actually of the side that South Africans are also working here. Some of them also have their businesses here. We just have to retaliate back to them what they had done to Nigerians. In your opinion, do you think that is right?
Well, you see, that may be a bit difficult for Nigerians because we are not known with that kind of attitude. Nigerians are very welcoming. Nigerians are very accommodating. And Nigerians can tolerate. Before you see Nigerian trying to react over an issue, it means it has gone, over the board. But however, I think that the government should put a stronger measure, probably to also put the South Africans under pressure so that the government will understand that these things that you people did to us while we're in your country, we also can do the same. Maybe you have forgotten that you have your people also in our own country doing the same business, in our country. Their business may not be much, but the few that are here are capital intensive. Particularly when you talk about some of the network providing, if they clamor on such people, it will tell so much. We have over 100 million Nigerians who are actually subscribers to some of their businesses, and so they make money in trillions. So if Nigerians decide to climb down from that direction, it's going to tell more on them. But I don't really think that's really the best way to go. There are better diplomatic measures that they can take, and then create some, condition, like I said, that will make the government have no choice than to move to the direction of considering compensating these people who have lost some of their livelihood, because some of them, that's the whole of their investment. They have lived all their life in South Africa. Investment had been there, So these are some of the challenges that I think the government should look at rather than trying to see how we can also retaliate. We are not good at retaliation. It's not our way as now.
It won't even be nice to retaliate. But anyway, my next question would have gone to Mr. Johnson Afolabi. I don't know if we have Mr. Johnson ready right now. Okay, we're still finding it difficult to join Mr. Johnson. But let me quickly ask you this. What factors do you think actually triggers these attacks?
Well, it's the same system of governance. Africa has some resemblance in their governances.
You keep saying this. That. What resemblance?
Yeah, because they have, all African government has to change their citizens. It's the same applicable to us here. Otherwise, in the first place, some of these businesses that Nigerians went to do there, if we have a conducive environment here, what would they go and do in places like South Africa? We are more blessed than them. We are more richer than them. We have opportunities more here than there.
But there's nothing wrong if you decide to.
Yes, but what I'm trying to say is that most of the people who actually, if I wish we'll have Mr. Johnson to tell you,
join us,
you will be shocked to let you know that it is the situation of the country that actually injected some of them. It wasn't actually business that took them there.
But
because they needed to survive.
What's in that? We've heard these South African people say Nigerians come then to take their women, Nigerians come there to take their jobs, Nigerian comes there. Nigerians go there and they do better than them. Don't you think that is enough to trigger it?
It's not enough to trigger it. Okay, at the end of the day, having said Nigerians should leave, for example, what resort to looting? Why not they start thinking of what to do? Is it the next move? Was it supposed to be looting? That's to tell you the kind of mindset that they have. I think they're looking for people who actually work, and probably be paying them, for doing business in their land. For me, that's how I interpret it. Because if you are saying that the foreigners came and they are doing better than you, how? They are doing business on your soil. So all you needed to do is probably you learn the business and do the same because you are already at advantage. So for you to be saying that they collected your women forcefully, they manipulated your women, I don't think that's true. The women would have seen some kind of energy. They would have seen some skills, some that probably the South African people decided it, waiting for their government to do everything, and then even the foreigners probably be paying allegiance to them. Because if you are saying this is the issue, for me, if there was no looting, it would have made a little sense. But now, after the people left, you started going to loot their shops. That's what you are looking for. And I can tell you for free, in less than 1 year, the same people, you will hear the story at the end of the day. But I pray they don't end up, tearing themselves now. because it's still the same. Listen to me. See, a crocodile is a crocodile, a lizard is a lizard. So this one, they are saying that they came to collect their jobs.
That your parable is actually, you know, a crocodile is a crocodile.
A lizard is a lizard. So they look like this, they are in the same family, but they are not the same. If you are not it, you are not it.
Okay. Let's look at the ECOWAS region. How can ECOWAS and the African Union contribute to this in making peace?
Again, you know, my position can be very fun. These people are the same. They think the same. Only those who are in the leadership cadre, the politicians, they have their things. Even if they tell you they are going to do it, they are going to look at it from the political side of the whole thing. Otherwise, before we get to this place, the African Union would have stepped in long before now. We wouldn't have gotten to where we are now. So why we must allow things to go worse, in fact, go out of hand before they are now thinking to rally down and then sit down to have a conversation? That's because, like I said, every one of them understands themselves and they know how they behave to each other. And I think it's high time for the government, particularly the government of Nigeria, that is the giant of Africa. We're supposed to be setting an example of how these things will work. And one of the things is that I think it's high time for our government doing the needful so that some of these African countries can start respecting us and then start learning from us how governance should be run. But unfortunately, for the fact that they even hear that you are in Nigeria, it angers them. In fact, they wish that more things happen more than this, because they feel like it's like you don't know how to do what you are supposed to do, or you are not laying good example. But for me, the ECOWAS and the AU can actually step into this by trying to see how they can sit on the round table and see how they can resolve it. But if it continues this way, I think South Africa has a lot to lose at the end of the day.
Talking about the government, talking about Nigerian government, what responsibility does the Nigerian government have towards the affected citizens that just came back from, besides seeking for compensation for them?
Well, a system that is working, or that's assumed to be working, is supposed to have some emergency plans. And one of it is, for me, I expect the government for now to actually work out a temporary accommodation for these people, even if they have to put them together so that they can actually get their acts together. Because some of these people, truth be told, you'll be surprised that the whole of their family and their life have been South Africa. So they are just coming and not even knowing where to start. So I think the government should be able to create a foundation, first and foremost, for them, where they can at least stay to put themselves together. But I don't know if we have such, facility. I know in Lagos, we have some places where we have emergency resident, so I think government can actually start from there. And then secondly, which for me, I'm trying to see the possibility, except I want to lie to myself, would have been that there would have been also a budget to cushion, their suffering, but of course, we were already on ground. They have not been able to cushion our own suffering. Is it the ones that just came in now, they will be able to cushion their suffering? That's why I said, except I want to lie to myself. But I think the government can actually concentrate on these people, considering the fact that they are just coming in and they have lost quite a number of things. And then the trauma they have also, undergo. So I think the government can put up something for them, which I hope the government are doing that already.
Well, Dr. Wasinda, let me still ask if Mr. Johnson Afolabi is with us now. We have a lot of questions we would have loved to ask him and hear from him. We want to know how this whole thing played out in South Africa before they were all brought in. Do we have Mr. Johnson Afolabi now? Okay, so we'll go on. What long-term measures can reduce xenophobic attacks across African countries? Not just the South African, because other African countries are saying, there was a time we saw a video where Ghana was also saying, I don't know if that was true, but we also saw a video where Ghana was saying Nigerians should leave Ghana.
So you see, like I said, the citizen ought to start understanding some realities, that some of the responsibilities that the government of their country ought to give to them, if they are not doing it, the pressure should not be on your fellow black man. Your black man is not your problem. Whatever he's doing in your country is also contributing to the economy of your country. True. They have to first understand that. So they are not taking out of your economy, they are rather contributing into your economy. But you see, there's this lack of understanding, which I feel like these people in position intentionally and deliberately allow it to continue to happen because it gives them a leeway to be able to continue and perpetuate in their things, because it's a full distraction. Because rather than holding your government accountable, you are busy chasing somebody out of the country. And for me, I feel the governments are more comfortable with that because the pressure is not on them, rather the pressure is on themselves, so that they can continue to get away with some of the things. So I think it's high time for citizens for this to stop. It takes them to stop it by starting to mounting pressures on their governments to do the needful, particularly politicians that they vote into power, to do that which they promise to do them and the reason why they are voted into power. But until we start seeing it, I don't think the governments are ready to get some of these things resolved because it favors them in a way.
Wasinda,
yes.
Let me take you on that question.
Yes.
Well, how does it favor them?
I
mean, is there any government that wants to see citizens not comfortable where he or she is living? How will you say it favors them?
Okay. I will tell you why I said it's favored them in a way, because they cannot tell us that they don't feel the pains of the masses. And yet you hear when they are reading budget, when they are making expenses, you hear the expenses in billions, but the billions does not affect the people. That's one. Number two, as long as corruption still runs in the veins of Africa and African leaders, what do you expect? Who do corruption favor? Does it favor the masses? It favors some certain people in government. So you can't take that away from the reality. It may not favor the leader of the government, but it favors some people in government. Corruption does not favor the poor. It favors the elite, those who are in positions, who are in opportunity to do the... Let me tell you this. You see, even in the case of Nigeria, as we are speaking now, if it is not properly handled, the federal government can actually even release some allocation to these people and it will never get to them. Because it's actually an opportunity for some people to enrich themselves. Okay, check the one we have usually even in Nigeria. There will be flood and somebody's house has been wiped away. You are going to give him 1 carton of Indomie. How do you explain that? Somebody just lost the entire of his property and what federal government allocate is an Indomie. You want to think that it's the federal government that actually allocated the Indomie? And then by the time they tell you how much they release, you'll be hearing like maybe like 60-something billion for an Indomie. It's not possible, man. So corruption, a chain along the line, will make sure what's supposed to get to the people to ease their pressure. It's not getting to them. And that is why those people who are also releasing the money should be intentional about corruption. Otherwise, it will continue to favor the government. So that's what I mean by it favors the government in a way, because some people who are actually supposed to disburse this can sit on it because they know that nothing will happen. And it's like that in almost all the African nations. Nobody will call them to book. Nobody will call them to account.
Very sad. It is very, very sad. But moving on, we still have Nigerian citizens who are living overseas in other countries. What lesson should this teach them to better protect themselves abroad, or Nigerian government to better protect their citizens in overseas?
Well, for me, like I said, our government should try as much as possible to do the needful so that they can step our integrity. You know, we're only king when we're here. Sometimes once you cross, you know how you are treated, particularly when they see you with your green passport. Not because of you, but because of the news that emanates from your country, what they think about you, what they know about you, what they heard about you. And so that alone is a protection. It's either is positive or negative. So when your country hold you in a high esteem, respect the value of life. They know that we here, the way, you know, the issue of insecurity, I don't really want us to go there. We'll be talking about it almost all day. I'm even excited that we're not talking about insecurity, you know, this morning, but you can't still take them out of conversation. True. Okay, the way we handle life, the way we treat the issue of life, you know, this is some of the things that will further make the countries that you are in conscious that, oh, these people, their government care about them. You don't take them for granted. So whatever you want to do. So for me, that is where the measure even starts from. The way the government of the country, Nigeria particularly, treats her citizens while we are here. I think that gives us that sense of, you know, that. And then that reduces, because you see, when we understand that the way you came into our country is by Japa, they may not understand, but they don't know that this one ran out of his country because it's overseas. overstretched. I want to maltreat you because something made you to actually run. And I feel that you don't have a choice than to stay here. So that alone can make me maltreat you. So I think the government of Nigeria, the governance of Nigeria can make this place conducive, whereby for me to travel should be a choice, should be a business reason. And I think with that, I will be respected. You can imagine when you travel on a business trip and also, you will not be treated the way like somebody who just smuggle either through Libya or whatever and find himself. They know that this one came out of desperation. So it's two different approach, they'll actually give you. But Nigeria, please step up their treatment of their citizens. Let's try to clean up some of these things that have given us bad name internationally, so that when they see you as a Nigerian, they welcome you, they appreciate you that you even visit their country, rather than they just say, you're from Nigeria, oh yeah, security, start tightening up, a Nigerian is here. And not because you are what they think, but because of the news that emanate from their country. So I think the government should do quite a lot, and that's the way to go, even to the other African nation leaders. Let's try to step up our citizen respect, images, our country images in particular, so that we can be better appreciated when we go out there.
Okay, Wasinda, you have said a lot. You want the government to, step up in activities of governance, and then trying to give Nigeria a good name because of the stories that comes out of Nigeria. You mentioned one of it, insecurity. But moving forward, what policies, recommendation would you give the government, the federal government? Because you have just talked about, making the citizens comfortable. So what recommendations can you give the federal government, policy recommendations?
Well, we don't even need to give them. They'll have it. They should implement it. There's no need to give them anything. They know, because before they came into power, particularly this ruling party, they have a manifesto. And they had a policy on how they were going to drive it. They should go back to it and drive it. So we don't need to I don't need to suggest any new one. There's nothing we want to suggest that our governments are smart. We have one of the smartest governments in the world. So if they are ready to carry out the policy they have with them is enough, they should please implement what they said. They should please do what they campaign and promise Nigerians they are going to do. Once they start doing this policy, I can tell you the country will become a better place. Some of these people who are even out there, can tell you for free, they will plan their return. But as long as these policies that they have, which is good, I don't think the manifesto currently of APC, you cannot tell me that it's a worse policy. They have one of the best. But are they implementing it the way they said it? That's where we have a problem. So they should go back and implement their policy. They should do their manifesto. And that will give Nigerians a safe place for people to live and, live a comfortable life and do business at a level playing ground. Whereby, like I said, for me, it's not going to be japa. I'm actually going for probably my vacation, or I have a business that I know that can also strive, that will strengthen, my business here in Nigeria, but not on the ground of japa. And the reason why japa will continue is because these policies are not looking to. So the current ruling government have a good policy. To be sincere, let them implement it. But what they are implementing, I don't know what it's called, but their policy that we know, that makes them to an extent trust them that they were going to deliver, I don't think they are focusing on it, which is the issue of power, security, education, agriculture. None of these things have been really, really considered. So those are some of the things that if they put in place, I can tell you for free, a lot of people who are out there, outside this country, have no business being out there. You can imagine a medical doctor or somebody that is established selling the whole of his property just to go and wash plates abroad. Does it make any sense, logically?
Okay. We were looking at federal government seeking compensation for fleeing Nigerians from South Africa. What way do you think federal government can get this compensation? And do you think even when they get it, these monies will get to the hand of the returnees, Nigerian returnees from South Africa?
Okay, you see, there's a diplomatic way of doing things. They know about it. Of course, they've started because I heard that documentation currently is ongoing.
Okay.
They are trying to get documentation of those who have businesses, what are their businesses, and so on. My only worry is that these people, I hope what they are stating, they actually have a proof for it. Because Nigeria, like I said, we are also one of the biggest problem of ourselves. We have a way we cut corners over some issue. And this is why, when it gets to this point, it is really very difficult to attest, the level of, the things that you want or that you have lost. But whatever they are able to come up with, I think the government will be able to negotiate. Thank God we have ambassador there. We have a consular, so they can through, and have a good negotiation ground. There are various ways this negotiation can take place and compensation can actually happen. So for me, compensation is a right step in the right direction. Okay, but my own challenge now, just like you've asked me now, is if this compensation actually comes, I hope it will also get to the people, because that is why I mentioned the issue of corruption earlier. Like I said, sometimes you will see a pint of rice getting to a victim. I don't think what the federal government approved was a pint, but because of that corruption chain, by the time it will get to the people, funny enough, sometimes it doesn't even get to the people who are victims. It gets to people who are connected to the people who are connected to the corruptions. So the government should be more decisive this time around, by making sure that what is collected actually get to the people. And that's why I said, as they come by, the government should also create a system where they can monitor where these people stays.
I was going to ask that.
Yes, they can. You get their details, and then if you have a place you provided for them, which would have been easier, that would be fine. So it helps you to monitor, know that, okay, within the next 3 or 4 months, you would have tell them why they are still, within. The second is that some of them may already have some back to maybe their. You can also get their details. So time you just call and you handle that. But if this documentation are not properly done here, it is only the one of South Africa that is done properly, because it's a very interesting system. They can document it out there. It's not because we can't do it in here, but because if we do it in here, some people that feel they should benefit. People benefit from everything. Even what does not concern them, they want to benefit more. And that is why the government at this point needs to be more decisive and intentional to ensure that these actually get the compensation by the time the government are able to negotiate. And otherwise, like I said, it's going to be story all the way. You only hear that, okay, XYZ was gotten, but you'll be shocked at the number of people who will come out later and tell you that, I'm sorry, I didn't get to hear from me. Several times we have had, even the case of victims, by the time you invite them, the people that came had no connection with the victims, and they are the ones that are going to benefit. So these are so many and a whole lot that I think our government really, really need to deal with it. Otherwise, whatever the good they are doing disappears, and we will interpret what get to us. We will not interpret what they said. If you tell me that you have released something to me and I saw it on paper, it didn't get to me, you have lied to me. And so it is your duty to trace it and find out where this thing is missing. So that's, again, my worry. The compensation is a step in the right direction, but ensuring that whatever they get for compensation to these people get to these people, then I think that's where Nigeria needs to work hard. The government system needs to really, really be well structured to be able to reach out to these people.
Okay, let's look at the government of South Africa. Would you say they handled this case properly? Because, there's a government in South Africa, there's a president in South Africa. Why did he allow all of this to escalate?
That's from the beginning. I mentioned it, and I was still going to stay there. This is not the first time. This is not the second time. This is not the third time. So probably, I don't want to say, I stand to be corrected. I just hope that there is no political
undertone
to this whole thing, because from the first and the second, the government would have known that since they have the second and they had the third, most likely this will continue. And as I speak with you, that does not end it. I can still tell you that in another 3 to 4 years, we may still have the repeat of this. So the government has to be decided. Don't have interest in going on. I think the government should do much more than what they have done, because in the first place, we shouldn't have gotten to this point.
But why all the time South Africa? That's another question I want to ask. All the time it's South Africa asking people to leave their country. Why? Why is it so? Is it because the government of the day is not meeting up to their expectations or to their needs? I don't know. Or is it jealousy? I don't know how to, describe it. But every time it's South Africa. Why South Africa?
Yes, that's to tell you the mentality of most of the citizens of South Africa. What is their complaint? They are taking our jobs. What is their complaint? They are taking our women. I just ask, how? How are they taking your men, and how are they taking you? What are the foreigners doing differently that you are not doing? It's a simple logic. It's a simple logic. And then you are trying to put a focus that the reason why you are asking them to go back to their country is to go and fix their country. The people who are asking them to go and fix their country, who are they? are they in the position of power to ask other citizens like them, I mean foreigners, to leave, to go and fix their country? So from the undertone, it tells you that there are so much. That's why I say I hope that there is no political, undertone to this whole thing, because it's not making sense to me. These people came and they are doing business in your land. You can as well do business. You have a better advantage. You stand a better chance. Your government probably created some opportunities for you, probably access to loan and the rest that Nigerians may not have had. So why not leverage on it? Rather, you are taking your revenge on that. And that tells me that maybe we have to, I wish this guy is there to even tell us how the men in South Africa, are they actually hardworking people, or they are just there waiting for the government to just work and then credit their accounts at the end of the month? Because it's sounding like that is what they meant by that. Because you see, the issue of women is women will not follow a man that does not have where it's going. Women will not follow a man who is not responsible. So if they want us to look at it from the angle of that the women are also not, tinted towards them, it simply means that they are not responsible men. It simply means that they are not hardworking men. Because if they are, their women will not, no matter how handsome you are, women does not stay at handsomeness. They look at responsibility. They look at where you are going. So the men should check themselves. Do they have where they are going?
And be hardworking.
And be hardworking, rather than coming to chase people and then you look. Okay, imagine that guy they kill. Why would they kill him in front of the shop? If not because they have an interest.
I'm going to come there, but let me ask, do we have Johnson Afolabi with us now? Okay, we're still expecting Johnson. I hope we get him before this program is over. A Nigerian was killed in front of his shop. In this case, how do you think the Nigerian government will handle this?
Well, for me, first, let me even stretch a little on the killing. Why would they even kill him in the first place? What offense did he commit for doing business in their country? Okay, you gave from 9 to 30. It was not even up to 30. So on what ground did you kill him? If not because there is much more to that. In the looting report I had, part of the looting they were looting was not only items. They said they were looking for money. Is that how to get money? So I think for me, this ground that Nigerians government should stand on, like I said, this is how to prove that the security of life and property of Nigeria, irrespective of where they are, is very important.
Yeah.
So Nigerians should capitalize, for me, on this single one. They can stand on this single frontline news and speak tough to the government of South Africa.
Because we're not seeing it on the pages of the newspaper. We're just seeing it in social media. I mean, he was a Nigerian. He was a citizen of Nigeria. And I would expect that the government takes it up. You just don't let it go like that.
Yes.
He was a citizen.
Yeah, because you see, that's what I'm saying. Irrespective of where you are in the war, as far as you are in Nigeria, Nigerians should be particular about your life. And that's what I said from the beginning, that when the government of Nigeria start placing such values, people out there will treat us with care, because they know that if a life or something goes wrong, our governments are going to not only speak tough, they are going to act tough. But unfortunately, that's not the focus. And this whole thing for me is happening. Oh God, I don't want to go into politics. It's happening because 2027 summer is around the corner. Everybody is anything that has nothing to do with 2027. It looks like these governments are not really interested in it. Their interest is very low. So for me, I think the government should leverage on this matter and talk tough with the government of South. This one is not the matter.
But I think we now have an ambassador to South Africa, so he should take it up.
He should take it up here from the house. In fact, even the house should start talking tough. Even the house, you start talking to. I remember one time Senator Adams Oshomole, was trying to talk tough, but I not trying to reason around it. Those are the kind of talk we need to start hearing from the house. Because don't forget that we still have some Nigerians that have not yet lived. They are going to live about 270 something.
Yeah.
And even when they still live, we still have more. So Nigerians should better start talking tough. The remnant of Nigerians that are behind, they will not take it for granted, because they feel that after all, the one we kill, the government only spoke once, or they didn't talk at all. So that continues. You see, one thing about evil, if you do it and there's no strong measure that is put in place to it, the people will continue to do. So for our government, put a very strong stop to this madness so that it does not go beyond what it is now. I think the government should start talking tough, particularly the Senate and the House of Assembly. They should start talking tough.
Okay, Wasinda, let's deviate a little from South Africa. Let's come back home. Very recently, we got a news where the federal government extends NYSC rotation camp to 6 weeks, scraps military drills and passing out. What's your take on this?
Okay, I tried to go around a little detail on the news, and I tried to understand what the federal government is trying to do. But I'll just say the word of caution somewhere along the line. I think NYSC since 1973, the Director General has always been a military, personnel, and so there's a lot of drilling, and stuff like that. And for them to now say, okay, what they are looking at now is that the Director General will now be a civilian, so that it can be more of skill, entrepreneurship, and the likes. For me, kudos. It makes a whole lot of sense, so that some of these people can learn other things and understand how some certain things work. Rather than coming out and you're waiting for federal government job, you would have also understand how you can also leverage on some certain things that you can do. And then when you go out there, while you are waiting for the work, already you're doing something. Okay, for me, it's an excellent, brilliant, idea. My only worry is the issue of the withdrawal of the military. Of course, in the report, it also shows that the military are actually not leaving. They are going to be there for security. That's what I read. I don't know if that my own information is authentic.
Okay.
But for me, I think my worry is I hope that the military should not be withdrawn, because when you withdraw the military, this is the wrong timing. Not this time that we have terrorists breaking into places that are camp, places like schools, camp. And here they will have a very good harmful, because we're talking about NYSC, corpus in their hundreds. One harvesting from such a camp could be deadly. So I think for me, it's right in the direction, but the security to be put into operation rather than drilling them and going into never. I want to say that the government create a balance on it, because I think at the point people have some level of security consciousness and security understanding, and that is what the military should also add to that. Rather than just drilling them, there should be some of this security stuff, so that they too can be part of the security agency, that we can have around up via the knowledge.
What's in that quickly? We don't have much time. You're talking about security, withdrawing the military from the NYS. We also got the news that Boko Haram stormed Borno community, adopts candidates who were taking NECO exams, kills teachers. Quickly on that.
Yes, that's exactly what we're still saying. So when you withdraw the president of the military or the president of security agency are not in place, it gives these people room to perpetuate, their evil. So we need more. This is not the time to be thinking of pulling out. We should be thinking of how we can have our security, get more security men, and deploy them into more strategic play, particularly school, because you see this target on school is risky and it's dangerous for Nigeria, because they want to really, really discourage people from going to school. And once that happens, you see the level of illiteracy can lead to heavy destruction.
Okay, one word for the Nigerians still in South Africa waiting to be evacuated back to Nigeria. All
right, my one word to the Nigerians that they should stay calm. I want to believe that our governments are working very hard. I've listened to the Foreign Affairs who have addressed countless times. I want to be strongly that the nation is strongly behind you, and the government are doing all it takes to ensure that you are evacuated. I learned that another aircraft will be coming in today, and we're moving about 270 something, and hopefully, with that badges, everybody will be evacuated, particularly those who are interested to come back, because it will be shocking for those who, they're even in the midst of data, some people who are not ready to come back. So if you are not coming back, stay safe, and if you are coming back, just stay calm, and follow the orders, and then you'll be sure that you'll be in Nigeria as soon as possible.
Thank you so much, Wasinda, for that fantastic advice to Nigerians who are still in South Africa and expecting to come back home to Nigeria. Unfortunately, we couldn't get Mr. Johnson Afolabi, who is a returnee from South Africa. We actually would have loved to hear from him firsthand on how all down in South Africa he was there. We hope that next time he will be able to join us. We won't be having the network issues. Anyway, from our Lagos Network studio, thank you for joining us this morning. I'm Patricia Uremu Gabriels.
beautiful morning to you and thanks for joining us on ITV News for this time. I am Harry Igboje. We begin with the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, who has described the return of the Benin bronzes as a historic milestone for the Benin Kingdom, insisting that the artifacts belong to the Oba of Benin's palace and should not be politicized. Governor Okpebholo stated this on Wednesday when he received the Director General of the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Olugbile Holloway, alongside the Consul General of Switzerland in Lagos, Connie Kamenzing, Director of the Ethnographic Museum of the University of Zurich, Professor Alice Herzog, Curator at the museum, Dr. Alex Malefakis, and other members of the delegation at the Government House in Benin City. William Siama has details.
Governor Monday Okpebholo commended the Swiss government and other stakeholders involved in the restitution process, describing the return of the artifacts as a significant moment in the history of Benin Kingdom. Governor Okpebholo stressed that the Benin bronzes represent the cultural heritage of Benin people and should remain under the custody of the traditional institution.
There's no point playing politics with what belongs to the palace. I must tell you the truth. We have culture here. I believe in our culture. Those bronze are not just bronze. They are symbolic, spiritual to our kingdom. Wherever they are, they will all find their way back to Nigeria to Augusta.
Earlier, Director General, National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Olugbile Holloway, said the visit was to strengthen collaboration with the Edo State government and mark another step in international restitution of Benin artifacts.
Benin is ground zero when it comes to restitution and the returning of Benin bronzes. Number one, to build that connection directly with His Excellency.
Speaking on behalf of the Swiss government, Consul General Connie Kamenzing described the restitution as a major milestone in the relationship between Switzerland and Nigeria. She expressed pride in Switzerland's role in the process, pointing out that the collaboration with the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and the museums involved have been successful.
For me, as a Swiss, being able to do that here, Bile Holloway, as well as the three museums that are part of the first restitution, is an extremely pleasure, and I'm very proud that Switzerland has been able to do that.
Present at the meeting, we had Edo State Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Sidahusa, Secretary to Edo State Government, Umar Musa Ikilo, Esquire, Head of Service, Dr. Anthony Okungbawa, Esquire, Commissioner of Information and Strategy, Prince Kasim Afugba, and other top government officials. From Benin, William Siama, ITV News.
The Great GSM Village Union on Airport Road, Benin City, has inaugurated a new executive committee to steer the affairs of the association for the next 7 months. The transition featured the formal handover of leadership, presentation of newly constituted committees, and renewed commitments to unity, peace, and improved administration. Donald Emie reports.
Proceedings commenced with the reading and adoption of minutes of the union's last general meeting, which was unanimously accepted as the working document for the newly elected executive. In a symbolic transfer of authority, the outgoing chairman, Mr. Michael Ojezele, handed over leadership and official documents to the new chairman, Mr. Odion Olaye, marking a seamless transition. In his farewell remarks, Mr. Michael Ojezele appreciated members for their cooperation throughout his tenure and urged the new leadership to build on existing achievements. In his speech, the new chairman, Mr. Odion Olaye, pledged inclusive leadership, accountability, and a greater commitment to the welfare and progress of the union.
My agenda is this: it's very simple. The peace and tranquility in GSM Village is what I'm bringing in, and the welfare of my people. So stay tuned. Everybody will enjoy my reign.
Some past chairmen, including the John Way of the market, Mr. Stephen Osagi, advised the new leadership to uphold unity, transparency, and discipline in advancing the union's collective interest.
He needs to bring his own standards to make the members understand that yes, this is a new regime.
Take the market to a greater height and do some other things the previous regime couldn't able to fix.
I want to advise the incoming executive to treat everybody equally and to make sure that what will make the market go to the next level should be the agenda.
The highlight was the introduction of the new executive members and the inauguration of strategic committees, including the Special Task Force on Law and Order, Peace Resolution, Environmental, Welfare, ICT, Power and BDC committees, as well as appointment of a task force advisor to strengthen effective administration. The new executive is to pilot the affairs of the union for the next 7 months. From Benin, Donald Eminye, ITV News.
The Ojionwe of Ikpoba Waterside community in Benin City, Dr. Tasowe Omigye, and the Okaile of the community, Ewe Owigye, have reaffirmed that the Muslim prayer ground located on Ikpoba slope rightfully belongs to the Muslim community. They made the assertion while briefing the news crew on the ownership of the land. Patience Sarogiwa has details.
Dr. Otasowe Omigye and Ewe Owigye say those laying claims to the Muslim prayer ground are not indigenes of Ikpoba Waterside community, but outsiders. The community leaders dissociated Ikpoba Waterside community from the actions of the individuals involved and urged members of the public to disregard claims capable of disrupting the long-standing peaceful coexistence between the host community and the Muslim faithful.
I don't know them, that they are interfering with the Muslim praying ground. I grew up to know that that land is Muslim praying ground. I, as the Ojionwe, advise the Muslims to take whatever step they think necessary to deal with whoever is trespassing there.
We as Ikpoba community, we are not aware, we don't know these people there. All we know right from time that is the Muslim that holds that land.
The chief imam of Benin Central Mosque, Alhaji Abdul Fattah in Abulele, explained that the land was officially allocated to the Muslim community by the late Oba of Benin, Oba Kenzua II, on October 15, 1945, following a request by 6 Muslim scholars for a permanent site for prayers, and the allocation was backed by duly signed documents. He recalled that in 1976, the then military governor of the defunct Bender State, Navy Commodore Hussaini Abdullahi, requested a portion of the land for a temporary health facility to treat patients with contagious diseases, a request the Muslim community granted in the interest of public health.
We Muslims, we are very peaceful people. We don't want any crisis here in Benin. We have never had any religious crisis. And so we are appealing to everyone that whoever should stay clear of our land, that land belongs to the Muslims. What that gave us the land, it's not the community.
From Benin, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
The executive of Edo State chapter of the Rentals Association of Nigeria has marked its 2 years in office. The event held at the Catholic Social Center on Dawson Road in Benin City featured dialogue of achievements recorded by the executive in 2 years. Jonah Morwa was there.
It was a joyous moment for the executive and members of Edo State chapter of the Renters Association of Nigeria as the association celebrated 2 years in office. In his speech, the president, Edo State chapter of the association, Harry Obomo, said the association has made significant progress in the last 2 years in office.
These are efforts that we are putting in place for the association to move forward. On behalf of my team, say thank you to all of you, because all that we have done was as a result of your cooperation and your commitment to us, your support, your trust to us. If you didn't trust us, if you didn't entrust your finances, your time, your resources, everything to us, for us to do it, we would not have achieved what we have achieved today.
Special guest of honor Osaze Igbenovia, represented by Edokbolo Ayamehwe, commended members of the association for coming together.
Sati said I should tell you that this organization should key into cooperative society. There are farms, there are many things to benefit from cooperative society.
The occasion also featured presentation of awards to deserving members. Some members promised to continue to support the leadership of the association to attain greater heights.
Today was a great day, even in the history of this association. We thank God the weather, God favored us with a good weather, and all that was done, even inside, you saw it, is a scene to behold. We just thank God for the leadership of RAN.
I must commend him as a great leader and a digital president.
The anniversary also featured investiture, fundraising, and special prayers for the president and executive members of the association. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
And on a rather sad note, tragedy struck at number 2 Ario Street on Textile Mill Road, Benin City, when a story building was razed by fire, leaving the landlord and other occupants losing property worth large sums of money. The victims are soliciting for help of survival. Efosa Wangwe has details.
It was a tale of sorrow and agony as the inferno sent confusion among residents in the area as they attempted to salvage an already devastating situation. The story building became a shadow of its former self as property inside the house was reduced to rubble. Some eyewitnesses said at night they heard a loud blast, and before they knew what was happening, fire had engulfed the house. The eyewitnesses said efforts to put off the fire were unsuccessful as the intervention of the fire service that rushed down could do nothing or little to contain the fire.
I got myself for the area. He also surprised, boom, boom, boom. The next one we see, surprise say people go full area. We don't come out, surprise say they see fire, the bomb.
So when he called me in the night that his house was on fire, I had to rush down. My first thought was the children. Then to the glory of God, within 10 minutes, someone called the fire service, and for the first time since all these years, all my years in the Edo State, fire service responded within 10 minutes. Unfortunately, the damage has been done.
Landlord of the affected building, Mr. John Osawoyi, and his wife said the fire took them back to square one as they lost every single of their property.
I'm using this meeting to beg the good people of Edo State and the good people of Nigeria to come to my aid. My name is Philip. I'm begging the government of the state. Everybody, come to my aid, please. Give me all the assistance you can give me.
When I heard my daughter was shouting, "Mommy, mommy, mommy, come on, mommy." So I was like, what? I ran out from the room to the parlor. When I got to the parlor, everywhere, smoke, fire, everywhere. No light, no. In fact, I don't know how God managed to rescue me and the children.
At the time of this report, the remnants of the burnt property littered the premises. From Benin, Efosa Wangwe, ITV News.
And that sums it on ITV News for this time. Many thanks for watching. I am Harry Igbo-J. TMI Socials is next. Stay tuned.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
News. FG says 1,721 terrorists convicted since 2017. Court dismisses suit against ADC leadership, affirms David Maschel. Edo government demolishes building linked to suspected kidnap kingpin. Three suspects remanded at Correctional Center in Benin City as Special Criminal Court 1 commences sitting. Prominent Nigerians gather as Chief Bright Igbenedion turns 65. Good evening, this is the menus on ITV. My name is Charity Tanko from the Abuja Network Studio, and joining me from Benin Network Studio is Lawrence.
Good evening, Charity.
Lawrence, good evening.
Good evening, Charity, and it's a pleasure to have you on the news tonight. How is Abuja?
Abuja is fine, and same here. From Lagos studio, we have Patricia Gabriels. Good evening, Patricia. Well, good evening once again, and this is the news from our network studio. But before we delve into the news, you can watch ITV live online at www.itvradio.ng.com/live. Also follow us on all our social media platforms: Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. The federal government on Thursday said it has secured 1,721 convictions for terrorism and related offenses since the commencement of its mass trial program in October 2017, describing the initiative as a key component of its strategy to strengthen criminal justice administration while upholding due process and the rule of law. Defense correspondent John Tenner reports that the Director of Legal Services, Office of the National Security Advisor, Zachary Mijinyawa, disclosed this during a joint security briefing by a spokesperson of Security, Defense and Law Enforcement Agencies in Abuja.
The Office of the National Security Advisor said the program coordinated in collaboration with the Federal Justice, the Judiciary, law enforcement agencies, as well as its international partners have successfully completed 10 phases of terrorism trials. The NSA office stressed that the program was not only focused on conviction but also ensured justice for defendants where evidence were insufficient. The 10 phases trials secured 1,721 convictions for terrorism and related offenses since the commencement of its mass trial program in October 2027. Meanwhile, the defense disclosed that troops neutralized 1,597 terrorists and insurgents, rescued 1,516 kidnapped victims, and conducted 14,221 operations across the country between January and June 2026.
Some of our partners, I'm talking to you, they are in foreign countries. Those I don't want to mention the names, but they are there training on the technology to acquire sophisticated mode drones so that we can curtail the insurgency and to respond fast to destroy squad into the enclaves of the bandits and the terrorists.
For the avoidance of doubt, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs wishes to place on record that all the special evacuees are fully paid for by the federal government and at no cost to the returnees.
Also speaking, the Force Public Relations Officer, CSP Inedu Okonko, said Nigeria Police Force dismantled several criminal networks and strengthened intelligence-led policing during the first half of the year.
The force arrested 4,145 suspects. The force also neutralized 254 armed hostiles, 855 kidnapped victims, 6,265 firearms.
The Force PROs further revealed that police dismantled a railway vandalism syndicate and recovered about 60 tons of vandalized rail material at approximately 400 million naira. Abuja, John Tain, ITV News.
The High Court sitting in Abuja on Thursday affirmed David Mark-led leadership of the African Congress ADC. The presiding judge, Justice Musa Liman, also dismissed the suit filed by Leke Abejide, challenging Mark and former Minister of Interior Ralph Aregbesola as National Chairman and National Secretary of the ADC for lacking in merit. Justice Liman upheld the preliminary objections filed by ADC Ralph Onwusu, Mark and Aregbesola, which challenged Abejide's suit. The judge held that the court lacked the jurisdiction to dabble into the internal affairs of the ADC, saying the suit was non-justiciable. He also held that Abejide lacked the right to have instituted the suit, having failed to show
You're still on to the ITV Network News, broadcasting live on independent television. And here in our Benin studio, we'll begin by telling you that the Edo State government has intensified its crackdown on kidnapping with the demolition of a building allegedly linked to a suspected kidnap kingpin in Obagi Nebusa community in the Bobaka local government area of the state. The operation was led by the Principal Security Officer to Governor Monday Ukbevolo in collaboration with security agencies and the Edo State Security Squad, codenamed Operation Flush Out Kidnappers and Cultists. Osemudiame Osagi has more.
The spokesperson for the security squad, Noah Idemudia, said the building in Obagi Neosa was allegedly used as a holding point where kidnapped victims were kept before being moved to other locations. He identified the property's alleged owner as Solomon Johnson, whom he described as the leader of a kidnapping syndicate operating in the area. He said Johnson, who is from Delta State, is currently in police custody. Idemudia alleged that the suspect and members of his gang had been responsible for a series of kidnapping incidents that had left residents living in fear. He claimed the group recently demanded an 11 million naira ransom for the release of a victim and was allegedly planning to abduct the victim's wife before security operatives moved in and arrested the suspect. He further alleged that although many suspected kidnappers arrested in the state are non-indigents, they often rely on the support of local collaborators. As part of efforts to strengthen community security, Idemudia disclosed that Edo State government will soon convene a meeting with Okaigele of communities, the traditional heads of communities across the state, at Government House.
Some of our persons give them aids to achieve this purpose. We have told the general public that Edo State is no longer a safe haven for criminals. Leave Edo, because we will definitely apprehend you.
Meanwhile, the 28-year-old suspect, Solomon Johnson, who identified himself as a bricklayer from Delta State, admitted during interrogation that he worked for an alleged gang leader identified simply as Effie. Johnson claimed his responsibility was to dispose of stolen property.
The year we passed before this war, now they follow the day. For there, they call powerful for me. Bo laptop, bo phone, bo EP. You see my go say. Now the war way that they care that. Now that was it. This we rascal with a fee.
Oh, Simdamel Sagi, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ukbevulu has fulfilled his promise to establish a special criminal court to fast-track the trial of individuals involved in kidnapping and courtism. The new legal framework and designated court known as Special Criminal Court 1 has commenced sitting in Benin City, the state capital, with the remand of 3 suspects at the correctional center in Benin. Jonah Omorowa brings more.
The remand order was consequent upon a motion filed by the police praying the court to remand the suspects for an initial period of 14 days, pending the advice of the State Director of Public Prosecution, DPP. In one of the cases, 42-year-old Owen Osarume and 29-year-old Austin Oshumugo were brought before the court for alleged conspiracy, courtesan, unlawful possession of firearms, and armed robbery. The second case was alleged rape and kidnapping brought against 128-year-old Kingsley Matthias Aliu. The presiding judge, Honorable Justice Aigbona Terry Modu, issued their remand order and fixed 15th July 2026 as return date. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
A guest on a current affairs program, 60 Minutes Nigeria, have commended the Edo State Governor and Edo State government for measures aimed at tackling insecurity across the state. They noted that the establishment of a special court to handle violent crimes, including courtism and kidnapping, will strengthen the administration of justice and ensure the speedy prosecution of offenders. Joy Ebwasa brings details.
The special court, established by the Chief Judge of Edo State, following a request by the governor, commenced sitting on July 1st, 2026, to hear cases involving violent crimes. Speaking on the program, legal practitioner and human rights activist Barrister Patrick Isekwene described the initiative as a positive step towards restoring peace and security in the state. He emphasized that lasting peace can only be achieved when citizens, religious leaders, traditional institutions and government work together to combat crime. Barrister Isekwene stressed that security is a collective responsibility and should not be politicized.
Those involved in courtesan and kidnapping, if they know who Eti Mohori is, they better leave the state for their own interests.
Also speaking, Dr. Elvis Agbonayuma welcomed the establishment of the special court, saying that it has the potential to improve the prosecution of violent crimes. However, he advised law enforcement agencies to conduct thorough investigations to prevent any miscarriage of justice. Dr. Agbonayuma also urged residents to remain vigilant and support security agencies by providing credible and timely information that could help prevent criminal activities.
When a crime is to be committed, it can affect anybody. Therefore, the government too should give a body language that, whether you are my party, you are not my party, once you are caught, you are caught. Because once that body, once that sign, the people who read the body sign of the governor, that this matter, anybody that is caught you will pay for it.
The guest, however, expressed differing views on the demolition of buildings allegedly linked to cultism and kidnapping, with some describing the action as a deterrent to criminality, while others called for strict adherence to due process and the rule of law. From Benin, Joy Egwasa, ITV News.
And Edo State Governor Senator Monday Ukpebolo has secured a 10% equity stake for the state and a proposed 100 megawatts power plant, describing the development as a landmark investment that will generate revenue, create employment opportunities, and guarantee a more reliable electricity supply for residents. Governor Ukpebolo disclosed this while receiving the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of First Bank of Nigeria Limited, Mr. Olusegun Alebiosu, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the CCETC, Mr. D. Zhanghui, at the Government House in Benin City. The report is presented by Ikmo Musa Ugiagbe.
Speaking during the meeting, Governor Ukpebolo said the joint venture marks a departure from previous arrangements by ensuring that Edo State would not merely have the authority to provide land for the project, which will be located at Ologbo, but would become an equity partner with long-term economic benefits. He said though the state is not investing financial resources directly in the project, it negotiated a 10% equity stake in exchange for providing land and creating an enabling environment for the investment. The governor noted that the 100 megawatt power plant is expected to be operational by November and expressed satisfaction that the project would become a reality during his administration. Looking beyond the current project, he said the state government plans to decentralize power generation by developing additional power plants in Edo Central and Edo North senatorial districts to improve electricity access and support economic growth across the state.
I'm happy with this development. One, we will have light. Two, we will also have take. We will also be receiving revenue from them. And our own children, our own citizens will also be employed into the system.
Earlier, the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of First Bank of Nigeria Limited, Mr. Olusegun Alebiosu, said the bank is pleased to support investments capable of driving economic transformation in Edo State.
What we believe will be strong economic development and transformation of Edo State. There is 100 megawatts electricity in Ologbo, gas-fired, and that with Benin being a nodal city, and development that we will see around here will be tremendous.
The Edo State Commissioner for Power, Paul Usembo, commended Governor Ukpebolo for his leadership and commitment to strengthening the state's energy sector, noting that the project would improve electricity supply, stimulate investment, create jobs, and expand the state's revenue base. Ikmo Musa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Edo State Deputy Governor Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa has paid a glowing tribute to the former Deputy Governor of the state, Dr. Pius Igbirame Odubu, and his 69th birthday celebration, describing him as an exemplary statesman whose enduring legacy of service continues to inspire leaders across generations. Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, in a statement issued by his Chief Press Secretary, Friday Agedo, says Dr. Odubu's distinguished career in public service has been defined by integrity, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the growth and development of the state. In the congratulatory message, the state deputy governor stated that the former deputy governor's years in office remains a reference point for purposeful leadership, humility, and dedication to the welfare of the people. The deputy governor expressed gratitude to God for preserving the former deputy governor's life and prayed for continued divine guidance, sound health, and wisdom. He also wished the former deputy governor a joyful 69th birthday celebration and many more years of impactful service to Edo State, Nigeria, and humanity. Away from Edo, let's take you to Kano State, where the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency has destroyed over 12 tons of illicit drugs in Kano State, reaffirming its determination to curb drug trafficking and abuse. The exercise underscores the need for sustained collaboration among government, security agencies, and communities in the fight against illicit drugs. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim brings us details.
Over 12.2 tons of cannabis psychotropic substance and other illicit drugs seized through intelligence operations, raid and airport interceptions were publicly destroyed by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency in Kano State. Deputy Zonal Commander of the NDLEA, Ahmad Mohammed, said the exercise demonstrates the agency's unwavering commitment to protecting lives and dismantling drug trafficking networks.
Let this event serve as both a warning to those in the drug trade and a hope for those struggling with addiction that recovery is possible and help is available through our counseling and treatment programs.
Commander of the NDLEA, Kano State Strategic Commander CN Dairu Haya Lawal says the command has intensified intelligence-driven operations leading to the hundreds of arrests, several convictions and dismantling of major drug distribution networks across the states.
There is no sanctuary for you in Kano. Our response under the War Against Drug Abuse, that is WADA initiatives, is a multifaceted.
Representing the Governor Abba Kabir Yusuf, the Secretary to the State Government, Alhaji Umar Farouk, said the State Government is strengthening efforts to combat drug abuse and crime through increased security deployment, rehabilitation initiatives, and continued support for the NDLEA.
Let us be very clear, it is the physical demonstration of a firm, sustained, and humane policy to deny criminal networks the ability to poison our communities.
The NDLEA and the Kano State Government have pledged to sustain collaboration with the relevant stakeholders to curb drug abuse, protect communities, and secure a safer future for the younger generation. From Kano, Abdul Ibrahim, ITV News.
For more stories, let's go over to Lagos, where Patricia is on.
Many thanks, Charity. Here in Lagos, one of Nigeria's foremost businessmen and son of the Esama of Benin Kingdom, Chief Bright Igbenedion, has celebrated his 65th birthday in grand style. Aigboje Kwara reports that the Lagos residence of the celebrant was filled with dignitaries from across Nigeria and beyond, who gathered to honor his remarkable achievements.
Initially planned, private family celebration turned into governors serving and former lawmakers, business leaders, friends, and family members. The elder brother of the celebrant, Chief Lucky Igbenedion, and his brother and former chairman of Ovia North East Local Government, Charles Igbenedion, described Chief Bright Igbenedion as a gentle, respectful, and compassionate man. They prayed God's continued blessings, good health, and many more fruitful years.
Much. I wish him happy birthday, good health, and long life.
All the guests, including the managing director of ITV and radio engineer Elvis Obaseki, congratulated Chief Bright Igbenedion on the occasion of his 65th birthday, describing him as accomplished and understanding personality.
It's a thing of honor to be part of this gathering. Everything Uncle Bright does is with intentionality.
What was initially planned as a private family celebration turned into a high-profile gathering, attracting prominent personalities from different walks of life. Among the guests were former governors serving and former lawmakers, commissioners, special advisors to state governors, captains of industries, managing director of independent television and radio engineer Elvis Obaseki, business leaders, friends, and family members. Congratulating the celebrant, former governor of Edo State and elder brother of the celebrant, Chief Lucky Igbenedion, and his brother and former chairman of Ovia North East Local Government, Charles Igbenedion, described Chief Bright Igbenedion as a gentle, gentle, respectful, and compassionate man. They prayed God's continued blessings, good health, and many more fruitful years.
We wish him all the prosperity that he has for himself. So thank God for today. I'd like to bless God Almighty for bringing this special day about.
I love you so much. I wish him happy birthday, good health, and long life.
Also speaking at the event, guests including the Managing Director of ITV and Radio Engineer Ivis Obaseki congratulated Chief Bright Igbinedion on the occasion of his 65th birthday. He described him as an accomplished businessman and an outstanding personality.
It's a thing of honor having to be part of this gathering. Everything Uncle Bright does is with intentionality.
Bright is intelligent, he's a great son of the Esama of Yoruba.
Thank God for his life, and thank God for his magnanimity. He's a man of God.
The celebrant's wife, Reverend Barrister Mena Igbinedion, and their son, Uyosa Bright Igbinedion Jr., expressed gratitude to God for the success of the birthday celebration. They describe him as a loving husband and caring father.
Bright, my husband, is a wonderful man. He's a man I've been married to for 37 years. A man that gives you peace. My wish for him is a new beginning.
So great memories, prosperity, ease of passage, and peace of mind.
The celebrant, Chief Bright Igbinedion, expressed appreciation to God for his grace over his life. He paid glowing tribute to his father, the Isama of Benin, His Excellency Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Sarah Igbinedion, saying the values, discipline, and training he received from him greatly enhanced his success as a husband, father, and businessman.
I feel really blessed. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my father for the great support and the way he has taught us, and we learned a lot from him. So thank you, my dear father. God bless you. I feel extremely great, and I don't feel 65 anyway. I feel a lot younger than 65, so it's a great day.
The high point of the celebration was the cutting of the 65th birthday cake by Chief Bright Igbinedion, flanked by his wife, children, his brothers, Chief Lucky Igbinedion, Charles Igbinedion, other family members, friends, and associates. There was lavish reception for guests and family members. From Lagos, Aigboji Horia, ITV News.
Congratulations to the celebrants once again. At this point, we'll take a short break, and when we return, we will continue with the rest of the story. Stay with us.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us still on the network news. Moving on, His Royal Majesty Obayaware II, the Omonobanedu Uku Akbolokbolo, the Oba of Benin, has directed the traditional worshippers to invoke ancestral powers against kidnappers, bandits, and other violent criminals as part of efforts to address the rising insecurity in the state. Traditional worshippers gathered at the Oba's Palace in the city on Thursday to carry out spiritual rites ordered by the Oba of Benin. Dressed in traditional regalias, carrying symbolic spiritual objects, participants processed into the palace ground where they poured libations and performed rituals invoking ancestral spirits to place curses on kidnappers, bandits, and other violent criminals. The ceremony follows the monarch's earlier directive to traditional priests, priestesses, and healers to revive the ancient method to protecting the land and complement government efforts to tackle insecurity. Head of the Ways Palace Group, Chief Osenwota Igwezigbon, said that the exercise was initiated in response to growing insecurity across Edo State and Nigeria. The chief priest of the Ayelala deity, Clement Edegbe, expressed confidence that the spiritual intervention will expose criminal collaborators, while the Oyoba of Benin, Chief Isaac Ohafua Ogienese Ohafua, said that the traditional rites were aimed at strengthening the land against insecurity. The Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Professor Idia Ize Iyamu, has expressed gratitude to God and Ahanorolo family for the generous donations of a state-of-the-art library and lounge facility dedicated to the institution. We'll take a short break on the news. More details shortly. Well, thank you so much for staying with us on the network news. Moving on, the Chief Medical Director of the University of Benin Teaching Hospital, Professor Idia Ize Iyamu, has expressed gratitude to the Ahanorolo family for the generous donation of the state-of-the-art library and lounge facility dedicated to the geriatrics ward, named in honor of Pa Jeremiah Oluoma Ahanorolo of blessed memory. Joy Obarisiagbon brings us the details.
Pa Jeremiah Oluoma Ahanorolo Geriatrics Library and Lounge. In the name of God the Father, Amen. In the name of God the Son, Amen. In the name of God the Holy Spirit. Amen.
That was the inauguration of the state-of-the-art library and lounge facility aimed at enhancing the quality of life for elderly patients in Edo State and foster meaningful social interactions. In her remarks while inaugurating the facility, Professor Idia Ize Iyamu highlighted the significance of the contribution, pointing out that it represents more than just a physical space.
This facility is more than a physical space. It reflects a belief that caring for older persons extends beyond medical treatment. It requires an environment that promotes comfort, dignity, relaxation, recreation, social interaction, and meaningful engagement.
In his remarks, spokesperson for the family, Dr. Richard, expressed gratitude for the exceptional care provided by the hospital to their late father, prompting the family's decision to give back.
For 3 weeks, my father was here. He enjoyed good health. He recovered his strength. He spoke to his children. He spoke to his grandchildren. He did video call. He was a very happy man.
Today marks another historic milestone with the commissioning of the Elderly's Lounge and Library, the first facility of its kind in the healthcare institution in Africa.
The event was graced by notable dignitaries, including family members of the donors, as well as Pastor Osagie Ize Iyamu, chairman of Uniben Trust Development Fund, and Professor Eddie Eragbe, who represented the Vice Chancellor of the University of Benin. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
University of Benin have emerged winners of the final of the maiden edition of the Prince Richard Ahanorolo SAN Moot Court competition held at the Ace Juria Court, Faculty of Law, University of Benin. Usemodiama Osage report that the grand finale featured a keenly contested legal battle between students of the University of Benin and Igbinedion University, Okada.
A moot court is a simulated court proceeding in which law students argue hypothetical legal cases before a panel of judges as a practical exercise to develop courtroom advocacy, legal research and oral argument skills. The final between University of Benin and Igbinedion University Okada saw students argue the hypothetical case of Adebayo Kunle versus the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the theme Legal Advocacy in the Age of Cybercrime.
My lord, the appellant has raised 5 issues for determination before this honorable court.
My lord, this appeal arises from the prosecution of one Adebayo Kunle on a 4-count charge of unlawful access, identity theft, computer-related forgery, and cyber-terrorism-related facilitation, my lord.
At the end of the proceedings, the presiding judge, Justice Williams Azigbemi, announced University of Benin as overall winners with 176 points. Certificates of participation and awards were presented to all participating institutions, including Delta State University and Western Delta University, Ogara. In their various remarks, sponsor of the moot court competition, Prince Richard Ahanorolo SAN, and other guests described the competition as a practical courtroom experience for law students.
For coming to do such a very important competition in my honor to mark my 65th birthday. I will give them prizes that we believe that will worth the while for coming to do such a very important competition.
To prepare them for the professional life that they have chosen. It's more like a practice session. Here at the University of Benin, we are not letting up despite strong reputation as a first-rate university. We will continue to sustain the training that we offer our students.
It's very commendable, and I must thank all the universities who have set up their moot courts.
The criminal law section of the Faculty of Law Library was also commissioned in honor of Prince Richard Ahonarogo SAN in recognition of his contributions to legal education. From Benin, Osemdame Osage, RTV News.
Amena Academy and Efedosa Catering Services Nigeria Limited has certified 100 graduates in hospitality management, leisure and tourism services, catering, baking and confectionery, and other creative vocational skills. The graduation held at the Efedosa Signature Hotel along Akpakpava Road in Benin City marked the successful completion of a 6 months free skills acquisition program sponsored by the federal government of Nigeria under the IDEAS and TVET initiative alongside other development partners. Joy Obarisiagbon tells us more.
The vocational training program implemented by Amena Academy and Efedosa Catering Services Nigeria Limited equipped 100 beneficiaries drawn from across Edo State with the National Skills Qualification NSQ Level 2 certificate. Speaking at the ceremony, the coordinator of the Office of the First Lady of Edo State, Mrs. Edesile Okpewolo Anani, represented by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Finance, Investment and Revenue Generation, Mr. Kizito Okpewolo, congratulated the graduates and encouraged them to make productive use of the skills acquired.
Learning the skill is no longer optional, it is essential. However, mastering the modern methods, techniques, and global best practices.
Other guests and stakeholders commended the initiative and advised the graduates to uphold professionalism, innovation, and excellence as ambassadors of Edo State wherever they find themselves.
Learn to start small and grow to the highest peak. Teach other people what you have learned, but most importantly, I want to see beautiful cuisines. Please don't throw the skills. Do not waste it.
The collection and distribution of the starter bags will be in this venue.
Managing Director of Amena Academy and Efedosa Catering Services Nigeria Limited, Mr. Edosa Erobamie, expressed appreciation to the Edo State government and development partners for providing an enabling environment that ensured the successful implementation of the program.
This award for level 2 in hospitality, food and beverage production. NSQ, it is accepted globally.
The high point of the ceremony was the presentation of the National Skills Qualification Certificate to the graduates.
Today I fix the field. They taught me how to do time management.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Elders, children and family of Gabriel Eriyo have appealed to His Royal Majesty Omonobanedu Uku Akpolokpolo Oba Eware II, the Oba of Benin, and the Governor of the state, Senator Monday Ukpewolo, to resolve the Odionwere crisis that is rocking a Ekugbo community. They said that since the death of the former Odionwere, the next person to be installed as Odionwere of Ekugbo locality is Pa Gabriel Eriyo. But some individuals in the community went and installed someone who is not from the locality as Odionwere. Efosa Onwangwe brings details.
Speaking during a press conference, Pa Gabriel Eriyo said while he was in Benin, he often visited his community, interacting with his people, participating in their culture and tradition of Ekugbo locality. Pa Eriyo said recently when the past Odionwere died, elders in the community came to his residence to inform him that the position of Odionwere has been shifted to him, being the most senior elder in the community. He said he served as an Odionwere in the community before he came to Benin City, adding that on the day a meeting was fixed for him to be installed as Odionwere, some youths in the community came to obstruct the meeting, denying him of the position. in a petition addressed to the Oba Palace signed by the Benin Traditional Council on 30th of June 2026, titled Appeal Against the Fraudulent, Malicious, Dubious Act in a Commando-style posture Ojonwere was installed as Ojonwere of Ekigbo locality and the need to revoke it. Counsel to Pa Gabriel Rio Sir Lord Osas Osunde Esquire said he participated as a young child in all necessary rituals, traditions, and culture of Ekigbo. Sir Lord Osunde Esquire said following the installation of another Ojonwere of Ekigbo, it is against the culture and tradition of the Benin for a junior and Odiowe, popularly known as stranger, to be installed as Ojonwere of a place it doesn't belong to.
We beseeched Your Royal Majesty to please intervene on this matter and allow the rightful son of the land of Ekigbo to become the Odionwe. And I also use this medium to beseech His Excellency Governor Monday Okpebholo to intervene in this matter.
Pa Gabriel Yu and his family went on their knees and appealed to Oba Benin, Governor Monday Okpebholo, and elders in the community to come to his rescue as the right Ojonwere of the locality. From Benin, Efosa Uwangwe, ITV News.
You're still on to the main news on Independent Television. We'll take another breather to bring you more reports shortly. The state. Well, thank you so much for staying tuned. Moving on, where the Ogara Study Group, OSG, has issued a global press briefing demanding urgent intervention from federal, state, and local government authorities over an escalating wave of banditry, kidnapping, and killings in Ogara Kingdom in Ethiop West local government area of Delta State. Sunny Duke Okosun completes the report.
In a global press release duly signed by the convener, Reverend David Ogolo, and co-convener, Professor Owenerwona Ewere, the Ogara Study Group said Ogara, once regarded as one of Delta's peaceful communities, is now under siege from armed groups, cult factions, and kidnap syndicates operating freely along the Warri-Saple corridor. The group cited the June 25 abduction of a husband and wife on the Otefe over the Link Road, in which the husband was killed while the wife was released after ransom payment. OSG's incident log also records killings and abductions in Ogarife, Otefe, Ijomi, Ovade, and Koko Junction between July 2025 and June 2026. OSG warned of severe human and economic impact. It said the violence has caused loss of life, trauma, disrupted agriculture and oil operations, and weakened trust in security agencies. The town's status as an education hub hosting Del-South, Delta State Polytechnic, Otefe Ogara, and Western Delta University is also under threat. The group rejected blame on the community and called on the federal government to deploy more police and joint task forces, investigate recent killings, and extend safe school support to tertiary institutions in the area. It urged the Delta State government to reinforce the Ogara Sapele Police Division, integrate vigilantes into state security, and conduct an impact assessment of the area, while calling on Ethiop West local government area to convene an emergency security summit and improve rapid alert infrastructure. OSD stressed that Ogara's traditional institution and civic structures must be recognized as partners in security. From Benin, Sunny Duke Okosun, ITV News.
Returning the household to a safe haven requires the collective effort of government, communities, and families working together to confront insecurity. This was the focus of the 8th edition of Jose Maria Escrivá Foundation annual lecture series held on Tuesday at Ekpoma, the administrative headquarters of Esan West local government area of Edo State. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omeje reports that the lecture series was organized to address critical issues confronting the family and the society.
The 8th edition of Jose Maria Escrivá Foundation's lecture series is an annual event aimed at addressing salient issues bordering on security, empowerment, and family values. Delivering a lecture with the theme, Household Havens, Forging Safer Nigerian Communities Through Empowered Families, the guest lecturer, Mr. Austin Isikweme, said, security is the foundation upon which development is built.
When you talk about making the families a safe haven, the biggest issue that will make that impossible in Nigeria today is insecurity.
Chairman on the occasion, Mr. Sonny Eseogu, alongside the Chairman, Board of Trustees, Barrister James Agbogun, urged participants to apply every recommendations from the lectures to their homes for a better society.
So our duty today is that we will go and take the information we have had today back to the society, to the United Society, in fact, to our family.
Individuals, corporate organizations, development partners, and friends of the foundation to support this noble vision.
Goodwill messages were delivered by several dignitaries, including the Vice Chancellor, Ambrose Ali University, Professor Eunice Omozeje, while the convener, Dr. Jude Obasami, called for collaboration to achieve the desired goal.
The impact that the government has in society, and we know that it is not enough, but the support of foundations like the Jose Maria Foundation, we have a better society.
It's high time the family structure is involved in this security architecture of government. That is the only way we can get it right. And for the government too, Nigerians are not demanding for too much. Do the little and allow Nigerians to come out and give out their best. We just pray that our country will be a better place to live in going forward.
It is expected that after lectures of this nature, the impact will be felt in the society. From Ekpoma, Chris Omidje, ITV News.
The Edo State Security Corps have arrested some suspected street light vendors and burglar in Benin City, the state capital. The Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogun disclosed this while giving an update on the activities of the corps. Jonah Omorowa brings us more.
The Deputy Corps Commander said the operatives of the tactical team of Edo State Security Corps attached to Ego local government area while on a routine patrol along Uselu-Lagos Road on the 24th June 2026 intercepted and apprehended some suspects who were allegedly involved in vandalism of solar street lights located at Uselu-Lagos Road. The operatives apprehended the suspects while they were negotiating to sell the iron materials suspected to have been removed from the vandalized solar street light structure.
So all the suspects we handed over to the police. It is now our duty to follow up to see the end of the case. I've told the men that they should go and make statement to the police how the arrest was made, how they were contacted. And that is the role we continue to play so that we sanitize the state generally.
Who's that? His brother. The young brother? Yeah, what is his name?
Raymond, they call her Black.
Okay.
Similarly, 27-year-old Jude Elims, who specializes in burglary, on the 22nd of June was arrested in Ekosodi by officers of the Corps on a routine patrol with some burglary tools.
When I was caught that time, I have stopped doing those things. I feel very bad.
The suspects and exhibits recovered from them have been secured for further investigation. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
And for more updates in the world of sports, let's move on to our sports desk where Solomon Naina is standing by to give us more.
And on sport news, Senegal midfielder Papa Gueye has announced he will step away from international football for as long as head coach Papa Touré remains in charge following the Teranga Lions' dramatic exit from the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The 27-year-old made the announcement on social media shortly after Senegal squandered a 2-goal lead to lose 3-2 to Belgium after extra time in the round of 16 clash. In a post written in French, Gueye said he would address the team's elimination at a later date, but made it clear he would not play under the current technical crew. The defeat ended Senegal's bid to register their first World Cup knockout stage victory since reaching the quarterfinals of the tournament debut in 2002. Responding to the criticism after the match, Touré defended his decision, insisting the substitution were necessitated by players' fatigue rather than tactical reasons. Nigerian sprinter Godson Ogonebrome has been sentenced to 27 months in a United States federal prison by a U.S. chief judge after pleading guilty to possessing a firearm while on F1 student visa. The United States Attorney Office for the Middle District of Louisiana disclosed this in a statement published on its website, noting that Ogonebrome, who was admitted to the United States under a non-immigrant F1 student visa, is also subjected to removal or deportation from the United States upon completion of his sentence. Stories Authorities had earlier reported Ogene Brume's guilty plea in December 2025 when he faced a potential maximum of 15 years in prison and a $250,000 fine and 3 years of supervised release. As Ogene Brume began his prison term, the Athletic Federation of Nigeria is yet to issue an official statement on the matter. The case served as a reminder of the strict enforcement of U.S. gun law, particularly for non-immigrants on student visa. And that's it from the Sport Desk. I am Solomon Aino.
And with our sports report, to call it a wrap for the ITV Network News for tonight, on behalf of my colleagues, Charity Tanko in Abuja and Patricia Gabriels in Lagos, I am Lawrence Osifo thanking you for being a part of the news. Do have a pleasant night rest. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope! Yari
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
This is Anegbete community situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon. Welcome to your favorite current affairs program, 60 Minutes Nigeria. It's always a delight to have you on the program. Today's program promises to be educative, enlightening, and of course, we'll be bringing you the very latest information as regards the special court set up by the Chief Judge of Edo State, acting on the request of His Excellency, Distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, who threatened criminals during the parade of suspects that he will set up a special court and there will be speedy trial, and threatened that if there is a death sentence, he will not hesitate to sign. That was a threat. And a few days after, he wrote to the Chief Judge of Edo State requesting for the setting up of special courts. That was set up yesterday according to the letter that was signed by the Chief Registrar of the Edo State High Court, that the special courts will commence 1st of July 2026. My name is Egos Agbalao. I have with me a very, very distinguished legal practitioner, chartered arbitrator and mediator, Notary Public of Nigeria, and of course, a political and human rights activist, Barrister Patrick Isiekwene. Nice to have you today.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Okay.
And reviewing.
Okay. And my very first direct question has to do with your reaction to the request of His Excellency, the Governor of Edo State, that special courts be set up to try criminals, especially violent crimes like kidnapping and otherwise.
Well, I'm not surprised because of the issue of courtesan and kidnapping, even say banditry in the states, because it's become very rampant, and the police, other law enforcement agency are trying to address. But what happened last time, I think kidnapping of a woman at the vegetable market, I think that was at the governor. I think when you try to solve a particular problem, you try all you can for a neighbor, it means you have a fundamental problem, which means you have to go to the drawing board. You have to view the issue horizontally, vertically, then critically. And that's what the governor did. If I come up with the idea, there will be you cannot just be talking. I need to take drastic action, because I believe that a drastic illness needs a drastic treatment. You cannot be treating issue of accidents and then treat malaria with levity. That's what the governor just did. He now said that he's going to lead the way. Try and lead the judicial arm of government where they can create a special court where they can to try these menace of involving courtesan and other kidnapping, and that's all. Those two we don't measure. However, involve other criminality, but these two, quote, courtesan and kidnapping, will be tried expeditiously. That was it came up the idea. And the governor immediately he said it. He set the ball in motion. He wrote to the Chief Judge of Edo State that the need for you to spell a special court that will try those kidnappers, foreign kidnapping, and the courtesan. And the Chief Judge of Edo State, Mr. Komboa, do not hesitate, because government, they are one. You talk about misleading harm, you talk about judicial harm, you talk about executive, they are all one. The work is synergy. You like law of emergency. Immediately he did that, sent a letter to the Chief of Edo State. Within 48 hours, the CJ approved it and appointed a highly respected, meticulous judge, A.T. Momodu, to head it. And for now, this one court has been created. For now, and I believe that those involved in courtesan and kidnapping, if they know who A.T. Momodu is, they better leave the state for their own interests. Because nobody will be spared if they want it.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I'm happy for that information, enlightening the public on the appointment of that very respected judge to enhance the efficacy of the court. But I want you to tell us, now, what's the difference between this request of the governor, a special court, and the regular court? What's the difference?
Yeah, the difference is that where this is a special court.
Okay.
Unlike the normal court, conventional court, where they try all manner of matters, okay, civil or other criminal matters. But this one is only for two.
Okay.
Two cases, the issue of kidnapping and courtesan. But the other court can try other, but these two are mainly for this court. So when you are involved in courtesan or kidnapping, directly you are sending to that court, the decision court. I mean, issue of judicial, but also an issue of jurisdiction. If it's Nawuchi, if you think Nawuchi, is according to jurisdiction where such a crime took place. So definitely, Edo South is very, very major within the city here. For now, it's just one court for now. I think that is just the starting point. We can progress to 2, 3, 4, 5, as time goes on. This is just preamble for now. So the regular courts are okay, but there's a way and manner for this way they try their case. It's a kind of what called sui generis. It's just like you have to do you have to put time into consideration. Because the government are appealing for 3 weeks.
Okay.
But you and I know that this is a criminal trial, you have to do capital offense. It's not possible. It's highly impossible. It's like saying that the child will be born within 1 week. You will have to sit down, stand, and walk. It's not possible. It's a criminal trial, and you must put beyond reasonable doubt. Even if they plead guilty, the law is you must put beyond reasonable doubt. You must take them to trial. Even they are certain say that they are guilty. It's not easy. You must prove it, because don't forget, they will not end there. That's why the judge must be very, very meticulous in doing handling the matter, because he has a right of appeal. And if you don't go properly, it goes upstairs. The judge's time and job will be wasted for everything. They will set it aside and throw it away. So the judge must make sure the job is done thoroughly, which I know that the executive might not be understand the money properly how this works. The judge must do his work. So, but all I know that what to do in reasonable time.
Okay.
Yeah, to meet up the request of the governor. But like other courts, try can take them 1 year or 2 years or something I'm trying to say, or 3 years. But this one, I think within a few months, the regular justice is done, because they have the right to appeal. Like what I told you, we have to be careful.
Yes, talking about time frame.
Yeah.
Only on Wednesday, precisely, the news was aired about the Supreme Court becoming a digital arm of Supreme Court applied digital technology in the dispensation of justice.
Yes.
And when you say digital, it means it will be fast, because everything will be computerized. It will be paperless. We know in Edo State, there's a government, the immediate past government introduced the paperless governance, and that was novelty, So the Edo State Judiciary, looking at this special court now, Do you anticipate maybe the use of technology, digital appliances, and all of that?
That's where the government comes in.
Okay.
What is the sector? What is the fund? Because I know the judge I know is trying to do his work. I count on him, he will deliver. You see, but the judge will be ready to fund them, fund the court. Yes, like all this issue of electronic gadgets, it's not money. I go to man it. It's not to those manpower. So the government wants to fund if he meant what he said before, he's able to put in enough money. Able to put in enough money to make sure this thing his mission is achieved, what he tendering. Because you need money to put the court in order for quickly. Because the purpose is for dispense criminal justice speedily. That's the essence.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Barrister Patrick Isekwene. We'll be taking a break now to enable us introduce our very distinguished guest. He's already in the studio, Dr. Elvis Agbonaima. But that will be after this break. It's always a delight to have you on the program, 60 Minutes Nigeria, and I will never forget to thank you for being a part of the program. It's because of you we are here to dissect national issues, especially as it affects the development of Nigeria. I've always said that it takes collective effort to actually catapult Nigeria to higher heights, to enviable heights in the community of nations. Nigeria can become better. We've seen a scenario where people are running away from Nigeria, but we believe that Nigeria can become good, but governance must be enhanced. Now, the issue of security is another threat that is making people to run away from the country, and you see the way they are bringing Nigerians from South Africa. Many of them ran to South Africa, but now they are being brought back. We hope that doesn't happen in Europe, because we have so many Nigerians in European countries. Just joining us is a very distinguished clergyman, entrepreneur, and is also the vice chairman of the Actors Guild, Edo State, Dr. Apostle Elvis Agbonaima. Nice to have you with us today.
Thanks for having me. Well, God bless you.
Okay, so we are still looking at the topic that has to do with the setting up of the special court by the Edo State, request by the Edo State governor to the Edo State Chief Judge to set up a special court to try very violent crimes, cultism, kidnapping, and that court has been set up by the Chief Judge on the request of the governor of Edo State. And Barrister Patrick Isekwene, a legal practitioner, has informed us of the goings-on in that court. What is expected of that court? Speedy trial. Speedy trial. That's the request of the governor. But I'm going to get the opening remarks of Dr. Elvis Agbonaima, because before we talk about the method that Governor Okpebholo was using to actually curb cultism and kidnapping, we'll compare it to this request of a special court. So, Dr. Elvis, what's your reaction to the setting up of special court to try kidnapping and cultism on the request of Governor Okpebholo?
Any country or any state where there is no law and order, there will be anarchy. For me, it is a good and a welcome development. It is a good decision for the governor. But the challenge and our fears is this decision should not become political, in the sense that this court, this special court, this decision should not be used to return political opponents. That is our fear. But in the real sense, to me and to the life of many others Edo citizens, is a welcome development. Because if any state, any country must progress, there must be peace. security is very, very important, because there are a lot of persons who be scared to do business with your state, in your state, to invest in your state, if they feel they are not secure or their investment is not going to be secure. And like I said, it's a welcome development from the government, from the governor, but we pray that it will not turn into politics.
Okay. As a follow-up to that, Dr. Elvis, before now, we used to see demolition of houses. Will you advise the governor to stop that and concentrate on this special court, or they should go pari passu?
I wouldn't advise the governor to stop, but I would advise that, you know, before any building must be destroyed, you know, there should be thorough investigation to know is that place really a crime, you know, a crime scene. If the person, for example, now maybe someone, because it might affect, I believe it's going to affect a lot of persons outside the country. For example, there are some persons outside the country who have a house here. You don't really know what is happening here, you know, and maybe somebody is living in that house. And being that the owner, the occupant of that house live maybe, for example, in Europe, and he doesn't really know what is happening there, and such a house is destroyed, imagine the investment of that person. But destroying the houses where kidnapping scene, or, you know, is, to me, is not a bad idea, but there should be thorough investigation. I advise the governor to continue. And again, it will so help, you know, to contain a lot of landlords these days who don't also care about people they put in their houses just because of money. If you look at the way houses in those states now is so expensive, I don't know whether this is fully a real estate, because I don't know where they want people to pay. Now you see a lot of landlords now, even some people that their houses were built in 1984. They say, well, you know, somebody who just built his house, who bought Smith, a bag of Smith at maybe, for example, 12,500, and somebody who bought a bag of Smith at maybe even 1,000 naira. He's comparing himself, and you just discover that, you know, go and find out what is happening. A lot of landlords have abused a lot of things, and we end up start crying. And so many landlords, I remember those days when you are to, you know, enter a house, they want to know what you do, they want to know, you know, a lot of things about you. But now, agents and landlords, they don't care. All they are interested is, you know, come and pay so money. And at the end, whether they are giving their house to people with a questionable character, it doesn't concern them. All they are interested is the money. If you cannot pay, get out. Another person will pay. And that's why many of them have given their house to kidnappers. You know, you are expecting somebody in Edo State to come and pay 1.5 million for a room and parlor. What is the person doing? Where is he working? You know, are you getting that? And now, that's why some of them too, they now find out that the person they gave the house is a cultist. They are even using their house to initiate people, and now the government discover it. Such a person, if his house is demolished, is a good one.
But Mr. Patrick Sekwene, you've just heard what Dr. Elvis has said. Now, you saw the footage of demolition of houses allegedly linked to kidnappers and cultists. Now that there's a special court, which of course you have explained the way it operates, in your advice to His Excellency the distinguished Senator Monday Okpebholo, should he concentrate on the special court or continue with this demolition? What's your take?
Well, it is crystal clear that since special courts have been constituted and it's now on, it's not yesterday, I think I learned that they have about 3 matters. They started already. Anything had to do with crown, to do with courts and kidnapping, they sent to that court. The state government, the governor, they don't belong to judicial arm. It's executive arm. It only needs to wait for the completion of the judicial arm, the special court. Whatever they decide, if that is because the character offense, you have condemned, the file will be sent to him to stand the execution order. That's where you go to play. It's where the law constitutional powers in. It's not until you beg for your ask for. That's why it's a constitutional rule. So since there's a court now, it can't be doing it. It's the court that will try now to decide whether the president or not. That's right, like I told you that. Even when there's a constitutional statement for such case, defendants, you still must go into trial. That's what we said. You must prove beyond reasonable doubt before you convict. Because if you don't go by the law in the criminal trial, don't forget you also have right of appeal. Once the appeal court will set it aside, that trial. So what's the point? So since there's a court now, I think the government don't want to interfere. The first one was just a kind of hurriedly done to serve as a deterrent. Because I had privilege to attend one of the meetings in the government house. When I saw confessions, I was surprised. They videoed them. I want the video you confess. So what do you need again? That means he did it. And the problem is that once you have such a house is found in such activity, it will be brought down. But since the court is there, court will do the needful. It will allow the court to do their work. Because it's better that such a order comes from courts. So by tomorrow you can defend it. Oh, this order of the court. Don't forget. After the governor's tenant office, you can petition the governor to what court, not even go beyond. So somehow to me is as delicate as that. You know, some people can just say in a case of injustice, try to what court? Oh, this is against humanity. When he was the governor, he also used his power to eliminate. You know what I mean? Yeah, genocide, ethnic. They don't raise the issue.
You are a human rights activist.
Yes.
You know, what's your own reaction to that as a human rights activist?
That's why I said I want to be cautious. Since I have to go through court trial, not self-help, not what you think or what I thought. You start me due process that tomorrow, in case of anything, you guys, oh, this is the judgment of the court. And as the governor, I'm expected by my constitutional empowered to sign execution warrant, which I know most governors will always avoid it.
Why do governors avoid?
They don't have it. Yes, you see, a lot of people condemn
because you've seen Governor Kwerulo now. It was part of his threat.
Yes.
To some suspects.
Yes.
That once this special court,
I know the governor will do his best, but don't forget, we are Nigerians. You know, it's not easy because human life is involved here. Yes, I mean, so you might not try to as a deterrent. Yes, but by law requires them that you should charge executed on them. So that must be executed. Yes, but most of them are political, like what I told you, because of some feelings, some plea from different quarters for a particular defendant. It's not as easy as that. So I believe he will hear the political will. Since he's the initiator, he's the architect of this very court. So he can disobey his own order.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll take a break now. I hope you are enjoying the program and the discussion. Don't forget that this program, we also try to set agenda. We try to also ensure that everyone is carried along, because you can't fix Edo State, you can't fix Nigeria without collective effort. You must underline that you and I have a role to play in governance. That's why they say if you see something, you hear something, you say something. Now, I must commend the Commissioner of Police, Edo State, because what I saw today in Benin City, the Commissioner of Police, Edo State, deserves commendation. I noticed policemen doing patrol, disguising. You even know that they're in such vehicles, moving around, patrolling Benin City. I want to believe that it's also extended to other areas, Ekpoma, Edo North, and all of that. I want to believe that. But I believe that the Commissioner of Police, Edo State, deserves commendation for that. The police should continue, should sustain it. And I also noticed members of the Edo State vigilante, you know, the way they were also strategically, you know, located, and that's what we need. Edo State can become a police state, and criminals will run away. But every one of us must support the police, must support the military, must support other security agencies, must support the governor in terms of this security issue. It's not about political parties. It's about the safety of lives. Governance cannot function. Governance cannot be enhanced if there's no security. So public safety is your responsibility, and you must contribute. We'll talk more after this break. Behind the scene, we're just talking about myriads of challenges bedeviling Nigeria as a country. But I've always been optimistic, and my guests are also very optimistic. We can surmount the challenges. We can surmount the problems. It takes willpower from our leaders, and willpower from the led, from the citizens. Everyone must agree that we have a country, and this country must work. This country must be functional. We can't all japa. We can't all leave Nigeria. If everybody decides to japa, who will now fix Nigeria? Who will remain? The health sector is already threatened now. We have statistics of so many doctors who have left Nigeria for other countries. Now, after acquiring training in Nigeria, they now export the expertise to other countries, to fix other countries. So we can't allow that. And insecurity is another threat, forcing so many persons to abandon their communities, their villages, their state, their country. It is very distressing and humiliating for South Africa, who enjoy the support of Nigerian leaders and the people. We remember Sonny Okosu, the late legendary musician. All the songs he sang. We remember great philanthropists in Nigeria who contributed to help South Africa overcome apartheid. Now look at, they said they don't want undocumented immigrants, and Nigerians are affected, other nationals from Africa are affected. If there is security in your country, if there is security, then you can carry out your business without fear. Why would you run away? Well, my guests are in the studio, Barrister Patrick Isekwene, and of course Dr. Elvis Agbonaima, and we are talking about this insecurity, talking about the special courts and the method that was used before now by the governor of Edo State to actually tackle these problems. Okay, now we'll come back to Dr. Elvis Agbonaima. Now, what's the way forward? Are there other ways you think that the state government should support the efficacy of these special courts?
The way forward is for us as a people to be sincere with ourselves, to love Nigeria as a country. Because the difference between Nigeria and America is that an American always think of what he can do for his country, but Nigerians, we are always thinking of what Nigeria will do for us. And that is the reason why when every one of us, many of us have opportunity for leadership, we tend to, misbehave, let me use that word. Now, if we have Nigeria at heart, we begin to work towards the growth, the peace, the unity, and the progress of Nigeria. Now, for this special court to succeed, we must be involved. When you see something, say something. Sometimes when a crime is committed, because this person is connected to us, we tend to shoot the person. We tend to, to cover up. And that's why we are where we are today. If your brother, your cousin knows that is involved in crime, and the day will be caught, you will not side him. The tendency of him not involving in it is there. But when some people discover that his family, his friends, his associates will support him, we try to shield him, his political party, we try to cover him, we are frustrating the state. Even, if you check, in a larger, you discover that even the special court will be frustrated them. But when every one of us, we are involved, we want peace to reign, we want Edo State to be crime-free. Therefore, and we begin to see something, each time we see something, we say something, and everybody in our neighborhood discover that if something is going wrong, don't say it doesn't concern you. Because when problem comes, it will concern you. Now, when people in your neighborhood, everybody in the neighborhood, we are at alert. We are very vigilant. Therefore, we are helping ourselves, helping the state. For me, I want the governor not just only setting up the special court alone, those that will be in the aim of affair, like the judges, the police officer, those that will be working in that special court, they should be well taken care of, so they will not be tempted. Okay. You get it now? The police officer that will be attached to it, you know, the judges, they should, their take home should be able to take care of them, so that there will be not, you know, no temptation from anywhere. Because situation whereby, you know, they are not well taken care of. You know, some of these people involved in crime, some of them, they have been able to loot some good money. You know, they want to tempt the people, the officers. You know, therefore, you know, now there is a special court. Everyone that has one responsibility or the other, you know, to function should be well taken care of by the government, so that the work will be easy for them. They will not be tempted, and the government too should give a body language to the political parties. Because when a crime is committed, crime does not know APC or PDP or AD or NDC. You know, just like when you throw a stone to the market, it can hit anybody. Therefore, when a crime is to be committed, it can affect anybody. Therefore, the government too should give a body language that, you know, whether you are my party, you are not my party, once you are caught, you are caught, once you are involved, you are involved. Because once that body, you know, once that sign, you know, the people could read the body sign of the governor that this matter, anybody that is caught, you will pay for it. I tell you the truth, that the special court will have a less work to do.
Thank you very much. I think the body language of Governor Okpebholo is very, very clear, because we didn't, it was not a press statement.
He should sustain it.
Yes, it was not a press statement that was released. It was publicly, he threatened suspects that he's going to set up special court, and that once the judgment is delivered, he will sign. And they know the meaning of signing, because like Barrister Patrick Sekwene said, there are some governors that shy away from signing. They don't sign. But some, they don't hesitate, they sign. The former governor of Edo State, now senator representing Edo North, Comrade Adams Oshiomhole, has supported the move of Governor Okpebholo regarding the special courts. Don't forget, what you must avoid is don't be charged to court. Once you are charged to court, you take your plea. Start waiting for the judgment. Start waiting for the day that the case will end. That's the mistake so many persons make. They say they don't care. Once you get to court, one day the case will end and there will be judgment. It can be 15 years. It can be 20 years. Sometimes your children will be the one to hear the verdict of any case, maybe a land case or whatever. But this special court, speedy trial is guaranteed. Within few months, judgment will be pronounced. Mr. Patrick, do you have a contrary view to what Dr. Elvis has said?
No. Okay. I think just I want to pick the government. Okay. The government should not to turn it into comedy, because it's a serious matter, and it is the responsibility of the government under Section 14 of the Constitution. It is clear that security and welfare of the people are the primary purpose of government. Yeah. It is their duty. It is their duty. So they clamored, they initiated this special court. So the government must be ready to fund it.
Okay.
It shouldn't give other convention, other courts. This is a special court. So you need a special attention. You don't give it to it. Okay. Finish all otherwise. Mm-hmm. So they don't lack. Two, their welfare. They must be placed in special payments. Again, the issue of the judge might also be endangered because of the nature of the criminality involved, kidnapping and the courtesan. So the judge needs to be well protected, well secured, because we are dealing with all these criminals. They must be well secured. God cannot just hold his hand. Where is to have one only? They need to have about 5 well secured. It's not a joking matter because the nature of his office now. You don't need to treat with levity. No, you need to be taken care of, even including his family members. You must, of course, yes, because that's family. This is a special office, so government must do everything to support the judge, so that he can deliver well without fear of intimidation. Because with intimidation, I know what it means. I know what it means, but it's not easy because when you think about your family background, your people, there are times, yes, I had one experience. I was in government. I was the chief justice of I think just of Supreme Court government. There are cases before me that you don't tell me what to do.
Student union government.
Yes, not okay. Yes, that's Supreme Court. You have High Court. I was in Supreme Court.
Really?
Yes, I did it. My government is there all over now. There's some about two almost cost me my life, and one of them I have to be spiritual to save my life. It's not a joking matter. You leave that matter.
But your government as a SUG doesn't have any consequences.
Oh, we don't want to involved.
Really?
Now, when SUG government is removed, probably from a particular block of you, yeah, you remove them, they'll be happy with you. You pay the war. No, I'm not telling you, no, there are so many things I don't want to mention here. So the governor, I know is, that time I go to see Costa Momo, here, CG, how do you survive your judgments? How do you judge like that? That is very mad, very judge. That's why you need to be well protected, taken care of. Including his family members. Perhaps with intimidation, the mama he just oh no, I'm not talking about. Yeah. So the judge I know, like I told you, A.T. Mamadou is a very meticulous judge, and I know he will deliver. Forget once you are there, the best thing not commit crime. When you are there, it's more unfortunate to the latter. He will deliver you are there. Just I trust him.
Are they going to spend more hours? You know, to deliver the judgment?
No, see, you have to. You see, it's not a thing just do overnight. You're not buying television. Okay. You're not buying cars. It's a trial. You must also, you know, those are going to be involved. You are also aware. Those are also going to be involved now. It's a criminal matter now. Yeah. Capital offense. So, you need to. So it's unpredictable, but within a reasonable time. Yeah. Because you must count before you get 100. You can't just say you're from 80 to 100. You must try to the trial. Even the job is not put that, so it's not easy. Okay. They'll do their work.
Thank you very much.
Government will give nice support. Okay. Let the Attorney General of the states be on ground for anything they need to the governor. States they can assist them. Okay. That is the only way this thing can function. Without functioning, I think they might.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick Sekwene. Dr. Elvis, something happened this morning, and it has to do with the palace of the Oba of Benin. You recall that recently our revered Oba of Benin's Royal Majesty also intervened, wanted to stop this issue of crime, and we have always commended him. I also commend His Royal Majesty for that move, where the Okaigele, youth leaders of communities or general of communities, were invited to the palace, and traditionalists, okay, what we call native doctors, you know, well, we call them traditionalists, but in local palace, they say native doctors, you know, those who have shrines and all of that, they were summoned to the palace. And we understand that this morning, very early this morning, curses were placed, you know, against crime, against perpetrators of crime. Now, don't you think this is a very good way that traditional institution is complementing the efforts of the governor of Edo State in tackling insecurity? Dr. Elvis Agbonaima.
This is very much spiritual.
Okay.
I want to say that it's a good development from the palace.
Okay.
But the truth of the matter is that the people there, our Oba invited, majority of them are part of the problem. And let me tell you, sir, when they say curses being laid, as we speak, there are people that will lay curse, it will not work. I tell you the truth. You know, those days, you know, people used to say, well, I want to go to a particular shrine to be able to, you know, prove my innocency. Sir, you can go to some shrine now, you are innocent. They will bribe the shrine. And you are not guilty. You start saying what you know nothing about. It is after that moment your eye will be clear. It has gone beyond that. It's deeper. Just like Barrister said just now, that he went spiritual. Most of these things is deeper than you think. Now, it's a welcome development, it's a good idea, but can I tell you, sir, the problem of insecurity, our foremost leader, who is already late now, said when a crime persists, in a state, in a country, the government has a hand in it. Most of this crime that is committed in different communities, sir, members of the community, some members of the community are part of it. Are you getting it now? Now, kidnapping cannot happen in a community when an insider is not part of it. Are you getting me, sir? Most of these traditional leaders, not all of them, majority of them, they know what is happening. They are part of the crime. You know, I just pray. I am not thinking about the cause they cause. Because, sir, most of the causes are not working again. Because most of them are involved. Most of them, they still have power. That after that causes is released, they neutralize it. I'm telling you. Now, we should just pray to God that these people who are involved are willing to change. Maybe because our Reverend Oba have called them, some of them will sheathe the sword, some of them will stop the bad business. We should just hope so. Not because of the cause, but it should be because, oh, since our Reverend Oba have called them, have summoned them, many of them will change. Some will not still change. All the crime that is happening in different community, in different community villages, some traditional leaders are the one working for them. I tell you the truth. Some of these guys who go to kidnap, some of them go to prepare charms so that they will not be caught. Some of these guys who are involved in courtesy, killing people, some of these traditional leaders back them up.
Okay, maybe you say traditionalists. Some
traditionalists. You get it now? Now, the same traditionalists. Yes, okay, let me give you an example now. Are you aware there are some of these traditionalists that have squad of gangs? Let me stop.
One day they'll be caught. Well, we must again commend His Royal Majesty for that great job. We are very proud of him. That's what Dr. Elvis has also said. We are proud of him for calling the community leaders to the palace. Anyone that decides to do anything bad after that meeting will face the consequences. So we are optimistic that they will have a change of mind, turn a new leaf, and help to bring security, to enhance peaceful coexistence, to make living in Edo State a good one. People sleep with their one eye closed, one eye opened. I don't know how you can sleep that way. That's figurative. Well, Mr. Patrick Sekwene, I think what the Palace of the Oba of Benin has done is commendable, and we hope that things will change.
Well, the Royal Majesty has done his best, and I commend him, I appreciate him for that. See, one thing again is issue of practicability, because it's like asking somebody who stole your something to help you look for it. It will be difficult, because the same people, the same set of people are people who organize charm for them. All these bad boys.
Now they will stop.
No, don't worry.
If they actually, if some native doctors used to do such things, they will stop now, because they will be called to the palace.
What I'm trying to say is that most of them patronize, 99% patronize them for power, for the good for operation. It's like those that take drugs for operation. That's how they patronize. They patronize them, they won't give them the power. So they know that they can also do, they can also neutralize it. Like what Pastor Elvis said, the doctor. They have a way of also doing it way around. You understand me? But may God take at their hearts for a change, like the Oba appeal to them. So let hope so that some of them will change, not all. Because some of them
don't change, you face the consequences.
So that is something. So
that is the issue.
Yes, so
nobody not appeal, it's a threat.
Yeah, so let
us threatening them.
Yeah, so let's
do the right thing.
Yes. So Doba has tried in that aspect. So I believe he has done his own. So palatability is what I can't talk about, because human mind is a terrible one.
Okay, thank you very much. Your concluding remarks, Dr. Elvis Abonaima.
One advice I want to also advise this government is that we should start building institutions instead of building human beings.
Okay.
How do I mean? Now, the easiest way again to curb crime is build institution. Institution whereby you just empower human being, a personality, instead of empower institution. That human being become like a giant, mostly from the political side. That's why you see in different political party, you have people who commit different atrocity, and some of these leaders, they value them. You are building humans instead of building institution. And when you are building humans instead of building institution, then you are encouraging crime. If we want to really discourage crime, we should begin to build institution, not humans.
Thank you very much. Mr. Patrick, your concluding remarks?
Yes, we try to reduce crime to the barest minimum. The government should be involved actively. Then the religious aspect, the churches, and the well-respected leaders, are also involved, because the quick reach syndrome of our youths is also they are affected by it. But they want to get money quickly as possible to buy you know. So all they need to do is that you need enlightenment. That's why various church leaders more involved. Talk to them that this thing is just a temporary something. It's not forever. Don't be overanxious to commit crime to get quick money. Understand me? There's hard work does not kill. That will say laborare et durare. There's no substitute to hard work. So I to encourage all youth to be hardworking. On the other side, please do all you can. You should provide the environment that job can be created. Encourage those industry, encourage people to, to open businesses. Encourage them in way you can, because anyway you can play a role, so that this youth too can be employed. And I don't mind is the devil's workshop. You see, that's why the crime rate is on the high side. But if they engage, it will reduce it.
Thank you very much. I want to thank Dr. Elvis Agbonayima. Thank you very much. Barrister Patrick Sekwene, distinguished legal practitioner, chartered arbitrator, mediator. Thank you very much. Also, a human rights activist.
Yes,
thank you very much. And my viewer, the audience, thank you for your time. This is 60 Minutes Nigeria, where we dissect national issues. And I must say that what my guests have said here is just to encourage government, encourage the judiciary, that they need to work together to achieve success. And for the youths, we commend you. The youths, they have the strength. Government must encourage our youths, provide an enabling environment for our youths to become self-employed, to become CEOs, to become MD of organizations. If the youths become managing director, they become CEO, they now own their own companies, that would be very good, because they will also employ others. So I know our youth can do it. They just need the encouragement, they need the enabling environment. And I believe government officials, they are watching this program, and they have to quickly see how they can engage our youth. We need industries in Edo State so people can work. On that note, I say thanks for being a part. Do have a wonderful weekend. Bye-bye.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hey,
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
àtúwájú abala tó pa Ojúde àtúwájú abala tó pa Ayaba àtúwájú abala tó pa Àlàyé àtúwájú abala tó pa Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
when you check your time now, you go ask yourself, say, what will be time? And time go tell you, say, Udwater o'clock. That will be the name of the program. Udwater, the heart of the matter. I talk him before I go to talk him again. That man talk and say, if, no matter how ant small reach, if you open her, take time, open the ant, you go see the heart of the ant. No matter when we say concern, now we want to look today for our program, when we say we call the heart of the matter or Udwater. My name is now Thomas Sado. I say welcome to the program. One thing when we say they help us for our streets, them, our roads, them, for any country, anywhere in the world. Now be the one we say concern people. They want to say they help us, they control traffic. They make sure say everything when we say you do for start traffic, you work out where. But we come they ask ourselves, so how this thing they happen for Edo State? Because the one we get for Edo State, that be the Edo State Traffic Management Agency, when we say we know as ESMA. So this matter that we want to look today. And the only person when we say go fit answer us questions, the one we say concern ESMA. Now be the managing director of the place himself, when we say they call Honorable Stainless Ijegede. Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much. My people, I salute you. I greet you now well done.
Okay, and we salute you too when we say you come.
Thank you very much.
Make our first start like this. How the work they go when we say concern this traffic control and management for Edo State?
It will go fine by God's grace. You know, we have to manage the people, we have to manage the traffic system. You know, traffic is on its own, seen as a non-entity. But people who direct, people, for example, drivers, those ones, they are human beings. So we have to manage the drivers, we have to manage the vehicles themselves that are even, when we say they're not be human beings, and we have to manage the environment.
Okay.
Now, so the work just be.
But let's say they only see many of them for town again as we see them before. Because yes, so many people don't come up for the system, they don't do replacements, or don't travel abroad. Maybe one or two don't get reason to leave the system because no matter what, the work when they do now, and government give you work when they do. Government fit say, okay, this one they do, so you don't do, I just can't do another bigger one. You don't understand? That means you go still leave this work when we say they do be that for somebody else. So if you get reason why they say they come out. But we can say the number of people what would they see as ESMA policemen, then if we call them now, open with the police now. So we know they see them as much as before for different streets. What thing they happen?
Okay, now true you talk. When Governor Okpebholo resume work, and when we start work, we see say the number when it day, it not be like the number when it day before, the time when they start. And for any system in employment cycle, so many things now they bring down manpower. Either people resign, people don't retire, people die. So now they be. And government get what they call bureaucracy. That government get due process, they get system. It not be like as I they drive, they go now from here, they go maybe my driver for road, he say I tire, not they walk again. I feel employ driver for them. But government owned, it not be like that. It get what they call due process. And when Governor Okpebholo will come, we go here say different ministries, they don't they employ, they go. He not just put at random, say every ministry, every agency, make una begin the employ, make it be like a new Benin market. No. Now turn by turn. Now then. So our own now, we don't write, and by God's grace, it don't reach our turn now. So all those problems when people they see, so we not plenty, very shortly we go plenty. And make people that time when you don't full road, make people not come to talk say we don't too much. Although now so we go down. Make we feel service everywhere. So it go reach the time when we go come plenty again, even more than before when we start. Now that system now we won't do. Now so we won't employ.
Because because the thing they take time now. So when we say you don't come now, you don't do there for so many months now. If at least over a year now, if I don't make a mistake, I don't expect it by this time they don't take care of those things. But you get one to when we say yes, I want to see even the few ones when we say the day now. It get them difficult to do the job. Vehicles when we say the day, we need to see vehicles again. Number one. Number two, the ones when visit the day, so sometimes if I use like a run follow that vehicle, maybe I feel run past the vehicle and all of that. So I call to ask myself, waiting they happen. And besides, when I come in office the other day, I say some of the motorcycles they won't be so now get plenty. They day for back, they won't be so now they work again. Why they can't be like that now?
Those those motorcycles when you see so, none of them they even walk when we come. So those ones when you see so, they walk now. Now we repair them. When they come, they walk so.
Okay.
And motorcycle, when traffic officers they use, it not be like the ordinary motorcycle for street. It should be in form of power bike.
Right.
So not be the ordinary motorcycle. Last time somebody they say they don't give motorcycle to Edo State security, this and that. Our motorcycle with their own not be the same. Our own are specially designed type. So we don't also book for them, and governor will give us. And by the time he give us, we'll not go see them. But one message they say, those ones when you see, they were not even working. We refurbish them to be working. That's why they work now. And we are still on the process of even the ones that are down, one by one, we will repair them before we get new ones. And new ones will come. And I have been given that promise.
Because I want to take you go back to this personate thing, because they worry Edo people well. Whether you like them or not now. You go say now this special marshal people or task force people now they call the do traffic control now. If it be task force people, you can say now vigilante, they do traffic control and all other kind of thing. We can ask ourselves now say, for this long, how long will it take us when we say we want to do the traffic on? Because whether we like them or not, we want traffic in Edo State. And I make them put you there to make sure say traffic in Edo State, it work out well, it is smooth, till the work out really well. If like say you forget to remind governor, say you write one letter to the writer when we say you go take care of.
That is not true. It may be, if it be true, say they see security outfit and they see task force for different places. And they think the mistakes say maybe na traffic walk na then they do. Apart from ESMA, you don't get any other person or any other body when the law give power to do traffic job. So not be traffic.
So what can they do? What can they do to remove them off our street?
Not be traffic job, not be that they do. There's what they call division of labor. For example, recently you saw, you will see MOT, Ministry of Transportation, then get task force. You get one other task force, security task force. You get so many of them. Then local government, they still get their job, e.g. park issue. So when people see them, they enforce park issue. That is to say that they tell vehicles, say, no carry passenger for here, go to the central park. People, they mistake them, say that they do traffic job. That will not be traffic job. If you say, why we will stop them or remove them for road, there is division of labor, as I said. And if you look, for government, there are three arms of government, tiers of government. Make us say three tiers of government. You get federal, you get state, you get local government. Local government get their duties. State get their duties. Federal get their duties. All those duties like tenement rates, park issue, task issue, that's not their job. If they call road, can they do that one? You know me say that they do traffic job. So when I see them for road, not the traffic job that they do. At times I even see them. They enforce park on drivers when no one go central park, go load for them and go drop passengers for them. When they drop passenger all about. Now that one then they do not be traffic job. So people they mistake them saying a traffic job that they do. So
if when they start from middle of road, you tell me to make pass like this, make pass like that.
No.
Okay.
Maybe for prison, that prison area. Some of the times you see them they stop for road and they tell me to say pass here, pass here. What thing then they do? Then they tell most bosses, say, don't go to the ring road. Follow, I don't know, is it, what do they call that?
Street.
Follow there, go Central Park. Now then they tell them, when they see that they divert vehicles, not the traffic job that they do. Then they direct them, go Central Park. Let them go there, go discharge their passengers and load there. So when people see them, once they see them divert people, they say, na traffic job that they do. Not the traffic job that they do. No any other person gets right to do traffic control activities for Edo State. That word control, they don't get that right.
Okay.
So nobody is doing it. We they see the monitor. We they arrest some people when try to cross borderline. I don't know whether una they aware. We see some people when wear shirt or reflective jacket. Say there be one task force or the other. We go investigate them. We see say they not be task force people. We they arrest some of them. And the one when they go cross borderline, won't do traffic job. We they tell them, say, sorry, this area not be your job. That are the ones when even be say then send them. The one when they not sent with the arrest. The one when they send say go cross park issue. When they cross the borderline, we tell them, say, sorry, not be this area, be your work. So make you stop. If you even look, you there aware say get some task force where be like say government stop for the time being for recently. Now reasons make all those things they happen when they hear them. So when they cross borderline and we be it be like legislators, executive and judiciary, the way that they take check each other.
Now the different arms of government now.
The way that they take check the check and balances for people when they do government and they read book. Now so we see they do check and balances. When you cross your borderline, we go say no. Now here, now your boundary reach. But when people see them, then they think say, nah, ESMA job now that they do. You get the job when they do. Some of them they collect. I dey see some people they collect whether na daily ticket or something. These drivers, you know, they are supposed to pay some rates to local government. You are aware of that through park and all that. So if local government comes out to ask them, come and pay your park levy and all that, you go see them they talk to drivers, that they get confrontation with drivers. That is not to say that na traffic work that they do. No. So we have transport and transportation. We have traffic. We have local government. So we they do our job separately.
Okay. At a point, everybody get the work when we say they do, like you said. Now I make a like say you know I say those guys when we say they for around that Cancer Play Road by prison yard there for near opposite the hospital. They direct people there. They pass the side, go Central Park. People know they like to go Central Park again now. And they tell you now, because when they go to Central Park, they only load more than once or twice for the whole day. But for Ring Road now, they load vehicles for that place. They open it there. And I believe say your agency supposed to go there, drive the commercial, do not park indiscriminately here, number one. And secondly, you know who's supposed to park, so they carry vehicles, they carry passengers there. If you go back, if you come, when they come just now, I should say you go past Ring Road, you go agree with me, say that place they chaotic. You don't understand? And if you go now, you go past there. And that Ring Road might be one of the best in Africa. That Ring Road BC did there. But the way BC they come, they allow these people come, they drive motor for there, and they pick passengers for there now. They come like say ESMA, don't give them some kind of license to they carry passenger for inside Ring Road there. Why they want to be seen on the force, I mean they go inside park and don't they see passengers to carry?
That will not be true. What I say not be true, be say then give them license to load for Ring Road. Nobody give them license. Anybody when you see when they load for Ring Road, will they arrest them? Will they apprehend them? Will they carry them and go our headquarters? That's why some of them you go see say at times you go be like say that they fight with ESMA. Maybe you go see some places you go even see video. It be like say ESMA and drivers they fight. Now enforcement now they cause that one. For Ring Road now you go say come out here, not load for here. Because they know say ESMA know they carry gun, they know they fear ESMA. By the time we want say you must come out here, some of the time their union go come, their supporters go come. You go see something where it be like fight. But when they start to fight us, when we dey defend ourselves, na people dey say ESMA dey fight, they go do video. No be say that now you dey say why we not dey arrest them? We dey arrest them. If they even resort to fight at times, and when the fight start, social media practitioners and some of the media houses, now they go come dey back them up, say ESMA dey fight them. Now enforcement when you dey talk so, now we be one do, then go convert them to fight. So we are doing enforcement and they fight us.
That one take me back to one video when we say they trained.
Yes.
When we talk about social media, we see for the this thing now, when we see some ESMA boys on uniform, you don't understand, on uniform, they okay, man just say I see them in the fight, but I see them say they drag. They will accuse one of your people of biting a driver for back. And you see, the guy is showing for the video.
If you look that video, you will see say now the complaint you see not be the fight.
Okay.
I watched that video from the beginning to the end. Even you went talking so. Watch the video from beginning to the end, whether you go see fight. Now the complaint, now you see for there. Now the say person complain say they fight, and if you look, now ESMA officer, now they even beg the man when pull shirt say, I beg make you go your motor, make you go. He said they bite him, they fight and they do it. Up to today, you see where they fight. Person, that they fight, you know, do recording. They fight finish, they do record, say they fight me. And you know say full everywhere. And at the scene, then still they. You now, did you see the fight? You yourself when you ask me the question. You see the video, did you see the fight? Me don't ask you question now.
I want to ask question here.
So you not see the fight. Somebody came to complain in order to whip sentiment. So when you read human psychology, you get one video what happened this morning. One woman lie down for ground, make people come dey pity am for police station.
Okay.
After they commit offense, make people come dey pity am, and very soon the video go dey circulate. You go say they don't kill am. E come be like say the woman die. The woman na enter motor by himself go police station. Na he come down by himself. They reach there, he lie down for ground, they pretend say he die. So these are things people do to whip sentiment. So that fight when they talk so, you not see the fight. Now complain you see. For us, we are not trained to fight. We don't fight. I have said it. I don't talk am so many times. They're not trained us to fight, but nowhere when the law not allow person to defend himself. You know, if you put your eye down, make person come put iron, make you get one eye. So you go remove the iron, say not put iron. For now be self-defense. And for law, self-defense, na even defense for law. Say, now because of self-defense, make you not kill me. Now make me do like this. Now make me do like this. Even for law, self-defense, now defense itself for law.
Okay.
So we must defend ourselves, but we not dey fight.
Okay.
If they attack us, we go defend ourselves.
Okay. Make I take you go back to some of the things that when Bison not take the walk. Because I've heard you talk about the bike that time, you don't explain the bike own and the rest of that. In the course of our talk at that time, I put man for the vehicles, the one Bison that they use. And I put say the vehicle they're so bad that maybe if I run, well, if you take let it run past the vehicle. And the number, they never went there for road again. Because I remember that time, we say former government or previous government, they went to say day before when they buy vehicles given now, without agency, they're plenty small. We don't see any of them. And the only one or two when we say we see now, even their states, maybe the one we say, say you go clap hands for say good.
You are right that our vehicles are old. It be like now we even take start. You can't say our vehicle, if they run, you go feel overtake them. Remember, so we're not supposed to pursue anybody with vehicle. So not be run.
That's the block road.
And they come. Not be run. Not being we they take the vehicle they run. We not they take and do race. They not be racing car. So not the vehicle when they run, we they find. Vehicle when they move, they doing work. Now we they find. Now you say we they take the vehicle block road. We know they actually block road. When we they do enforcement, maybe one vehicle you don't commit offense. Then they do every traffic offense now cosine criminal offense.
That one a big grammar.
Traffic offense now small offense against government and the people.
But if it lead to death.
But you not reach.
If it lead to death.
And they come there. You not reach the war where person carry gun they kill people. But some of them, na serious offense, like if they take motor kill somebody now. So such person, you go dey desperate to arrest a criminal. So now at times we see say be like say them block road. Everybody they do one. Now crime fighting. You know, now offender, you want to arrest offender. There are processes for you to be able to, otherwise people go they commit offense, they run. So you must devise a means to apprehend an offender. That is one of the means to apprehend an offender, but it's done with caution and with that they do it, that they take care, they do it, and that they remember safety for mind, human feeling, and that they do sympathy for inside, and that they use sense for inside. That is why, you know, they hear of head on collision, say motor face to face and jam each other and all that. But some of them, when you now stop them, say stop, they will take motor, they harass you. When you now see all these things, make you see the help us, they report them, because crime, now everybody they join hand, they fight them. When I see some media houses, they criticize the people when they enforce law. I go come they say, why? But not be every action, not be every action from a law officer, not being then do in the right manner. If we see the one when they not do well, even we they punish who not behave well for our system. Now so it be.
Okay. I want to look this other matter when this is it concern us. Before today, talk and say driver when they say you know drive well, or you know do something well. I know be your matter for here. I'm sure the last time say if they catch them, if they drive against traffic, especially traffic, they go carry and go psychiatric hospital.
Yes.
When they go do what they call psychiatric evaluation, when they go test the brain, whether the brain correct. Maybe now it's supposed to be 2, can't go be 4, it's supposed to be 8, can't go be 9, and all of that. How many people are done arrest when they go carry go to psychiatric hospital? Since when you say you assume office, or not don't throw away that idea.
What we they do mostly, na training. We get our training center. When you know say na law, na set up our agency. And the law when set up our agency, na Nigeria Constitution and Charter on Human Rights, na senior the law when it set up ESMA. So the law when set up ESMA, anything when be say it did inside that law, when you know say if you do them, you know go come agree with the senior law where they feel call grant norm, what they feel call the constitution senior law book. So anything when you did the law when it set up ESMA, when you not agree with that senior law, it means say that thing for inside law when set up ESMA, it not get meaning. Now you go call is inconsistent. But that's inconsistency. Such section is null and void to the extent of such inconsistency.
Okay.
Make I bring them down. See, any such thing when they inside the law, when you not agree with the senior law, now they say it not get meaning, it not go fit to work. So this psychiatric stuff you dey talk so. For our constitution too, we get human right. Where we say there are certain things when if person not volunteer himself, make them do them. Or if na small pikin, in parent or parent applicant, that is parent or the person when they under, you know sign say, oh yeah, make una do this thing. You get what you know go fit do on human being. When you do them, you go infringe on the person's fundamental human right. And court go come in, civil rights body go come in, human rights body go come in. Me, as person when know all these things, you get things when I go fit do, when I go bring law case to this government when not go bring law case to ESMA. So that is, now they are different from so many people because I know both sides. Me, I know both sides. So the thing when law go fit back me up to do now they do. Training, we dey train them for our yard. Now we go pay money for training.
Okay.
So we not go give them their motor. They do that training, they pay for training, pay for certificate.
That's an academy when we say they do.
Yes, the training academy. But the thing when I go do, when you come bring lawsuit against the government, recently somebody sue us. He sue ESMA, he sue me join in my personal name. He sue government, he sue Governor Modeoperu join in his personal name. Sue Attorney General. Those are not things, those will not be waiting person supposed to they see. But when you know say you do on your right, you go say yes, Governor, even though they do, I do the right thing. I go fit defend this one for court. Not the way you go do waiting, you not go fit defend for court. You go bring the name of the governor and the government come take take potopoto statement. Me, I not go do such thing. So the one when I know say if I do and the law go back me if I go court, now that one they do. This one when you talk so, I still they do proper research. I dey look, I dey check cases. Previous cases where court don't decide, how they decide them. If I do this one, they go court. Where if they follow precedent, will I win or I will not win? So those are the things when they do. When this is certain things, waiting I know. Some persons when no one go say, why not do this, why not do that? They know they just carry to do that. That is why, you know, they eat raw yam. You must cook them. Show me one person who don't chop raw yam. Now you get the yam, make it eat and raw. So, you know, they chop raw yam, you must cook them. So now, so I do my work.
Okay, this academy when they talk, so this training or driving academy when we say I guess so. Now to make money, I mean, and to correct this thing because you talk and I say when I go train them, you know, carry them, go there, go train them. When I train them finish, they will come pay money. They'll come to give the certificates. That money, this ESMA now, internal generated body now be, now revenue generating body now be say be.
ESMA itself is not solely created for the main purpose of generating revenue for government. Not be making raise money for government, not being made them form ESMA.
Okay.
Now to correct the society, make life better.
They collect money from the half
and they come now. Now to regulate the society, make it better, now made them set them up. That training, if that training when they do free, will they train drivers free? Will they train so many companies, their drivers free? If not to generate money, now made them set up ESMA. We've not go train person how he go take drive when he not go commit offense, so that he not go pay money. We for the train them to commit offense, maybe they collect money.
Okay.
To show say not be to collect money, now they set that training center up, train people so that they not go to commit offense. So now to train people, but part of the training now punishment to offender.
Okay.
Now where it become punishment to offender, say certain things when you don't know, you must know, and when you're supposed to know free, they give you time to know free. You not do know, you go now pay to know. Now there, now money they call me. For example, abroad, you so many countries, you not go free obtain driving license if you not go classroom, go take training. How many people to go classroom to obtain license for Nigeria? So some persons, with their license, you don't even go anywhere. So that is why such person, when they challenge their license, say, we don't discover, say, you don't even go training before you get license. That training, you will come go on now. So the person will go training, go pay for the training. So now so it be. But if as you do so, you won't come train your people, you will come to us. We go look at the cost of the training. We tell you, say, this is not the cost. Okay. This is not what government go waive. Okay. This is not what government not they waive.
No wahala.
So it's not for revenue generation.
Okay, no wahala. And people ask the word the program is what they call daughter, the heart of the matter. I will deal with the managing director for Edo State Traffic Management Agency, which they call ESMA. Oga Stainless Ijegede. We will come back after we take this small break because that time we go open lines for us. We're gonna call into the program and we're gonna ask some questions there. How it be for mind. Stay with us, no go anywhere. Welcome back. The name of the program now, Daughter, the Heart of the Matter, and they reach you for independent television. Anyway, basically they watch us. By this time now, we will open our lines. Then make it busy. You talk to our guest here. Where Mr. be Honorable Stainless Ijegede. Where Mr. be the Managing Director for Edo State Traffic Management Agency. Where Mr. will know as ESMA. Once you call, you will be part of the program. Ask the question you want to ask. And the number you go take call. We go put the number there, make you stand for the screen. But I will tell you the number now in case now 080 77 77 0300. We go put the number there, make you see the number, make you call into the program 080 77 770300. Once you call us, you don't become part of the program with that. Before we go talk and save, the phone don't ring because this is a very serious matter we're supposed to take. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, my brother Sadu.
I greet you. How would you talk to?
My name is Ovoide.
Ovoide will greet you so much. You now award winner for this our place. They try well.
Thank you, sir. And to help us and help society.
Now, so.
I want to bring some points come out for the Oga. One of them is say, not the only ex-man, the federal or the traffic management
agency
waiting for road. You get the FROSC. You also get the police traffic units.
Okay.
Where they walk for the same road. And if I say this thinking, it will lead to over-concentration of ex-man personnel just on the federal roads. So now there's a duplicity. The company, many of us do the same thing. And the masses know they fit the benefit. Because many of the schools deal within state roads. But if you go, you go see there's no traffic people of the state, not even local government, they to even assist traffic on those roads and also children. You know? Then you look at the operational style. I believe say the organ will fit work on that. You need to collaborate with every other agency. Ex-man no go fit say he won't do police work. They won't use the vehicle, they block road because somebody commit murder or anything to cause more accidents on that road.
Okay.
No.
Okay,
good traffic management.
I want to make you anchor.
Okay, I just want this other point very vital, please. Okay. Now, we also look at the issue of this my wrong. We also look at the issue. Okay. We also look at the issue of referrals. You know, ex-man.
Issue of what?
Maybe referral to say, okay, go to psychiatric
referral.
Yes. Ex-man job is not a licensing agency for traffic. To say, oh no, we go do referral before we release your vehicle, or we go give you tax, which you go pay by yourself. Now only one determine the tax. Now only one will say you go pay am. You know, you don't get any right to get a redress or the operating in school. No, some of these functions, they need to collaborate with other agencies.
Okay.
So that.
All right. Brother, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You hear what you say, that's my brother talk now. First, there been many things then come out. The first talk about, say, for our schools then, when we say people they pass, most of the schools, when we say road they pass there, will not get ESMA officials there to help control traffic for this our children. And we don't hear stories of people that when they even get accidents there. You understand? That's number one. Number two, see now they collaborate with other bodies. Less than they work in isolation. That one are true. But before you say you go answer that question, make I take on that one or two more calls. So you go put all of them together. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, I want to call you for this Gota program.
We're there with you. What will be your name? Where they call us from?
I'm from Benin. My name is Jambu.
Jambu from Benin. Talk to us.
Hello?
We're there with you. Carry on, Jambu.
Okay. What I saw to say this is what they talk about. So, well, hello?
Carry on. They hear you. Carry on.
When we say they will hide for back of under traffic light. they will sign picture, they'll go the money for phone. That's a criminal offense. I don't go to that now. Yeah, they also put measure things if you want to pay and I do this what they call walkie-talkie. You know, they can also put to don't get that also. Somebody will go ahead of on that camera. They will have under they go have one small kiosk. It's not that kind of it don't make sense.
Okay, thank you so much. It's even the time when they would try to even control traffic. Now they would try to solve crime. Una make they control, they cause more crime or they commit crime. When they go, they hide under some places. They snap people. They could before they go to the other person, they block up from that side. So you add that to the first two questions when I talk about collaboration with other agencies and traffic. What is the or as my people won't be done they see for where EBC schools them day.
Okay, thank you very much. For collaboration, we dey collaborate with other agencies, the police, the road safety, the Edo State Security Corps, and the one people wrongly branded as yellow fever then, as them brand us Apakom is our police. We are very happy about that.
I agree for that one.
We agree. We adopt that name. So we dey collaborate together. But one thing, I talk of law just now. We dey collaborate well, and nobody don't even reason somehow to say Federal Road Safety Corps and ESMA, they even supposed to they work for the same place. They even get exclusive jurisdiction. For us, we dey manage the whole Edo State. If we not get collaboration, it gets some areas where we're not supposed to work. It gets some areas where they're not supposed to work.
Okay.
But because of collaboration, we they work together. We not they discriminate, say, no enter here.
Okay, what about the one we say you get to do with schools then?
No, that's the second question now. Then the school area, we they post, for Benin, we divide zones. Inside Benin here, we have 12 zones. And outside Benin, we have 2 zones. One for Edo South, Edo North, one for Edo Central. But for Edo South,
those one for Edo North and Central, see they work?
Very well.
Because that's not only for Edo South, they see them. Soon now for around Ring Road.
Because now
Ring Road, we know they see them.
Because now here you did, now make you this. You can't see from here. If you live here, you go see them. Okay. Now, for here, we get 12 zones scattered about. We cover all those 12 zones. So the schools, when they those areas, we they post people go there. Especially the one when they near road. You get some schools when they off road, when they for corner, where motor not the quick pass.
Where traffic daylight.
Where daylight. That is why we choose priority. Where we post.
Then you come to see when they post. So when you don't agree with me at the beginning, say yes, and don't get people there when they say don't get enough.
I not say
when you come, they get staff.
I not say we not get people.
It's not get enough personnel.
Yes,
I said personnel at the post they go there.
That now one thing when brain they do for somebody. We have roster. We have a way of drawing our roster. There's if before you can manage a place, you go even learn human capacity management. So when you learn that, you know how to post your men, and how to juggle your men, and how to assign responsibilities. So we get people to man that place. We dey post people go schools. But when we post person go, and if we know say he not go there, we get report. We dey go there. That is why we get monitoring department. We get provost. They drive around to go see whether each person they in
their duty posts.
Their duty post. If we catch person when not their duty post, we they punish.
Okay.
So
because of time, I'm many calls them. They call. So people they hide.
But at the same time, there's no way. I'm a man that speaks the truth to anybody. At the same, in the same vein, there is no way that manpower insufficiency, there is no way when we say as people not plenty, so you not go still reflect for the number of people when they work for schools.
Oh, okay.
So you go still see that small deficiency. But to say we neglect that area at all, we not neglect them.
Okay.
So we dey cover them.
So the other crime.
So now when you report, we go intensify effort again to look whether the people they really go there or they not they go there.
Okay, the other one we say you talk to people they commit crimes, they hide, they go to take pictures and the rest of video. How what you want to talk to that one? Because the guy they asked the question just now, you they laugh.
You know, the reason why they laugh. Somebody suggests, say, how do you apprehend person when beat traffic light? How you go to apprehend them? If you not stop them, it means say you go beat traffic light, you go go. But one thing when we not they take seriously for traffic light, if you see accident when it happen because people not obey traffic light, you go. In fact, you go even pull your shirt, fight some
traffic light when they talk. So how many of them they work for Biden? Most of them they work for Biden.
We will come to that now. Let us first address. I will address them together. So for traffic light, what they talk now be say make them not enforce law of traffic light. I hear you very well. Now the answer. So just give me time.
Okay.
You say that they hide. Normally, traffic light now to take the physical work of human being when go stand for road.
Yeah.
If traffic light they work, somebody still stand for road, go they take hand they direct. You go confuse person because person not go know who you go obey.
But that is the happen of First Junction now. And they see traffic light they work there, or First Junction for Akbaba. Traffic light they work there, your men go still there.
You know what? With a jump from one question to the other now. What you now they see? The traffic light, it show red, it show blue, it show green, it show yellow. Now that one that they see. When you see that, you go see traffic light they work. They see beyond that. If they get some traffic light, when it pass one side 3 times, it never pass one side.
Okay.
For traffic light, it get what they call synchronization. You know, the relay. There are rheostats. There are relays that will make the light, make them work accordingly. As this one they show red, this one they show green, this one. When you see light show red, if they show green, some of them, then they show one person go there one place for a long time. Some of them, 2, it go pass 2 person the same time. That now when you get fault. If we identify that fault, we go now come road.
Okay.
Our physical presence go override the traffic light.
So we start to talk now. We don't get enough of this traffic light when they walk now. And the ones when we say they walk, they don't synchronize with themselves. So you just bless them say they walk.
I did take note. Nothing when not they get problem.
Okay.
When we identify that, because of our training, now we they identify something. When we identify something, we go call road until when effect repair. Not be say if we go bad, they repair them. But one unfortunate thing is not the ESMA get hand for traffic light. I don't talk this one before. Not the ESMA get hand for traffic light. The public not know that one. Government never pull her out for the hand of people when they in charge of traffic light. Give ESMA.
Okay, somebody like, hello, good evening. Hello? Hello? I'm not sure the guy issue with that one. Hello? Okay, maybe when we say
until that person call, the issue of say them day for corner. Now, when you want to, for now, we don't install camera.
Okay, if I say person don't call back. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening. My name is OJ.
Okay, OJ, how you doing?
Fine, my brother.
Where are you from call?
President, I come from Otofure.
Okay, Otofure. Talk to us.
Yes. First, I want to ask my brother, Oga, we just talk for there. They talk about law. I think last year or last 2 years, a lawyer dragged ESMA to court that they don't have right to arrest vehicle and collect money as charges for the hand. And the court grant the applicant that is the lawyer,
yeah.
Yes, and that the man went and collected his vehicle free. And if that court, that judgment for that lawyer, is it meant for that lawyer alone or is it meant for Edo people?
You get another person when they do like that?
No, I think from your station now I hear the news. Now then one person that knows say drag S-man to court, say they don't get right to seize the motor, be the judge, and collect more fine.
Okay.
Which
you hear what he said to that OJ. He say when they fought Ofure, he said there was a lawyer when BC yes because Bila said the way to dress, you just dress like lawyer today. He said there was a lawyer when BC yes he carry people go carry and go court, so they don't get the right to catch them, then give them fine. Blessing and be the judge for our own matter. You know, understand? I'm not the caller because Blas say you never tell me whether I be lawyer. Blas say you are the arbiter in your own case. I don't know what you talk about.
Well, Nemo do best because as well.
You don't confirm and say you be lawyer.
So, thank you, my brother. When I asked that, OJ, thank you very much for that question. One thing, when you be never add, when you add later, I was waiting, but later you add them. Say they not get right to be judge
for their own matter.
For their own matter. And first of all, you say they not get right to apprehend vehicle, find them. That was where you started. Now where you start from. They get the right. They get the right.
But that matter.
They get the right. When they apprehend you, carry your motor, seize your motor, then go take you go court. Now make us get a mobile court for inside our yard. Listen to me very carefully. We get mobile court for inside our yard. But when we still get from, when you volunteer say, I no wan go court, you go fill form say you waive your right of court, you go pay fine.
Okay.
You go waive your rights to court, you go pay fine.
Now they tell people.
So we get.
They tell them first before anything. I be like, you carry the form, come and fill and give them.
The fine ticket. When you commit offense, they will give you fine ticket. When they give you fine ticket, for inside the ticket, you go see the column for it's there.
So now
it's just there. The option is there for you to pay or go to court.
Okay,
if you are not paying, we take you to court.
Okay,
so you cannot, for the man that asked that question, you cannot volunteer, you cannot submit yourself for an act. Whether right or wrong to be done against you, you want to be hard to come to court and complain of that.
Come on, they like, hello, okay, we don't mean because that's they wait for you. No,
so if you agree, say you no want go court, you no go come back again, say they not take you go court.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. I have 3 questions to ask. I know you time you just now OJ they come.
Okay.
The August August, I have when he talk say if they carry go to their office, they get mobile court there. I'm privileged to be arrested, or whether the thing carry me go to their office.
I'm privileged to say they arrest you.
You know why I say I'm privileged?
You never tell me.
Because when you try, what you not really commit, and they force and say you commit and bring evidence, not they carry your motor go there. Should I call it privilege because I don't know how to put on.
Okay.
They carry me, they say my door open. And I tell them, say, one passenger enter, door, as he tried to move, the passenger pulled the door. That was all. Reaching their office, they say 45,000. Then 5,000 for them to teach me how to lock the door. So, that one, they don't tell me, say, go mobile court, go and defend yourself. That is one. Then 2.
You're quick round them up.
Yes. 2. The issue of saying that S-man say they do work. I know this person they work, but you see where traffic light not they work, like a Yarrow, like dancing by Mission Road, like dancing by Papa. If light they work, they go there. If light not they work, they will come for them. They still go there for Papa, waiting for any motor they want, will be door open. Only that boy with this control for Papa, that boy will take because one of the lights in my portion, even though they come from first in my portion, for the way they go set.
Okay, well, thank you, OJ. We thank you so much. So other people go fit call him because that boy when we say for that what they call Akpava there, I see the boy. So I come they make me they wonder say for how long will take repair that DC because that Akpava there, the traffic there, they even they overwhelm the young man sometimes. You hear what he say the boy? This OJ talk about now.
I don't tell you and I don't tell Una say not be we.
He said they're not given the option.
Not be we
to go to court.
Okay, let me for traffic light. No, not be we in charge of repair of traffic light. We do only report to the agency when they in charge. Then the one where you say they not give you form.
They not show the option. So
they not show you the option. Now, one of the reasons when I come here so now for Edo people to hear from me, they go ask question. If you not know before,
you will come know.
I'm not sure say you need to reach ESMA before you know say one thing are right.
Okay.
For inside constitution, one thing are human right. You know that person when come ESMA when say I not dey pay fine. When ESMA carry gun say you go pay fine. ESMA not dey carry gun.
You no tell them with mouth say either you pay or you go court because the only thing you tell me now you see the right hand for there. But now, if everybody just come and say all your offences are still a matter. Now they silent or say you go court.
Now himself they talk so. Okay. Now one side you don't hear. Okay. The officer when he get encounter with her, you not hear from her.
Okay.
So as you talk and so say they not tell you. Let me even take and say.
They not tell her.
Let me take and so. But now you don't know.
Say, like, hello, good evening.
You don't know now, say, from me. You don't hear from me, say, they're not they force any person to pay fine. If you know what pay fine, what government put, tell them, say, I go court. They go carry you go court. Okay. And even if you not tell them, when you refuse to pay, they will carry you go court.
Hello, good evening. Okay, bless that one not clear. If you call back, we go pick
so up. So for you to say,
call up, maybe reduce the volume.
Yeah,
okay,
for anybody who says man not get right to collect fine, they get right. The thing be say they not get right to what the court talk when that man talk that the court say you know go just fix fine the collector when you not take the person go court.
Hello, good evening.
Now court talk. Not be say they not go collect fine.
He said what you did, they say you know go free just give person fine if you know carry and go court. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my brother.
I don't know how they talk to. Now you go be the last caller today.
Okay, Michael, my name.
Where are you from, Colors? Ogbo. Okay, talk to us.
Yes, I want to ask Oga Esma whether those states not get bus stop. Because like that ring road where they talk that they load in anyhow. They don't passenger anyhow, not because of bus stop.
Why not there?
Not different those states.
Okay, thank you so much. It's what I do say don't forget bus stop.
Those states go figure bus stop.
Why the number?
And that one thing. When they inside this government program now, as I they talk, as I they even talk so, through PPP arrangement, a private person is even coming in to build bus stops and is bringing buses to run the way they run abroad, computerized buses. We are discussing with somebody. Those states go figure bus stop, but when you say bus stop, those states get bus stop. What do they talk? Whether they not fit build?
Okay.
I think that's what he wanted to say. We get bus stop now build. Okay. We not build. Now that what he mean. Okay. We get bus stop and drivers know them. Now obey, they not agree obey. We get bus stop.
Honorable Stainless Ijagede, Managing Director of Edo State Traffic Management Agency. We thank you when we see you work out coming today. I will trust you next time when we call you. Time no there they reach maybe city for this car matter, but we'll take us more. We want to talk about the people that when NBC say call into the program. Avoid them. We thank you so much when NBC you call. We'll see next time you go still call again. We thank you Jumbo from Benin. We thank you OG for Tofure. OG you called more than once. We say thank you so much. Michael for Ogbo, we say thank you. The phone see the ring box to no go fit take out. Until next week NBC we go see again. My name now Thomas Sado. Don't forget to press away and tell woman say sit down where you know what in they see. Well, good evening.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
ITV. Certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you all to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo! Alright, please. Woo! Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm here for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it work a little bit. 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, well, just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thank you very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go on the left to right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. And this is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend back, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get, if you're a lady out there, watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually. And it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open. And finally, we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. That's for the mid-open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing crossing their legs. I mean, why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for the ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of this exercise is the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did one. I mean, I did 2 and I called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
The man went out to bring in thugs to come and beat her.
Yeah.
In a situation like that, do you think women would have seen that and still want to speak?
Really, we're talking about. That's what I said. So when they bullied her,
Yeah.
if she's not bold enough, she will shut up.
What is your advice for girls out there that are so desperate to be married?
We women, we have to be really intentional about our parenting.
If you know a child is being abused, or you see signs, a bruise or a child, it has to be investigated.
People barely even breathe when they are going for a shrebi and something.
Party.
You have to be
They can't
smart.
sit
If
down.
you see where they are dressing them up and dragging on both sides, you cannot you cannot breathe. And these women will stay in those events for hours just to keep up with that beauty trend.
Is that healthy?
That's not healthy.
I am Patricia Uremu Gabriels and we're reaching you live from our Lagos Network studio. Of course, Women in Conversation is a program designed for women to discuss about themselves.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV, certainly the best.